Hey boys, sorry for the wait. Delivery was late. Not food delivery, drink delivery. And no alcohol. Although I have a feeling that by the time we're done with all the factions, I'm gonna be really thirsty because of some. So we are back here with part 2. This is official 35th Jibber Jabber video. This one is last look at Mortal Empire's factions. Yesterday we were talking about High Elves and some stuff before the High Elves. Today we continue that and talk about the Lizardmen and more. I can't believe 6 hours yesterday just talking. Kinda crazy. So if you missed the first one, I talked about some stuff regarding Warhammer 3. I talk about how alliances, confederations, and vassals could be a little bit different. Well, not really the vassal part, because vassal part is just broken in these games. What could be done about it, and what I wish, you know, could change. Of course, so we want changes regarding things, but sometimes any changes would be good, even if they initially might, you know, look worse. I think any changes regarding these systems could be good, especially the change with diplomacy in Warhammer 3. I want to add something regarding confederations, part that I missed last time. Now in Warhammer 3, you no longer can offer money to complete confederation, which didn't make sense the first place. I think when I was talking about easy way to confederate and hard way to confederate, it's gonna be probably more complicated and frustrating than ever before, especially when you take into consideration all the factions that exist in Warhammer world, but not just Warhammer 3 factions. So more than ever we're gonna need the easy and a hard way to confederate with you know, a little bit more depth to it, and not just, you know, hostile takeover of another faction.
Oh my god.
And what I forgot to mention is these games are massive. I'm definitely gonna be forgetting some things, but we can always talk about these things, you know, whatever. So one thing I forgot to mention back in Warhammer 1 and especially Warhammer 2, I would say often the only way to confederate some factions would be if you offer the faction money. How many times I was watching another streamer, and they were trying to confederate somebody, and I would sense, you know, some frustration coming, and then some kind of ease, and then some like a cheap accomplishment happening after, where the only time the confederation was successful when they bought the deal in diplomacy. So basically they asked for a confederation, it's yellow, and meaning they might accept, they might not accept, it might be random for the next 3 turns, they might not wake up on the 3rd leg, confederation leg, and you would need to add lots of money, lots and lots of money, sometimes even as high as 300,000 gold. So quite often you would have the only way to confederate, the easy way to create a hostile takeover this faction, you would ask for confederation, it would be yellow usually, and then you would have to pay like 40, 60, 80, sometimes even 200,000 gold. And this was the only really convenient way to confederate sometimes, and there's not really actually a lot of money after like turn 120. But in Warhammer 3, they prevented this. It doesn't work anymore. So how it works now in Warhammer 3 is the faction either wants to confederate or they don't want to confederate, and you can no longer apply additional modifiers to the deal to make them want to confederate. Which means nearly, I would say, over half of convenient confederations regarding money that people did, it probably was over half the confederations that ever happened in this game, stat-wise, were with the help of money. And this will be gone now. In Immortal Empires, if it is the same as in Warhammer 3, this is speculation of course, we speculating here as well, we won't be able to pay off Confederation, which didn't make sense in the first place. And the fact we won't be able to pay off to complete the Confederation, and sometimes you're going to miss like 2-3 points. If you're watching my Oracles of Zinch campaign, we were missing 2-3 points for quite a bit. So there was no easy Confederation, and there was no hard Confederation. It was just frustratingly inconvenient, where it's random. It's just no other way to explain it than random. So there was no easy modifier there, and there was no harder way to do it other than just praying that RNG one turn will be in your favor. And this will be now pretty much the new normal, I feel, unless they introduce some kind of system where it's an easy Confederate and hard Confederate. I talk more about this, how this could be implemented. This is like probably one of 100 different ways to implement confederations for various factions in the future. But I just given like a one example, and one I could accept. Doesn't mean they have to accept mine or they have to implement it that way, but something has to be changed. And basically, the fact you won't be able to pay off a confederation, meaning 10, 20, 30,000, will make it even more frustrating than ever before. Especially for people who like to confederate, collect other legend lords. This will be more random than ever before. So sometimes if you want to achieve something diplomacy, the best way to do so is to pay attention diplomacy. Direct factions to wars, make sure they join wars, they have no enemies, make sure they don't go against you if they have no enemies and low relations. Try to buy them off with gifts, try to harass their enemies, score the relations points, right? This is a little bit easier in Warhammer 3 than it is with Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2 required a little bit more work regarding that, depending what faction you played. But unless they change something regarding confederations, this might be even a bigger factor before, to minimize at least the relations RNG, because you won't be able to offer them money to confederate. And I think this is going to be a frustrating part of Immortal Empires, considering how many factions are. And look at this, Lizardmen have 7 lords. 7. That's more than any other faction in the game. The Chaos will have more, I think, at the start of Immortal Empires. But right now, Lizardmen have the most, 7. And this is the one faction that can confederate. And no longer you'll be able to buy them off for a confederation. And you want to hear another things? Another thing is, apparently, the Chaos Invasion mechanic is gone. And I haven't talked about this, but I think this is both a good thing and a bad thing if they haven't taken into account the AI behavior and what the people have, you know, learned to expect. In my opinion, the Chaos Invasion, the Shield of Civilization mechanic, where the Order would work together and some factions could join the Order, some factions would just keep fighting them, actually made the game in a way easier for the Order, and in another way much harder for some of the other factions. And I think overall this was not a good system, because the Chaos Invasion was never really powerful. They were never really terrifying, and not because of they didn't have the numbers. You know, the auto-resolve was against them. That was probably the first thing, so you could easily just auto-resolve them because you already fought them a million times. And second is, the world is massive. The world is massive, and no amount of armies will help them overwhelm more than a single continent. So unless there are other system that supports chaos as a whole, as in some kind of permanent destruction, threatening global chaos, corruption, threatening the world, and not just sheer power or brute strength, the chaos will never work as a big threat. And towards the end, I think they did the best they could regarding this. But regarding the chaos, corruption, and the chaos, you know, threatening the whole world with it, that has never really been a thing. So unless they implement some kind of system where there is a good system of occupation or raising, something like the Beastmen have, the chaos corruption actually being dangerous, preventing occupation, crippling anybody in the area, this really never really worked. Who knows what's gonna be with this in the Warhammer 3. It looks like they're taking the page out of Warhammer 3 Realm of Chaos campaign, and they're creating permanent Chaos factions, some kind of occupation factions, which they might have a mix of occupying and raising. Hard to say exactly what's going to be. I'm just speculating here, but I'm thinking it's gonna be in the way of how the Demons of Chaos played in the Realm of Chaos. And this is now gone. This is now gone. Why am I mentioning this is because this was the main factor for confederations. It was the main factor for alliances and main factor for confederations. And the way they said it and the way it's supposed to go, I feel like this part of the game has been removed. So I don't know if they're going to change affinities between the factions, meaning there is some kind of element in diplomacy which makes this faction want to work together, even if it's just 10 points. 10 points means more in Warhammer 3 than it means in Warhammer 2. 10 points in Warhammer 3 is probably close to 20 points in Warhammer 2, if not more. Because at least in the Realm of Chaos, if it's to judge Realm of Chaos, how they done the points, the points matter more in Warhammer 3 than they ever meant in Warhammer 2. But there is this huge random factor in diplomacy which will still affect stuff like confederations and unpredictable stuff like joining wars, which is minimal in Warhammer 3, almost to the point where the AI might be even forbidden to do it. And trading settlements, which is a new thing. So if they don't introduce some kind of system of confederations where it makes sense, I talked about a lot of it yesterday, it's just gonna be inconveniently frustrating, I think. And I think a lot of people, players, casuals, people who don't want to really put a lot of time in the campaigns because, you know, they're very time consuming, they're not going to be wanting to check diplomacy tabs every single turn or every second turn. If you want to achieve something in diplomacy in Total War games, you literally have to pay attention to it every single turn, and no more so was true than for Mortal Empire's Warhammer 2. You might think it doesn't work, it's random, but the more time you spend into the tab, the more you're gonna understand it, shift it to your favor, and the random factor that sometimes makes the factions do things one turn and don't do those things for the next 99 turns. And if these factors remain without any other systems being added regarding confederations, like I said, just gonna be a frustrating experience. For confederations, I don't think they're good for the game, and they have to have a good system for it. The systems they have created for most factions, just they're not good, and they're either cheap or frustrating, and they don't really bring anything to the game other than just make the game worse, if you ask me. I stop every time I want to say anything. I think it helps Maz that the Dark Elves, I don't think will become a superpower in the same way. Well, I was talking about, I didn't even start talking about the Lizardmen in general, but I did just mention the Lizardmen there. I was basically just adding to the confederations. So basically, Jibber aside, you will no longer be able to pay off a faction to complete confederation. And I hope you understand, guys, what this means. That is a huge factor of frustration preventing confederations. And you will see AI keep confederating, and you will be stuck with a randomness and 2-3 points off most of the time. And I think this is bad for the game, and I hope they do something about it. Anyways, enough about this. Let's talk about the Lizardmen here. So we talked about the High Elves yesterday. We are basically going one last time, Mortal Empire's overview of the factions, personal feelings, speculation, opium, and, you know, just going through things. as a refresher for the same thing we're going to do on the day they release Immortal Empires Beta, which is in 14 days. It's under 14 days now, to see if anything changed other than the map. So Lizardmen, I did a Jibber video on the Lizardmen, and I'm probably gonna be repeating myself a lot here again with it. The Lizardmen is a faction that has 7 Legendary Lords. They have also a legendary hero, which is a lot of fun, and it's kind of super powerful binary thing. You have it in the army, you win. You don't have it in the army, you know, you just have the casual Lizardmen. Lizardmen is another high-quality faction, but I wouldn't put them in the same tier as the High Elves. I think the High Elves are a little bit higher than the Lizardmen, but the Lizardmen are still a high-quality faction. We're going to be going over their lords and talk about everything about the Lizardmen. Let's just see what the game says here. So the Lizardmen race attributes is the Geomantic Web. Settlements are linked by a network which boosts the power of commandments. They are not linked at all until you build a specific building. Special spawnings, read that, random spawnings. Periodic missions allow access to powerful blessed variants of certain units. And beast suitable for every task, though some are so ferocious they may lose control and charge ahead. Yeah. So what do I want to say about this thing? Geomantic Web is basically glorified commandments, which only work if you control territories and you build a specific building, and at the point where it starts to give you additional buffs, it becomes irrelevant. I would say over 90% of the time doesn't give anything to the faction. What can be done about the Geomantic Web? They could put this kind of system where you use some kind of resource where you make the web in some area stronger without building buildings to actually activate it, while the buildings can provide additional resources to that web or make it even stronger, where you use this resource to grant special abilities and the buffs to the units that are in the area that is under the Geomantic Web. It could be powerful abilities like the Black Arcs, it could be creating some kind of not just damage abilities but buff abilities, heal abilities, ward save for the army. It could be a variety of abilities, and you could activate these abilities by using the strength of the Geomantic Web in the area, and not just these glorified commandments, which doesn't add anything to the Lizardmen. It's boring, it's plain, and it doesn't really do anything for the faction other than saying they have a Geomantic Web because there's something like that in the lore. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Geomantic Web is kind of like a protection system for the Lizardmen, and might have been created for other things, but I think what the Lizardmen are using it for basically against any enemies, invaders, specifically chaos. I might be wrong about this, but that's how I see it. It's just basically think of it like a system of pylons where they got special advantages being in that area. It is like some kind of ancient technologies that almost look like alien-like, that makes the Lizardmen in their area, you know, quite defensive and protected. Special spawnings, what I call it, random spawnings. Not only that these units are created arbitrarily by developers and assigned arbitrary skills, abilities, and buffs, which sometimes feel off. They create units that are useless, and they have not created blessed version of every single unit that's been added to the game. This is a highly random system, and it can make some campaigns fun, and it can make some campaigns not fun at all, to the point where it totally kills your desire to play the campaign, or play the campaign just because you're struck with 3 random skin skirmishers, blessed skin skirmishers in a row, and you just don't care about it. It feels like RNG delivers you something special, but that special thing is poop, and instead of feeling good about it, you actually feel bad about it. And many Lizardmen campaigns have been cut short, but I feel like a lot of people that I know, because they get a shit RNG with the blessed units, they wanted to get blessed horned ones, they want to get blessed Saurus warriors, they want to get blessed stegodons and a couple of others. Instead they got everything else they didn't care about, and in a way, you know, they complain about it, feeling entitled. They wanted to get other things, and it kind of made them stop playing the campaign. What I think about the special spawnings, I think there should be a way to create the most powerful warriors in the Warhammer fantasy universe. The Lizardmen should have a special resource which is extremely rare and hard to get. And with this resource, you create a base of a unit. Let's say you take a Saurus, or you take a Croxigor, you take one of the dinosaurs, and you use this resource to augment the unit with the special properties, higher stats, abilities, and then you create copies of this unit, and then you hatch it and you start it to your armies. These units should have some of the most powerful stats in the game and be also some of the most powerful units in the game. But like I said, this resource should be acquired. It should be a rare and hard to get resource. Some factions should have easier access to this resource. Some factions should have a harder access to this resource. They should have technology, skills, commandments, landmarks that provide this resource, provinces of the map that creates this resource easier. And they should allow you the fun of creating your own units with a potent combination of abilities. Look at it as something like clan molder mechanic, but no downsides. The only downside for this system should be make this resource hard to get. When these units are created, they could use a second resource to start spawning this unit. And they create like a seed for the unit, and now they use a second resource to start recruiting these units. So you could have one resource to create units, like template of a unit, and then a second resource to start adding these units to your armies. The resource which allows you to create these powerful units should be extremely rare and hard to get, and I think it would really bring a lot of fun to a campaign, especially a long campaign, creating all kinds of special units. You want to have a Stegodon that has triple weapon strength? Sure, you can do it. You want to have Saurus with regeneration? Sure, we can do it. You want to have Temple Guards that have anti-infantry, anti-large, ward save? Sure, you can do it. You could probably add 3 different properties. You could stack properties. You could create a highly imbalanced unit in one area, or you can just create a balanced unit. You want to add abilities, you want to add just properties, or just higher stats, you can do it. I think with the special spawnings, Lizardmen should have access to create the most powerful fighting units in the world. And it should be rare and hard to get. This current system is boring, is frustrating, and the units you get are some of the strongest units in the game, but it's so random and arbitrary that it takes fun away from the faction. Be suitable for every task, this is true. I like the Lizardmen a lot. They are a grinder faction. Some of the Lizardmen Lords are better than the others. Like I said, they're a quality faction, but what I don't like about this faction, I feel like once you start adding more and more dinosaurs to the armies, especially heroes, it kinda doesn't make it as fun anymore. Of course, you can have an army that has a lot of stompy dinosaurs, but if you try to create every army to just stomp the enemy with dinosaurs and then you just heal them, I feel like it takes away something from this faction. So they're in the same boat as the High Elves. They kind of need some player self-control how to create armies. Restricting units is another thing, but giving the player the freedom to create whatever they want, and sometimes this is not good for the player. Limiting the player also doesn't sound good as well, because some people get butthurt over it. But I think, me personally, the more dinosaurs you add to the army, the more your army gets imbalanced towards the large size. the more heroes you have in the army with Lizardmen, the less fun the Lizardmen get. I enjoy Lizardmen the most when you create some kind of balanced, varied army. That aside, I do like also creating armies that are in balance with Lizardmen, but I don't like the idea of every army being be suitable for every task and just spam dinosaurs and stomp every enemy. So this is my personal opinion, and I personally don't like creating a stompy army, Lizardmen for every army they have, and then just heal dinosaurs, and the battles get a little bit boring. I'm a fan of using a mix of infantry and the dinosaurs, and I don't really like to put too much focus on the heroes being the primary force of the Lizardmen armies. Sometimes it's hard to not to put heroes in the Lizardmen army, one of each type. But I feel like the more heroes you put in the Lizardmen army, for me personally, makes the Lizardmen less fun. So, not sure how it is for you, but the way I like it, I like the Lord, one or two heroes, ability, one of the abilities that matters, and create an army on the field which has different roles. One that engages the enemy, one that flanks the enemy, and one that just deals hard damage, while aspects of the army still support the army as a whole. And not just, you know, select the whole army, either shoot this, shoot that, spam magic, or just right-click attack with all the units. So this, for me personally, you know, kind of ruins the Lizardmen experience, the fact they can do stuff like this. But it's the same with the High Elves. Given the option to create some of the most varied, balanced armies in the game, or you have given the option to create a shit ton of flyers that will not die, that will just molest everything and win every single battle just by being in the air, or you can just shoot everybody before they even get close to you. So what do we have here? We went over the race attributes. I hope Geomantic Web changes to something more attractive, something fun. And I think special spawning system has possibilities to be one of the most fun systems in the game. The Lizardmen haven't received any of the reworks. They have become towards the end probably one of the most boring factions in the game. Especially how basic they felt years later. Some of the special lords they added over time did give the Lizardmen a little bit more, like the Henwen or the Oxyotl or a Gorok, starting with Lord Croak. So I think Lizardmen should remain possibly one of the highest quality factions of the game, one of the strongest melee factions of the game. They're not the strongest melee faction of the game. They used to be. Greenskins are the strongest now. And I won't have systems that support their flavor, they're lore friendly, and like I said, I don't think anybody can disagree with me that the Blessed Lizardmen units are supposed to be some of the strongest warriors in the world, in the Warhammer universe, and I think Lizardmen should get this as a mechanic. If they don't want to put much effort into it, they can just take clan molding mechanic and create it without any downsides, just make the resource rare. So we have Lord Mazdamundi, or how I like to call him, Grand Pepe. So Lord Mazdamundi, he's supposed to be one of the best wizards in the lore. In the game, not so much. What do we have here? I'm a fan of this lord, but the memes that built over the years didn't do him much favor. The lords that got added in the game, even just the Henwen makes him look bad. He's a Slann. Slans are supposed to be the most powerful magic wielders in the Warhammer universe, and they supposed to have destructive capabilities. Something, you know, on such a massive scale that other races cannot even comprehend. Hexoatl faction effects, diplomatic relations -10 with most factions. I think this is because the Slans don't really care about the other races. They always have a different agenda, which might not be in the lifespans of the other races. And you know, Lizardmen are cold-blooded. They They can fight everybody. You know, they're kind of part of the order, but when it comes to order tide, they can be part of the order tide, or they cannot be part of the order tide. I personally don't consider Lizardmen part of the order tide when it comes to part of the game in the order tide sense, but they are order faction. But they immediately start with -10 diplomatic relations with most factions as a hexoatl, and this might influence the RNG against them. When you think about it, in the Warhammer 3, 10 might be more relevant than in the Warhammer 2. 10 will just add up if you have like a great power penalty. If you look at the Immortal Empires, where this faction will be, they're just here, and it looks like when you look at it at first, a little bit more room. The Drowned have been moved, Nagara has been moved, but what does this mean for Moratti? Does this Moratti will have more room to expand? Does this mean Moratti will just go south? It all depends the behavior of the Hans Marshal and behavior of Moratti. Both Moratti and Hans Marshal have definitely a combination of things to make Lord Mazdamundi's life miserable. This location, Mortal Empires, was a miserable location, according to a lot of people I talked with. This is some RNG in the early game that makes this location kind of rough. And if you miss some opportunities and the player initiative, you not only might fall behind, or you might get into an impossible position where you're just stuck in a whack-a-mole position. I think this looks way better than in Mortal Empires. And as long as you don't go to war with the High Elves, and not too many factions focus you early on, you have plenty of time to do whatever you want. So this -10, if it stays the same, it will influence other factions to be more hostile to Lizardmen. You know, every turn there's RNG. If the factions have less enemies or no enemies, they might declare war on factions they don't like. And Hexoatl, being the player with -10, will be increased at odds. So this is a RNG factor which might make early game rougher, diplomacy harder, and the whole system of RNG against you as the game builds up. So it will be a little bit less so because they changed it in the diplomacy values in Warhammer 3, but it's still going to be impactful. It will definitely be noticeable across several campaigns, the negative relations. Because the lower relations, the higher the bad RNG. These things matter. You might play 10 campaigns and nothing bad will happen on -10, but you might start a campaign and the next turn 2 factions declare war. Just because, I don't know, they made peace and they decided to both gang up on you because you have -10. So this is an RNG factor, and this is not a fun factor. And I don't really understand really why does this faction have it and this faction doesn't have it. Maybe because this faction is led by a Slan. I don't know. I think because this faction is led by a Slan, and the leader is Slan, so he doesn't really care about the state of the world. And the Lizardmen followed the Great Plan, and this makes them kinda not really liked by most factions in the world. And no more the Slans follow this plan more so than other ones. I guess that's why I get -10. This faction has one of the worst faction effects in the game. I repeat, the worst. Starting with -10 relations, -50% construction cost for the Star Chamber buildings. This might seem like a lot, but you might think of it like this. You're going to play a campaign where the Star Chambers matter. You're going to play a long campaign. You're going to have more than enough money. That 50% is going to be relevant. This is one of the biggest joke I ever seen on a faction effect. Right cost -30%. Are you fucking kidding me? What they should say, probably a lower cooldown or the rights, or free rights. And then it might be a faction effect. This is, I nominate this as one of the worst faction effects in the entire series. Lord Mazdamundi currently ranked numero uno worst faction effect. What are the Lord effects? Used to be absolute horrible dog shit until enough people have started bitching about it. They actually added slants to the game. Second, third, fourth generation, giving unit experience game per turn, wins of magic power reserve, and miscast base chance reduction. And this would grow in strength depending on the generation of slan. The lower the generation number, the higher the buff. Lord Mazdamundi is the second generation, so he gets the best one. But initially, and even after the mini Pepes, just some random nobody slants were introduced to the game, Lord Mazdamundi did not have a slant buff. He just had minus 50% upkeep for Temple Guard units. This is one of the most boring bonuses in the game. Not relevant at all. At all. This unit does not come early. This unit comes later. It's a tier 4 unit. It's a unit that doesn't even have to be in big numbers in the army. It's a unit that you don't even have to put in the army, and it had minus 50% upkeep cost for this unit. Might as well be free. That's not even be noticeable. They added this thing later, which made his Lord effect pretty damn good. I'm not sure how this is going to translate to Warhammer 3. Winds of Magic Power Z plus 40 is absolutely crazy. Teclis gets 30, Manfred gets 30, Lord Mazdamundi gets 40. This means that the base power in Warhammer 2 goes from 60 to a 100. Like I said, I'm not sure how this is going to translate in Warhammer 3. We have seen Oracles of Tzeentch having power reserves max increase. So I thought for a while people were like, oh shit, we're gonna only have 100 power. And you know, let me just say something to these naysayers. Already a 100 power, that's a lot. That's a lot. If you fill this 100 and you have it accessible immediately, it's a massive effect. If you can utilize a couple of wizards initially, you can totally cripple the enemy faster. Even if you have factions that use even 3 wizards in the army, that is a big deal. I would say the people who complain about this not being enough power are the people who rely too much on magic, aka magic abusers who don't know how to utilize other parts of the game. And we have seen in Oracles of Tzeentch campaign that Oracles of Tzeentch have a technology and a legendary defeat, a lord defeat rate that increase the max power reserve. So 100 is not going to be max. That faction has access to 125 power, which is a lot of power. Of course, in Warhammer 2 terms, a lot of power would be anything over 200. If you had multiple wizards in the army and over 200 power, you wouldn't be able to utilize all of it, even if you were just abusing the magic and not trying to get your units damaged. It would be very hard to use that power. Some factions could reach even over 300 power, stacking all kinds of buffs. That will probably never be a thing to have 300 max power in Warhammer 3, unless they changed how this works, add some kind of stacking capabilities. Knowledgeable work is different in Warhammer 3, it's actually garbage. And stuff like this on the slants, I think they should translate the same way they are in the Warhammer 2, but they should be reduced by probably half. Probably half. Not all skills and abilities that increase Winds of Magic Power Reserve should be removed, like Valhalla and Arc Conduit. And not all abilities should do the same thing as before, but the important abilities, like the slant abilities, some unique skills on Slan, Teclis, and some other lords, should still remain Winds of Magic Power Reserve. And the others should be just converted into spell power. Make the magic more potent and not just give you more power. Some spells, you know, they look all good and nice, you know, the buffs, you know, more less so than the damaging abilities. And adding spell power and more power, it's probably the right way to go. So even they will make it even better than just having a lot of power, because there are spells in the game which they're just not strong enough, and that's why we are so focused about just a couple of abilities and don't really put a variety of things. And when we have power, we usually use those abilities and not the other abilities. But if you had access to more power and stronger spells, you probably would use magic to more devastating effect. The spell power from Warhammer 3, which basically just make the spells more potent, it works. It matters. Heck, makes even the magic missiles look better. I couldn't believe, you know, the magic missiles actually might be relevant on Ultra, not just, you know, multiplayer, large scale. So if they decide to not give the power reserve here, they should at least give the highest possible spell power buff, because this guy's the Slants after all. If anybody should have it, it should be the Slants. I think a Slant should have a combination of increases to max power reserve and spell power at the same time. All these traits become still the most important part of the Slants. Traits like this is what I would call a character defining trait. This is why the reason why you get this character and why you don't get another character. And traits like this should exist on a variety of characters in the game to give you a variety of options and different playstyles being supported, and not just a couple of good traits and everything else shit. So this is probably, I would say, an extremely strong trait, while his Legend Lord trait is poop. Poop, trash, dog shit. Even if it was 100%, I would still probably consider it trash. So good thing he got the Slant trait at least. So Lord Mazdamundi, a really cool character, and leading a cool faction, strong starting location, as one of the worst faction fates in the game and one of the worst slaughter effects in the game, in my opinion. He starts with a Feral Bastildon, the most basic dinosaurs in the game. Terrible leadership for this unit. Doesn't have much offense, does have terror though. Got Croxigors, which are a finely tuned esports unit, and got Temple Guards, which don't really have a place in the army, because they are a quality unit, but they are not such a quality unit to be an option over the Saurus. I will talk more about this, why is it so. They are not good enough to be a separate battle skill, and they are really not good enough to be something you consider over the Saurus, especially as the game changes later. This unit, even if it has higher stats, probably would not be used that much over the Saurus, because the Saurus are such a good base unit. So having Saurus and having Temple Guards as a strong base unit, so one comes early, one comes late, makes this unit not very good, even if it's a quality unit that can be put to work. So let's go into this, and let's talk more about Lizardmen. New Champion still is out. I will check it out when they release both that and the Let's Play video. We're going over everything, and there'll be some personal experiences, opinions, and speculation, and I like, you know, other couple of things that could be changed. It doesn't mean they have to be changed my way, but the change is definitely needed in some direction. I think everybody and their mothers can agree that Blessed Spawnings need a rework, and Geomantic Web needs rework, probably more so than most of the other parts of the Warhammer 2, not including Warhammer 1. So immediately when you start this campaign, you get a Legend Lord that at first look has strong base stats. We have seen Teclis yesterday. We've seen some other lords. We know about Kairos. So basically, this is a wizard. You know, wizard Kecleo, and he has really potent base stats. One might, you know, say these stats are comparable to Kairos, the Fate Weaver. Makes Teclis look like trash on the base. So potent base stats. You can only see this. I mean, 7,800 health alone. This faction starts in an incredible city. One might say the best or the second best city of the Lizardmen in the game. Either Hexotl or Itza. One of them is the best. It might be equally good, but the fact they have access to a 10-slot settlement and you only have 3 options starting on a tier 2, like, what's not to like? You can see the core building already has quite a bit of potent buffs, including unique garrison. This is the faction, you know, just think about it, you know, Tyrion next to Lothern, Lord Mazdamundi next to Hexoatl. You know, it's the faction. So incredible starting city. Location, you know, up to debate, depending what you're looking for. And the Lord on the base looks chunky. Doesn't look strong in anything, but it just looks chunky. So what does this Lord have? So it's assigned a wizard and a spellcaster. Not very expensive, 275. No, that's like beside the point. It's a large entity wizard with 7800 health. Let's just round up. 45 armor, 85 leadership. 85 leadership is nigh unbreakable. 100 is basically unbreakable. 34 speed, not very fast. I would say that's like an average speed. 26 melee attack, so below average melee attack, and has magical attacks. More relevant than ever with Warhammer 3. 32 defense, 36 strength, and 14 charge. Not really that much damage. You were probably not gonna send this guy to fight a quality unit, especially if they have bonus anti-large. But you could send this unit to tie down a unit if it's you know, not going to do much to him. You're not gonna send him to fight you know, Saurosaurus with spears, but it might make the Saurosaurus busy. Like just one example. It will definitely have no problem with Marauders, even if it takes 3000 damage. Basically, it's gonna be a unit that will cast spells and will keep somebody busy already from the very start. That is something Teclis cannot do. Teclis cannot go tank unit of Chaos Marauders and cast spells at the same time. Teclis will get beaten up and probably killed by unit of Marauders. So this is why this guy is chunky, and he will probably have no problems fighting unit of Marauders while casting spells at the same time. We got 14 missile resistance. Lords have a standard missile resistance of 15. For some reason, developers have decided that the slants are getting focused too much by range. They are as a really easy range target. You see a slant coming your way, select all your range unit and kill it. It's that easy. Even with 14 missile resistance, it can still be focused down, but they increased it from 15 to 40, might have been a slightly higher base at the first. So 40 missile resistance, just because it's an easy range target. It's not like the game doesn't have other easy range targets in the game, like, you know, giants. They decided that slants should have higher missile resist. They did something like this in the past, like with Sartorial. They made Sartorial highly missile resistant because that guy was one of the easiest things to kill with range. It can tank some range. It probably will be a target that might get ignored because of its properties, but Lord Mazdamundi being focused by range is a good thing. Especially in Warhammer 3, because in Warhammer 3 his big health pool is going to be better than ever due to the healing changes percentage now. So what else do we have? He's a Strider. Hopefully Strider works in Warhammer 3. We can't confirm yet if this works or not. My guess would be Strider does not work in Warhammer 3 because they're using an older version of the game. They released a 2018 game in 2022, so a lot of things have not been properly patched. But given a couple of years, things like Strider probably will be working with certainty. Strider didn't work for the longest time in Warhammer 2 as well. He has immune psychology, yeah, cold ball buff because, you know, Lizardmen Lord, and he starts with harmonic convergence, which is basically a decent buff for attack and defense for, you know, decent cost. Since we are on harmonic convergence, I want to say a thing about this. In all my years of playing a Warhammer series and all this magic in the game, I can basically say with a certainty what is wrong with the buff spells. The buff spells are situational. It is good if they can affect multiple units. How effective they are, hard to say, depending on the unit. It's more effective on a unit if it has an anti-large or anti-infantry. But the main issue with these abilities, it's not the cost. They are better spells. In my opinion, the main issue is the duration. 22 seconds might sound like a lot, but sometimes this could be as little as 2 attack animations. Best case scenario, you get 5 attack animations from this. Better to be used on a unit that is a specialist, like Temple Guards trying to fight something large, than on something like a Feral Bastildon. So I want to just mention these things. I think Harmonic Convergence should probably last over 30 seconds. and if they think that might be too much, they could probably increase the cost of it to 7. But abilities like this, especially the ones that target a single target, should have a much longer duration. And this is one of the issues with the buff magic. I wouldn't say it's totally useless, but compared to the alternatives, compared to that most of your units are not going to be very effective with this, people probably just cast buff spells because they think they're going to work. They think I'm gonna cast this ability, it's gonna improve my unit, it has done something. I don't want to be the party pooper, but most people that cast this ability, it has very little effect. In the best case scenario, your unit might complete 2 attack animations with this that actually deliver damage. This will increase the chances of this. So the best thing you could get from Harmonic Convergence, you avoid damage because of melee defense. If you cast it on the right unit that's not surrounded. So most of the times you cast Harmonic Convergence, you probably just wasted this power. But if you had a lot of power, it just didn't really matter. So most of the times you cast this ability, it didn't really matter. It just worked in your head. And sometimes you might have gone lucky and it done something. Especially, you know, because there's a min chance to hit, max chance to hit, there are attack animations, attack intervals, there is animation locking, there is knockbacking, there's units getting stuck. So I think for the sake of the buffs finally being something proper, some factions have better buffs than the others, better debuffs than the others. Harmonic Convergence, I think, is one of them that I can safely say the duration should be increased over 30 seconds, even with maybe not changing the cost. Anyways, he does also have the Apotheosis. Initially, when we played Lord Mazdamundi, we used to make fun of him. He has the lore of Apotheosis. Lord Apotheosis, casting Apotheosis, 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 casting Apotheosis, Apotheosis. This is basically his ability. Casting Apotheosis because everything else sucked. It was below average, extremely situational, and to, you know, say the worst, random. So when you mix situational and random, what you get Lord Apotheosis, Gran Pepe, and you get that emote we have in the chat that makes a sad Lord Mazdamundi face. When you look at his skill tree, his faction effects kind of suck. His trait for a legendary Slan Lord, I think they're lacking. He's basically just have his rightful Slan trait, and his Legend Lord effect sucks. Even if the Templar Guards are free, I still think it would have sucked. And more about this, you know, as we keep talking about this. So, what's good about Lord Mazdamundi? Don't get me wrong, this is a strong Lord, but it's not a very good designed Lord. And why is this a strong Lord? Well, it's a shocker. It has access to a dinosaur. Of course it's gonna be a strong Lord. You put a fucking King Chief on a dinosaur and you give it items, it's gonna be a strong Lord. This is not a strong Lord because it's Lord Mazdamundi. It is a strong Lord because it has a dinosaur mount, and this is a strong Lord because the dinosaur has access to items. And that's it. It is not a strong Lord because he's Lord Mazdamundi. And I really, really dislike that. And I think this guy should get even more powerful. Considering the plebs complaining about Teclis, I mean, look at his the stats. This guy makes Teclis look bad on the base. And as you build both of them, Lord Mazdamundi gets turned into a stompy melee expert. That's kind of better than the High King, but he's a wizard. And what you get from Teclis, Miracle Worker that got buffed, I don't know how many, 3 times. So what does he have? He has access to a unique banner, Sunburst Thunder of Exoatl. Possible ability, Sunburst Thunder of Exoatl, assign unit to quest automatically begin at rank 6. So for himself and allies in range of 40 meters, which is a pretty good radius, 10 missile resistance and 10 melee defense. This is excellent. And you want to use probably another dinosaur or 2, maybe heroes next to him when you are fighting with Lord Mazdamundi. Let's put his missile resistance to 50, which is a significant amount of missile resistance in a range metagame. So this is how I like to see banners. I like to see banners like this, and I think most banners should be like this. It should be something relevant and something useful and something you really like to put in the game, and something that is going to provide something that you're going to like and you're going to find that is useful, and not some random trash like, you know, gleaming pennant or, I don't know, war banner. Some boring ass, you know, buff, and some of them are not even activated because there are augments and not passive buffs. His weapon is a weird one, but it has quality fighter properties. So Cobra Mace of Mazdamundi, post-battle chance of stealing a magic item plus 50%. I think some developer in the CEA has randomly rolled the dice and he assigned numbers to some kind of properties on a table, and he assigned post-battle chance of stealing a magic item. When a lord defeats another lord in the battle, it has a chance of stealing one of those lord's magic items. And this is not the same as gaining a magic item out of thin air. Of course, with this item, he will nearly guarantee to steal these items. Sometimes these items could be good, or sometimes could be bad. I wouldn't say it's a horrible properties, but I feel like it's a very random thing to have on a unique item. It's not a bad start at all. I feel like it's just out of place. I don't know why it's there. This item, depending on how long you play a campaign, it will definitely grant you some items where you otherwise would not get items. This item in a long campaign on a legendary lord will grant you a lot of items, and some of those items might be relevant. In Warhammer 2, it was just pure randomness, while in Warhammer 3, with fusing and salvaging, and the Lizardmen actually being really hungry for items because the characters are powerful. They have some of the most powerful characters in the game, considering there can be mountain dinosaurs. You know, it's a relevant start, but I find it odd to see it on an item like this. The modded pro, maybe there's some kind of lore thing about this, I don't know. This mace has a life of its own. It strikes out with lightning speed to bite enemy weapons before a blow is struck. So, because the flavor text, it might just bite enemy weapon and steal enemy weapon during a fight. You get the enemy weapon at the end of the fight. I think the flavor text only explains poison attacks, but also provides a campaign effect that, you know, is weird. I don't know. So, it does have some saving qualities here. 15 melee attack on a character that has no access to these buffs. Incredible stuff. This is what you want to see on a weapon. Big attack buff. To make it even better, 12% weapon strength. Ideal weapons in my book have high attack buff and high weapon strength buff, and this weapon has both. Make things even better, it has poison attacks. And this guy being chunky, tanky, and has a dinosaur that turns him into like a melee expert and go into a crowd and fight for days, it's perfect. So these three properties in the middle make this ideal weapon. Doesn't matter anything else it has. This is an ideal weapon just because Zlak exists, and I guess you could say it's an amazing one. It's not like the most amazing thing in the world, but for him it fits, and I guess it perfectly fits. You get attack, damage, and poison. Poison will slow down the enemies, keep them longer in the same place, so the attack connects. Sometimes slower enemy will get hit more just because of all the mass issues, knockbacking, and, you know, units moving, cancelling attack animation, stuff like that. And just get attack and damage. When you look at this guy is not a fighter lord, but because of his weapon and because of Zlak, it turns into fighter lord. And look at Zlak. Makes Lord Mazdamundi have 26 melee attack. It does grant him an anti-infantry bonus, but without this 15 attack, which is a really big buff on a weapon like this, you know, this would be nothing special. So, what makes Lord Mazdamundi strong is not Lord Mazdamundi, it is luck. Zlak makes Lord Mazdamundi strong. Everything else just enhances Zlak. And don't forget this. Lord Mazdamundi is strong because he's a dinosaur mount, not because he's Lord Mazdamundi. Never forget this. So, got a powerful mount, which is basically a Stegodon. Stegodons are amazing, and his weapon is excellent for this mount. I'm pretty sure he retains most of this missile resistance. He can even get additional 10 melee defense if you put this banner on him. This banner is, could be, next to Mazdamundi. So this is a very nice stuff. This is stuff you want to see. This stuff is enough to make Lord Mazdamundi, for me personally, just acceptable enough to be replayable and to, somewhat enjoy playing this guy. It's the memes and some of the stuff with the slants over time developed that just makes you feel bad that it's not something more. And then when you see stuff like Techlist, heck, even Marathi, and then you're like wondering like, where's the slant patch? 15% missile resistance. For some reason, this guy has not 10 but 15% missile resistance. Is this normal for the older Lizardmen? Because these things are different for all around. So this is the standard, which is also in Warhammer 3, 10%. So Lord Mazdamundi gets to enjoy additional missile resistance. And you might think missile resistance is nothing special. Anybody that knows things about this game knows to appreciate missile resistance, especially on large target and especially on stuff like dinosaurs. Missile resistance might be one of the most important things to have. If you're flying or if you're a big target, missile resistance might be everything. Especially in Warhammer 3, they tend to focus large targets and targets in the air. So here's incredible missile resistance. Makes me feel bad for some of the other characters in the game, especially in Warhammer 3. For some reason they forgot about missile resistance on the demon characters. They just thought that because they're demons and get 20 physical resistance, they don't need any generic missile resistance like every other character in the game has. They apparently didn't forget on all the demon characters, but on most. So get access to a lot of missile resistance, and this thing has 130 armor and a massive health pool. What's more so, you have access to traits which can increase the health pool even more, which means this is just an incredible killing machine that is going to bully infantry while Mazdamundi casts some spells and going to be easy to keep alive. This thing in the army is going to be almost enough to win most battles. Just having Lord Mazdamundi with his luck in the army. Characters Lord Mazdamundi should be powerful enough to win battles on their own, but I wish that was true, but I would probably assign this guy probably a value of like 1/3 of the army. Then again, Helman Gorst is worth over 1/3 of the army. And he is not Lord Mazdamundi. So, slants have these unique things here. Wins a magic power reserve buff. They debuff the enemy with Wins of Magic Power Reserve. I wonder how this is going to work in Warhammer 3. I hope power reserves would actually be at least some of these abilities will be able to increase power reserve. I mean, look at this. Power reserve increase. Power reserve increase. Power reserve increase. I hope at least one of these abilities in Warhammer 3 will actually increase the max power reserve, same way the Oracles of Zinch get. He gets Banishment. Oh shit. First random ability. Banishment has a potential to destroy a lot of infantry. But when you have a lord that's on a dinosaur and there's a million ways to kill infantry, Banishment honestly is nothing special. Oh shit, I casted Banishment. I killed 300 skeleton spearmen. Oh shit, I'm such a strong lord. You need to stop thinking that if somebody can destroy hundreds and hundreds of infantry, that makes it nothing special. Can you destroy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of elite infantry, or like chosen, or large entities? Then you're strong. Anybody can kill hundreds of infantry. I have guarantee you that Kazrak will kill infantry faster than Lord Mazdamundi even with his spells. It doesn't make Kazrak a wizard. Anybody can kill infantry, and the worse the infantry, the easier it's gonna be to kill. Hey, shit wizard! Yoo-hoo! So he gets Focus on Mysteries, gets 2 Bound Banishments, which it might seem like something special, but as a faction that bullies infantry, it's nothing. Nothing. This is just meh. Meh. Then you get a random ability number 2, and this is probably one of the most disappointing one. It's called Ruination of Cities. Let's read the text. The Lord unleashed a force of seismic power like no other, causing the tectonic plates themselves to shift and buckle at his behest. Tectonic plates! Literally, it's almost like the continents will crumble and destroy cities and shit. And what you get? 3 lines, 3 fucking lines on the battlefield in 3 random directions. Are you fucking kidding me? Am I the only one that's depressed every time I cast this ability in battle? 5? Even if it's 5, like, what the fuck is this shit? Causes major magical damage. 3 damaging rifts spread outwards. Strong versus multiple units. Random launch direction, weak with a single command. Why is it random and why is it only 3? Come on. Put another skill if you don't want to buff this. Make a 9 to 15 lines. And then I can agree. Causing the tectonic plates themselves to shit the enemy. Like, what the fuck? This is one of the most disappointing things in the game. So he gets infantry bully thing. The whole faction bullies infantry, and he gets another one that is random. Usually counter in the center of the unit to cause the maximum damage. You know, best case scenario, you might get instantly 80 kills on some shitty infantry who doesn't even care. I mean, do you think you need banishment to kill 3 units of marauders, or to damage a unit of, I don't know, Tomb Guard or Finis Guard? Like, do you think a unit of Saurus warriors won't be able to grind them down? Like, a unit of Saurus warriors is gonna be disappointed. They're gonna get depressed. They're gonna start drinking. You're stealing their jobs. Let the Saurus warriors do their jobs and grind down the enemy infantry. You don't have to kill shit with random magics. Don't save elite infantry and try to abuse some kind of random magic thinking you're a smart person and then you're just beating the game. Use the fucking grinders to kill the shit infantry, other infantry. They're gonna get so many buffs to the point that we're gonna fight elite infantry, they're gonna chop everything at that point. Who the fuck cares about some random shit? Random, boring ass shit. That's what it is. Random, boring ass shit that the Christ for getting buffed. This is not the end of the world, but this is just disappointment. Disappointment. Faction that bullies infantry and a main lord adds 2 random abilities. Really, really disappointing. And even if you might get value of this, you might create, oh shit, let's just stack all our infantry, stack on the enemy infantry. Oh shit, look at those 9 regiments of the Skaven, and I'm gonna use my Ruination of the Cities. You think you're gonna have Lord Mazdamundi in Hexoatl without having Lord Croak in the army? When the fuck are you even gonna use this ability in such a case scenario? You're going to use I win button Lord Croak to blow them up, because not only it looks better, but it feels better than this crap. This is gonna be just used randomly just because it doesn't cost anything. And guys, this shit is going to the point and it's so fucking bad that a faction I actually would like to replay, I don't want to replay, and I don't even want to skill this ability because I'm gonna have to cast it, and then when I cast it I'm gonna die inside and I'm gonna open some bottle of wine and I'm gonna die inside even more. That's how bad this shit is. I don't know who the fuck finds this acceptable. I actually seen some YouTuber a couple years ago saying Lord Mazdamundi is like one of the strongest lords in the game. And one of the points on this was he was praising Ruination of Cities. I was getting wasted after seeing that shit. Depressed, wasted. And that was just even worse then. I didn't want to play this faction for years after that. Like, what the fuck? Who can look at this ability? Requires rank 20. It's supposed to be some kind of unique skill. Where are the unique skills? Some generic, random, mumbo-jumbo slan shit. Where are the unique skills? This is a Lord Mazdamundi, not some fucking random slan. And he gets this shit. Increases my blood pressure and makes me unalcoholic, how bad this is. And the dev should be ashamed themselves, buffing Teclis 3 times and leaving Lord Mazdamundi in the gutter. And I remind you guys, Lord Mazdamundi is not strong because he's Lord Mazdamundi. Lord Mazdamundi is strong because he's a Lizardman character, has access to a dinosaur, and has items. This might be just Lord Mambo Jumbo with a dinosaur. It must be a skink chief, skink priest. Heck, skink priest probably can outperform Lord Mazdamundi most of the time. And it's moving on from this crap. So there's more skills down here, the slant skills. Magic is 50%. This is gonna turn, this used to be something, but now it's going to turn into spell resistance, which on single entities is probably one of the worst stats now in Warhammer 3. Soul of Stone, Miska's base chains minus 40%. And he already has minus 50%, so it looks like no Miskas for Lord Mazdamundi. Then he gets Public Order +3 in the local province and causes terror. Ooh, shit. He already has terror on Zlak, and who gives a shit about 3 Public Order? Can you please remove this skill from the game so I don't have to waste a skill point to unlock regeneration? Thank you. Regeneration is stronger than ever, and considering he has a dinosaur, is incredible stuff. And this what turns him into a grinder. Just think of him, this guy, like High King that has some mumbo jumbo shit magic, or Lord Apotheosis with situational magic. The last thing, what makes the Zlak even better, 25% physical resistance. If guys will not have magical attacks, or even worse, magical attacks with projectiles, they won't be able to kill this guy. Zlak with this and this alone will be able to probably defeat a third of the enemy army. And I repeat, not Lord Mazdamundi, Zlak. He has access to a kind of variety of magic abilities, harmonic convergence, rolling eyes, apotheosis, net of Nerfintok, and Curse of the Midnight Wind. Curse of the Midnight Wind goes well with the grinders. This is kind of trash for the Lizardmen, while the apotheosis, you know, gets some healing. We do have now access to a hero that provides healing, which makes Lord Apotheosis kind of useless outside the early game. While the Rolling Eyes is trash. Got access to evasion, which makes Zlak better. It doesn't work in auto resolve, only in battle. And we get access to stuff like Arcanon Forging, which is a direct damage ability that is kind of costly. And Commodore Zandora, which can, guess what? Kill infantry, because your faction cannot already kill infantry in a million ways. I'm not saying this is a bad ability, these are both good spells. But it's overkill. It's just like, you know, shit, I won this war, I'm bullying the enemy, let's cast a nuclear strike at the same time. Shield of Suffering is amazing, and any lord that has access to Shield of Suffering should have a cheap spammable ability, and this is why Apotheosis is going to be the most common thing to cast with this guy. If Apotheosis is on the cooldown, he casts either Harmonic Convergence or you know, a rare Curse of the Midnight Wind. Apotheosis will heal a unit, and it will trigger Shield of Suffering on the whole army. And whole army getting 10% ward save during the heat of battle, it'll add up. You can have this up over half the battle when it matters. Shield of Suffering is a great ability for the Lizardmen, and kind of turns him into a support lord. You don't really need to use abilities that destroys infantry, unless there's an opportunity where you can destroy a lot. You only have random free shit, so this ability is not really fit. Sometimes you wanna kill a character faster, sometimes you wanna, you know, fop to the explosion. But you're probably just gonna be, you know, using the same shit as ever. Apotheosis to activate Philosophy and cast the free abilities that might cause damage or brain damage. And, you know, that's how you're gonna win battle. He does have extra Great Archondrit, which has been changed in Warhammer 3, and now gives Spell Mastery. And Spell Mastery might make Apotheosis better. I hope the Slants will have access to multiple Spell Mastery effects. I wouldn't say this is the absolutely horrible set of abilities, but a Lord that has access to Random 1, Random 2, Overkill 1 and 2, Rolling Ice, and Exorcism, you know, there's already a lot of holes here. And the fact this thing here is as well, I don't know, it feels like they went with a lazy route here. They've just created a generic slant template, and they didn't put any effort creating Lord Mazdamundi have any unique skills. And on top of that, they given him a dog shit unique skill trait upkeep minus 50% to Temple Guard units. If this was minus 100%, still wouldn't be relevant. So they need to create a unique skill tree for Lord Mazdamundi, because I feel like this slant copy-paste template doesn't really work for him, and he should have unique skills. Should we ask, in how many weeks is the VC Jibber Jabber? Given the rate we are going through this, come back in a few days, should visit. So other than this, what the Lords of Mazdamundi have? Well, the Lizard battle skills, not horrible. And look at this. This almost looks like a Warhammer 3 battle skill. This is no doubt being created by somebody who worked on Warhammer 3, because it's off. One of these buffs is a lower value. For some reason they're giving the armor lower value. I don't know why. Maybe because they didn't want to give it more than 10%. But they thought 8 attack was fine. So this is one of the reasons why Temple Guards are not good enough. You're going to invest into Proud Warrior. You're going to have Saurus Relevant. You're going to have Saurus Veteran. And it's going to be hard to get Sacred Guardian, you know, pill to go on the Temple Guards and then do it all over again. While the Sacred Guardian is not a horrible skill, the Proud Warrior makes the Temple Guards kind of poor, because the Saurus Warriors are accessible early on, they're good enough, strong base, very good technologies. The Temple Guards are just not good enough to be replaced on the Temple Guards, on this over the Saurus. And skill that lowers the upkeep of Temple Guards is just trash. So the only way this could be improved if, like I said, guys, I don't like 6 battle skills. I'm a fan of 4 battle skills. I'm a fan they merge a couple of these skills where it makes sense. Proud Warrior should probably be Saurus and the Temple Guards, heck, even Croxigors. Just make this one and this one together, and already you have a big buff to Temple Guards. Because let's say a few things about this. Saurus have a crazy base. This is an incredible unit. And at first glance, it might look like Orc Biggins, but there is a hidden stats here. Hidden stats which a lot of people don't know, and which I didn't know for a long time. And Biggins, who are really good now with the Greenskin rework, apparently cannot really do well against Saurus Warriors, because Saurus Warriors have high range. There are hidden stats like attack interval, which should probably be here. There is hidden stuff like weapon range. When you have 100 guys fighting another 100 guys, and there are similar units like Saurus Warriors and Orc Biggins, and one unit has higher weapon range or a faster attack interval, of course it's going to stomp the other unit. While the Orc Biggins are fine, Saurus Warriors should be a stronger unit. Stat-wise, it's very deceiving. Very deceiving. And why the Saurus Warriors are very good, like I said, easily accessible, strong base, with veterans' skills and technologies just incredible. And they are good enough throughout the campaign which makes the elite Temple Guards just worse. Their stats are not that much different, yet they are more versatile, but the difference doesn't really matter. And having a separate battle skill makes it worse. The Saurus having 2 weapon range makes this unit excellent against anything. You don't even have to use spears, and you don't even have to have armor piercing or anti-large bonus. This unit has 52 weapon strength. What's worse? What's worse that doesn't help the Temple Guard's case? The Blessed Spawnings have the blessed version of the Saurus Warriors with shields, which is kinda commonish, and it's one of the best infantry units in the game, which doesn't do Temple Guards any favors. While the Temple Guards have their blessed version, but their availability and occurrence is more rarer, and it comes later, which also makes it worse. So something that's supposed to be elite and just stronger than the other, it's not. It's not. Its base unit is definitely better, but the overall picture, Saurus is just a better unit. It's just a better unit. And what would be the case when you would use, in this current version, Temple Guards or the Saurus? Let's say you play a longer campaign, a normal campaign, lower campaign. You recruit a new lord, and your economy is strong. And you have to pick between a base of Saurus Warriors with shields or the Temple Guards. Temple Guards have armor piercing, and they have anti-large, and have a stronger base. On a new fresh army later in the game, Temple Guards is always going to be better. Early on, your first army, your second army, Saurus, way better. So the Temple Guards will only be picked later and for longer campaigns on new armies, cause the base is stronger. If they merge these things, I think it will be a big buff Temple Guards, and I feel like Temple Guards should be even better than this. I don't know. I don't know what, but even better than this. The Blessed version of Temple Guards is some of the highest stat infantry in the entire game, and I feel like that should be the Temple Guard. If you have an option to just recruit Blessed Temple Guards, we might just forget the Temple Guards even exist. So, Temple Guard is just not good enough, one of the disappointments of the Lizardmen. Saurus is just too good, coming earlier with everything better. So, the second battle skills is Skirmisher, and guys, look at this. Can you believe this is one battle skill? Don't let me turn on Warhammer 3 right now. Just, you know guys, you've seen those Warhammer 3 skills? Look at this. Missile strength for skinks, chameleon skink, chameleon stalkers. Missile strength for salamanders rather than hunting packs. Weapon strength, I don't know why they haven't listed all this in like 2 buffs. They make this skill makes Warhammer 3 look like shit. And those people who worked on those battles should be ashamed themselves. They did a disservice to the game, and now those other guys are gonna have to make things, rework everything. I mean, look at this shit. This is like 3 Warhammer 3 skills in one.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit?
And I don't care if this buffs skinks, chameleon stalkers, and salamanders and razodons, all those units that makes people go Pepe Meldon because they don't know how to use these units. But it's still a lot of buffs. Missile strength, weapon strength, and defense. I have no idea why they created separate things and not just created just three ones, but I don't know. I think this is a primary example that makes the Warhammer 3 look bad. Not really the great set of units, but the buffs are there. And these units work. Even the skinks. The next skill is the Swift Rider. Weapon strength and speed for the Pterodons, Reproductiles, Cortal and the Cold One units. While making these units faster is nice, and giving them more damage is even nicer. Nothing really that special about it, just a okay buff. Reproductile Riders and Horde ones are very good. The fact Pterodon gets small buff, not very relevant to Pterodon, speed helps them a bit. Sometimes you send them into melee. This is just an okay skill. The Pterodons do get also missile strength as well, so which kind of is a savior. Pterodons have some value. It's a good early game option to add some variety to the Lizardmen armies. Well, Reproductile Riders are incredible, one of the best Lizardmen units. The Horned ones are completely optional and kind of get into a position where you don't want to recruit regular ones. You want to get the Blessed ones. But we talked about this with the High Elves. Look at this. Let me introduce you to another dog shit building that nobody builds. Not only you have to build this building here, but you need to build this building to recruit the Horned ones. What's up with the CEA and these shit cavalry buildings? Why can't this be a part of another building? There is not enough room for us to give a shit about these units. Like, why do you pick this on tier 3 when you get this on tier 2? You think you have the time to build this on tier 2 and this on tier 3 instead of conquering another 3 provinces? Makes no sense. And by the time you're recruiting this, all your enemies just recover and get strong. It just doesn't work. That's why the blessed versions are fine, while the regular versions are shit, just another ignore building. Well, the Horde ones are very good units. They are probably the highest damage dealer of the Lizardmen. Their building is crap, so you're praying that you get the blessed ones, which might never happen. And this makes the battle skill kind of awkward. But if the blessed ones don't deliver, you still have Reproductiles, and having flying units that just shred everything, they're kind of like stronger Vargeists. It's nice that you have like a backup plan that will buff another unit. And this is all on a different building, which is a decent tier 2 building because got some variety of the armies. These are not bad units. While on tier 4, Reproductive Riders are worth it. This is probably a unit that's the most different than any other unit that's available to the Lizardmen, just because there is a unit that fights in melee and flies. Flying melee units are incredible, and these units can be used to great effect. More so than adding another stompy unit like, I don't know, one of the Stegodons or some shit. I need to get a drink. Let's make a short break here, boys. Be right back. Get back, boys. Where were we? Kotal is one of the units that added towards the end. It's a single flyer that can fight and support the army with some abilities. It felt a little bit off, but adding it to the army, trying to figuring it out how to use it, it's all fun until it starts bugging out in battles, because it wasn't tested properly. Sacred Guardian is 8 attack and 8 defense. These are the best skills. You know, when you see 8 attack, 8 defense, it's like plus 8% chance to hit, plus 8% chance to evade getting hit in melee. For Croxigors, Sacred Croxigors, Temple Guards. Temple Guards are for some reason with Croxigors. Well, the Croxigors, Sacred Croxigors can definitely be used. The regular Croxigors are a little bit lacking. The combination of toughness and some anti-infantry abilities with armor piercing. The Sacred Croxigors are good. And the Temple Guards, they just feel off. They just feel off. Hunt Leader, this is probably one of my favorite combination of skills for melee units. 12% weapon strength and 8 attack. I like this even more than 8 defense, because the unit will have higher chance to hit, and then it will have hit harder. So this is like my favorite combination. And this used to be one of the worst skills of the Lizardmen, because it was only for the Feral Carnosaur. And Feral Carnosaur, the esports unit, was kind of bad. The Blessed one was okay. But once they added the Red Saurian, this skill got pretty good. Because you don't really have a Lizardman army until you put one Red Saurian into it. Things are massive and they're just beautiful to look at. Even if, you know, they're not really just perfect. Player-wise, is an incredibly powerful unit. Air-wise, a little bit disappointing, but we'll talk more about it with technologies. The Dread Saurian is the largest unit in the game. It's just the absolutely massive dinosaur. And the fact it gets 8 attack and 12% weapon strength is bonkers. The Dread Saurian does not suck. If you haven't seen my campaign where we played against a shit ton of Chaos when we used Dread Saurians, you missed it, I guess. For the player, Dread Saurian is pretty good. Not defense, it has 15,000 health, and there is this thing called Regrowth. Check it out. Beast Driver. Weapon strength, melee defense, and missile strength for Stegodons, Frost Troglodon, Ancient Salamander, and Bastildon units. This used to be the best skill, because the Stegodon overall was the best dinosaur, the most versatile one. But I don't really think that anymore. I think Stegodons are boring. Well, I do like a couple of Stegodons around. I tend to like more all the dinosaurs more. I think the overall community made the Stegodons boring for some reason. Well, as a battle skill is okay. Kind of stupid when you think about it. The Stegodon gets 3 buffs. If this was made by the Warhammer 3 team, the third buff wouldn't even exist. You can find use for salamanders, no problem. Jungle Dominion is the first veteran skill, and look at this, it looks familiar. Weapon strength plus 12% for Saurus and Temple Guards, 10 armor for Saurus and Temple Guards. They both can use this, Saurus more so, and 15 magic resistance. This is being turned to spell resistance in Warhammer 3. This is a solid veteran battle skill, especially on the Blessed versions. More damage, more toughness, what's not like. And it fits these units. Spawnkin. This one is an odd one. Missile resistance, melee defense, and leadership. My favorite thing on the veteran battle skill, leadership. Let's just do a reminder if somebody maybe doesn't play this game. Every time a unit gets experience, rank, this is experience, 1050 for a rank 1, they get +1 leadership, up to +9. For a unit to get this skill to work on them, they would need to be required rank 7. The Lord could also provide leadership buffs already on the army for whatever reason. So a veteran unit receives, even without the Lord, technology, or any other factor, +7 leadership. And some devs think it's a good thing to give veteran units additional leadership. It's like one of the worst things. Melee defense and missile resistance, sure, but that leadership was totally butchered this skill. That leadership should have been attack. Look at this. Sacred Croxigors get 5 leadership. Shoot me now, man. That is so fucking depressing. They have 75 base leadership. On rank 7 they get 82 leadership. Jeez. That is so bad. This skill is ruined and it prevents Croxigors from being great. I think on this skill the leadership should be replaced with attack. Or please stop putting leadership on veteran battle skills. So remove all leadership on veteran battle skills. It's stupid. It makes no sense. Lazy devs that don't even play the game. What else, right? One thing is the devs are not good at the meta game. I can accept that, you know. They're just like people just work and getting paid and shit, like they might even care about their jobs. But then there are those devs who put leadership on the veteran battle skills. There's a special hell for those. They probably don't even give any shit about this game. Soulbound. Melee attack, melee defense, and 15 missile resistance for cold ones, pterodons, and productiles cold. This is actually pretty good. They get attack, defense, and missile resistance. This is all useful. I like see a veteran battle skills like this. And then there is another special one here. Epicentrist. 10 armor. Most of these units have armor, by the way. For Ancient Salamander, Bastillodon, Stegodon, Feral Canosaur, Fennel Troglodon, and Red Saurian units. 10 armor. 12 charge bonus for single entities, and 5 leadership. This gotta be one of the worst battle skills in the entire series. Charge on single entities and leadership on veteran units. Whoever made this doesn't even play the game. They're probably like, oh, let's make those are dinosaurs. What do dinosaurs like to do in a Lizardmen army? They like to stomp enemies, so charge. I guess charge makes sense. I don't play this game, but there's this distinct charge bonus. I'll assign charge bonus. But they will be charging. They might get surrounded by enemies and shit. They're gonna need leadership, and they're gonna need armor so they don't die fast. I'm so good at my job. I am so good at my job. And that guy probably still works at CA. So, 2 horrible battle skills, one above average, one pretty good one. This one needs to get reworked. They need to remove leadership and charge. Instead of charge, put, I don't know, physical resistance or ward save. And instead of leadership, anything else. Literally anything else. Armor can stay. While this leadership should be attack. These units need attack. Some of these units are range and they don't even get anything range here. So this is another slant ability. They basically put a bubble which provides 20% ward save for 70 seconds. 70 seconds is not much, but it's a big radius. I think all the buffs should last a little bit longer. 70 seconds is not very good. I think if they add like 4 seconds to every single buff in the game, would be fine. Maybe not on Shield of Safari, but on stuff like this and stuff like Harmonic Convergence would be pretty good. This one is only for the Slant Lords, yeah. Slant Force Field. Rally is dog shit, but it's a relic from old Total War. I think Rally could be like 4 leadership map wide, and not some kind of ability, which only kind of worked in old Total Wars. We had a General's Bodyguard in old Total Wars, let's say Medieval Total War, then or Medieval Total War, I mean, and then you would use sometimes Rally, and the units that are routing near it, you would rally, and they would come back to fight. This doesn't really work in this game. Maybe it works in multiplayer. I don't play multiplayer, but this is a kind of shit ability. Shit ability that you need to activate as well. If this ability would guarantee for a unit that's routed to stop running, it might be a little bit better. But this is crap. It used to even be like 10 seconds, and now it's 14. When I look at the Lord with battle skills and I see this skill here and it's not rally, I'm happy. It's like probably happier than when I'm like hungry and have a nice juicy kebab. Even happier than then. When I see rally here, it makes me want to drink. I'm just like a damaged human being, I guess. Campaign skills, Route Marcher. 10% wound range is going to be 5 in Warhammer 3. Plus 3. That's pretty much common copy pasta. Should probably be like 5 or 6. Fervent, plus 3 Untainted. Skills like these should not exist. If they want to create shit like this, they should probably put these things together in one skill. And put something relevant here. We already talked about this. Should be higher. Should provide maybe recruit ranks. Only relevant to the AI. Well, this is complete shit. Sometimes just only available to get here. Ancient Cunning, ambush success chance plus 30%. I think Lizardmen have some of the worst initial campaign skills of any faction in the game. 3 public order, 3 untainted, 15 recruitment costs, and ambush success chance plus 30%. Keep in mind, trying to ambush is inconvenient, and most factions that don't specialize in ambushes will only ambush to hide, to surprise the foe out of position. These are some of the worst basic battle skills in the entire series. Campaign skills. With trying to ambush, it's random and you lose momentum. Draft Master, copy pasta. Same like, you know, really copy pasta, same like Armies planning copy pasta. There's a lot of copy pasta. Sometimes they can have different text, but you know, it's copy pasta. I think are gonna be 3 points there. There's Germanic Sustenance, which is Quartermaster. It's gonna be 9% in Warhammer 3 if it stays. There's Very here. Very is decent. I think Very should be here, so you don't have to waste any skills on this shit. Very is at least 2 skills in 1, and they're better. Defense chance on ambush is good, and enemy hit extra chance reduction is good as well. So they put extra stuff here where all is good, while everything is crap here. So you have to waste skill points to unlock the good stuff, and you don't want to put extra skills here because you only need 4 for this. It's kind of terribly placed here. This whole area is good. You got Very, which, you know, if you don't want to get ambushed, it used to be better before they reworked the ambush chance and added stances to affect ambush. But lowering chance of getting, you know, harassed by heroes is always good. But sometimes if you have it too high, the AI will ignore your lords and they're gonna just target your low rank heroes, and it's not good. Gives the jungle is a replenishment. Once you get a hero, this is irrelevant. And there's a round of fear, the best skill in the game. So campaign skills, the initial area is kind of bad, while this area is very good. The battle skills could be better. I think the only thing that should really be better, if Saurus and these two should probably be merged. While this one should get attack instead of leadership, and this one should get something damages of charge and maybe even ward save on this ability as well. I think once they reworked those abilities for the old factions, they kind of forgot that they just made the next stage battle skills, and they even made the original Warhammer 2 battle skills worse. And there's factions in the game that have actually ward save on some of these skills. Ward save is the most valuable stat that goes with everything else, and faction like Lizardmen have no access to any ward save. I find that odd. So I feel like at least one of the skills should provide some ward save. Just one moment. How they reworked the greenskins battle skills. I should have taken some of the idea from that to rework the Lizardmen battle skills. Skaven, yeah, Skaven veteran battle skills are crap. Especially when you compare them to some other factions that fight similarly. And the Lizardmen don't have it the worst, but they do have some really bad stuff. Like some of the stuff, like I said, it's not really convenient, and the stuff that make no sense with leadership and the charge and single entities. Orcs get a ward save veteran skill, but not the Lizardmen. That makes no sense to me. I guess it's just power creep and rework power creep in general. I wish Lord Mazdamundi gets a unique skill tree. Not this slunk copy pasta. I wish he gets a better trait. The first 3 lines are just slan, and the last line is trash. I wish he gets a better trait here. Something relevant to him, and not some trash. And I wish we can say Lord Mazdamundi is a strong legend lord. And not something depressing that's strong just because it's Lizardman. And not because it's Lord Mazdamundi. They should take a look what they did with Teclis. And they should take a look what they did with the Greenskin battle skills. And apply it to the Lizardman. Unless they put some good mechanics to go with that, maybe change that as well. The basic military, and there's really not much to say here, just trash cavalry building. Advanced military is fine. I don't like that this building exists, but you know, I accept it, all total war and all. I think defense building, the scrying pool should provide additional garrison. I think Star Chamber should provide additional garrison. Every faction should have buildings that provide additional garrison. And if they ever rework Geomantic Web, this building should be something else than just boring bonuses that buff boring commandments. Technology tree for the Lizardmen looks big. Look at this. It's a little bit inconvenient because you have to go from left to right and it has to connect with the top. I'm not gonna go over everything, but I've always been happy with the Lizardmen tech tree. Yeah, I think because of rights, they definitely forgotten some parts of the game for either reworks or reworks on the Warhammer 2 factions and the changes. We don't need to go over everything, it's just basically a standard technology tree. It takes some time to research. There's some really great stuff here. I think it's a pretty good technology tree. Saurus get probably the best part of it. They get extra buffs. What I wish on the technology tree, other than, you know, just changes for the better, I kind of wish more relevant buffs for the DLC units, and especially Dread Saurian. I think there should be a technology granting Dread Saurian some proper buff. That not only will be put to good use by the player, but also the AI. As Dread Saurian having high armor and 15,000 health, it's not good enough. It might sound like obscene, but it's such a massive target and literally makes all your range guys just drool, shoot it. Either the veteran battle skill or technology. I feel like there should be an additional technology that provides possibly physical resistance to general lizardmen or the dinosaurs or even ward save. Or these elements could also be provided via the Geomantic Web once it gets reworked. But I can't really complain much about the technology tree. Some of the bonuses for dinosaurs just feel lacking, and that's it. What else do we have here? I already said how I feel about the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen have, they kind of have interesting lords, but nobody gives a shit about their lords. Use a Legend Lord, and then you use Slann Mage Priests. Slann Mage Priests have strong trait, and they get access to Lord of Life. So I would like to see them giving us a reason to use Kroxigor, Red Crest King Chief, and Saur All Blood. Ever since they introduced Slann Lord of Life, which is invaluable to the faction, everything else is become pointless. So these guys need to be something different and something more, bring to the table, and not just what they have right now. Some of this stuff could be, you know, used differently. I guess you can always have flavor. You know, you just don't have to use Slann Lord of Life. It's like you don't have to drink water. That's basically what that saying is. You will be fine. We're not dead in 3 weeks. So you don't have to use Slann Mage Priest Lord of Life, and you can use, you know, Kroxigor Ancient, a cool fighter lord, what the fuck lord, and outdated shit. Usually how I do it is Sometimes because of convenience and necessity, these guys could be used for emergencies to help with the garrisons. There's a pretty good strong base. These guys are irrelevant, while this guy has a questionable flavor. Like I said, Slann Mage Priest Lord of Life makes everything else pointless. It's that important to the Lizardmen army. A faction that is basically a bunch of warriors and monsters that take damage, mitigate damage, and they fight primarily in melee, have access to healing. Everything else is just pointless. The only reason to use these lords that I can see of, if these guys have more better traits, same like the Slanns. Traits more relevant to their flavor, more skills to their flavor, more stronger skills overall. That plus skink priests having access to Lord of Life as well. Oracle is tier 4, and you get a capacity on tier 5. But I think Skink Priest could also have access to Lord of Life. There's an Oracle now in the game as well, but Oracle's at tier 5. So you start the game with one Skink Oracle, and for all of early game, you will not get access to a second one. Because the additional capacity is on tier 5. And this alone just really makes these things like, no, you guys just use Lord of Life for other guys.
Received.
Oracle comes late and Skink Priest comes earlier. The healing to this faction is important. Just imagine playing Vampire Counts without healing. Let's just imagine you playing Vampire Counts that have some questionable lords that can't heal. Are you gonna pick a shitty Strigoi Ghoul King that can't heal? Some nonsense? Or a White King that can cast magic? And you just your units just start dying, and it doesn't feel very satisfying when you can't keep your guys alive. Healing brings a lot to the battle. You keep your guys alive, you make melee look good, and you overcome the odds. And it's great for the replenishment as well. It is that important. It's like water to humans. That's how healing is important to melee. Some factions have, you know, different ways they could mitigate resistance. Like the greenskins are so overbuffed with resistances and buffs, or in general, they work without healing. But that's just power creep. Greenskins work without healing as a power creep. While the Lizardmen don't have power creep. They had power creep on day 1 Warhammer 2, maybe in the first month, and that's it. They might have been the strongest melee faction, but they are no longer. So I would like to see a reason to use these lords. All the heroes for the Lizardmen are excellent, considering they have dinosaurs. They're some of the best heroes in the game. I just find them a little bit boring, because they take away from the game, but they just, you know, just don't use them. Fix, and that's how I do it. Sometimes you really want heroes in the army. Sometimes you want to do something else. Sometimes you want to stack traits, you know, something else different. But more than 1 or 2 heroes in a Lizardmen army, I find it boring, unless I'm really going for it. The new Revivification Crystal will help with healing. Well, yeah, now we're gonna have Lord of Life Slann and Revivification Crystal. Earthblood, Regrowth, Life Bloom. The Lord of Life, the new one, is going to make these guys even worse. Even worse. Nobody's gonna use this shit. Some special amount of boys per peg is gonna use this shit because they want to be different than everybody else. What else do we have here? This is basically Hexoatl, and well, they went on the map. It looks like a little bit more breeding room, but I don't think it's gonna change much. The meta will, the set of the game will change, but it looks like it's same old Hexoatl. Possible RNG, and that's it. Strong start. Lizardmen AI, well, yeah. That's another story. Lizardmen AI is one of the weakest in the game, and hopefully something changes with Warhammer 3. We got the last defenders here, who is a pretty straightforward faction. It's another basic faction. It's so basic that their faction effects is just upkeep production. I have no idea who is this person who did this, but there is such a fucking boring faction effect that it just works. That guy just gets away with it. I just put 10% upkeep reduction for all units. It's probably one of those people at work where it's like nothing really special, but he probably gets lucky sometimes, and you know, just does something like 10% upkeep for all units, and just, you know, keeps working. You know, he keeps the job, maybe even gets some praise, gets away with it, you know. Meanwhile, you do all the work, you put all these lines of text, and some streamer is taking a shit over your work. But this guy with one line of text gets away with it. Upkeep minus 10% for all units. Boring ass shit, that works. This faction, Lord Krogar, which is a fun lord, is a grinder lord, fighter. Actual fighter, he rides the Carnosaur, unlike the other one, and Stegadon. This one actually is a fighter and not a wizard like Lord Apotheosis. His specialty is cheaper Saurus and cold ones, which already makes it one of the best Lord effects in the game, because this is a strong early game unit. Has a higher chance to ambush, who cares? And even grants more armor to dinosaurs. And more leadership. And more leadership for the whole army. Like, what the fuck, man? It's like... This is Lord Mazdamundi. He used to just have this. This guy have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 effects. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Like, what the fuck are these Lord effects? This guy has more Lord effects than half the Lords in Warhammer 3 combined. So, a strong faction effect if not a little bit boring, and strong Lord effect. A really strong Lord effect. It just makes things... it supports snowballing, and other than snowballing, it makes your army literally fight to the death and makes dinosaurs tougher. Like, it just works. Unlike the Lord Apotheosis, who is a Slan Lord, Krogar is Saurus... what's it called? Saurus Old One? Is one of them elite warriors. Old blood, yeah, old blood. The Scar Veterans are the heroes, and the Old Bloods are the lords. This guy is an incredible fighter and has potential to just be beautiful in battle. And when you play Krogar, I think you want to make him your primary focus of every battle. So you don't really want to overtune his army with too much dinosaurs, I think. Everything to support Krogar and make Krogar look good.
Almighty Krokgar.
Krokgar. What I like about this faction is the starting position. Like, even if they added some more stuff to the east, the starting location was always the most attractive thing. Keep in mind, for this faction, unless you create have some special goals, hopefully you're not just playing him to win the game. I think this is an ideal faction to, you know, go all the way. Play the long game. In Warhammer 3, this guy is in a little bit different spot. He still seems to be in the Kingdom of Beasts. He's down here in the bottom and next to Teclis. And I think him and Teclis can work together. So the map looks the same, but it's a little bit different here. His starting enemies are nothing special, really, when you consider the Lizardmen Lords, at least. The early High Elves are poop, early Teclis is poop, Teclis AI is poop, the Tomb Kings early are poop, the early Dwarves, who knows what the Dwarves are gonna do, the Undead are a fucking joke to the Lizardmen, and I think the only thing you might need to worry about here are the maybe demons and them ganging up on you. But it's hard to say what's gonna be, you know, this is just speculation. Scarbrand is intimidating, but you got this guy, Ratok, King Priest of the Heavens. He'll kill all the demons. I guess if you get his weapon for magical attacks and Grimlock before deal with Scarbrand, we'll have an easy time with Scarbrand. But his army, I think, is gonna get destroyed by the King Priest. So if nothing really changes him, I think he's a pretty good location. You get also option for the eastern colonies, whatever this is. I'm guessing that these are gonna be Lizardmen jungles. And you can also be friendly with these factions, right? So your only enemies are the demons, the undead, the vampire counts, and the Skaven. Krokgar is made to fight, and he's a strong lord, so he should put in a difficult spot. And I don't think this is too difficult for him. I mean, Manfred is sweating there, probably doesn't even have sunscreen. I mean, like, Krokgar just begs for it. Put me in that spot. I mean, Krokgar is a lord that can basically get a shit ton of these units and pay nothing for them. What can Manfred do? Manfred can get wind of that before that. So his lord effects are so strong, he actually gets two of them. Two of them. I always found the Krokgar, you know, like semi-intimidating to face as the AI, while the Grand Pepe was always a joke. So let's check out his stats. He basically has higher stats than the most fighters on the base. He is fighting with a spear. He kind of has like two weapons, some kind of like a fist weapon and a spear. So he's like the Saurus Scar veteran, just, you know, with a higher stats. 50 missile resistance, charge rating is large, pretty basic stuff here. I mean, stats are pretty good, 5200 health, 95 armor, has 80 leadership, 34 speed, 57 attack, 44 defense, 440 weapon strength with 30 anti-large and 50 charge bonus. So the large targets kinda get countered already in the base. Already in the base. Where he really shines is once you get Grimlock. Grimlock is a Carnosaur. He gets Frenzy on top. He gets much faster. And if I'm not mistaken, not only gets higher damage, but higher anti-large. The only thing you really need at that point is to increase his attack and damage, so he doesn't only stomp large, but also the infantry. His weapon, Public Order +3 all provinces. Always nice to have global effects on a weapon, faction-wide effects. This alone is like a very good stat, even if it's weird for the weapon. Another 12 anti-large on the weapon. Who is this guy? Ungrim Iron Fist. 30 charge bonus. Charge bonus is irrelevant on Silentis, especially on guys that ride dinosaurs. It's the hit is already guaranteed unless they're charging like 200 melee defense, and damage buff is trivial. 7 more attack, 12 weapon strength is nice. Always nice to have more attack and damage on a weapon. Magic attacks are better than ever, and the Scourge goes well with Fear and Terror on Grimlock. His second item, which is an enchanted item, adds Whooping plus 10 armor piercing weapon damage. So, you know, he's even stronger, Kappa. 6 melee defense, 3 melee attack, 5% ward save, 20% more battle loot, and gives Hand of the Gods magic missiles. You know, when you look at all these stats, it doesn't seem like anything special, but on an enchanted item slot, it's excellent. Even if this item had only 6 defense or only 5% ward save, it will be almost acceptable for like an average enchanted item. When you combine this and then you add other stars and you add ability for an enchanted item, is excellent. And on top of everything, this faction gets money from combination of settlements and battle loot, battles, and it gets even more battle loot. This is an incredible enchanted item. Probably one of the better enchanted items in the game. This would have been really bad if this was a talisman. If it is a talisman, this would be shit. Because, you know, it prevents you from getting a really tanky talisman. But this is a very good enchanted item. And Hand of Gods, magic missiles that do magical and fire damage. No, demons are in the game. He has a Cold One mount, Horn One mount, and Grimlock. He'll be getting all the mounts now for free, which liberates some points. Grimlock is a Feral Carnosaur, which is an anti-large monster, pretty good one. The fact it's a dinosaur that has access to items makes it powerful, no matter if this guy is a Legend Lord or not. Even heroes with dinosaurs are strong. Obedience bring victory. The Lizardmen have this one stronger. Instead of just 25% leadership aura size, it's 50% more, and character aura leadership effect +5. This is actually not bad for the AI, but considering this is a Krogar, it gives the whole army 10 leadership, that's kind of shit. 10 magic resistance, as it doesn't have the missile resistance, but instead, in a way, he gets something better. Spawning of Zotl, physical resistance 15%, and gets an ability that grants more physical resistance and restores some vigor. So, yeah. Good luck dealing damage to this guy if you don't have magical attacks. Honored Elder grants additional ward save to Krogar. And this is an ability that the only saving thing on this Saurus Lords, Public Order all provinces. But on top of everything, this guy gets Public Order everywhere, on top of his weapon as well. He gets himself ward save, which is useful to him, and then he gets cheaper army as well. 5% lower upkeep on the Saurus, 50% lower upkeep on the Saurus, 10% lower upkeep on the Saurus, so basically that's 65% reduction to Saurus cost, 65%. 85% upkeep reduction to Saurus. 100% upkeep reduction to Saurus. 108% upkeep reduction to Saurus. And Warhammer 3 doesn't have 15% supply lines, he has 4% supply lines. This guy's army is gonna be one of the most effective cost-wise armies in the entire game. It does have these things here against other factions, so the whole army gets a buff. Look at this. Damage and leadership when fighting against Beastmen, and they get 10 attack against Beastmen as well himself. Any of this faction causing you trouble, let's go bully them. Literally, you pick any of these skills and it pretty much just counters Fear and Terror on top of 10 leadership. This is without even unit experience. The Lizardmen, these guys have the blessings. This is on the, I think only on the Saurus Lords. There's Zotek here. They kind of remind me of the dedications the High Elves have, but they're actually more varied than the High Elf ones. I think they have more uses. Like you might think this one might be the best option for Krogar, but considering supply line change and all the massive upkeep reduction, maybe not the best one. But there's nothing wrong taking this one. So. This one gives 10% more hit points to Krogar, which on top of Grimlock is quite a bit of hit points, like 900. Makes all region produce a little bit more money, and local province faster construction time. The blessing of Kutzel, Ketzel, Pretzel, whatever, gives 10 armor to Krogar, and the army Saurus Infantry Temple Guards will be 20% cheaper. Krogar's core unit in the army will be Saurus, later Blessed Saurus. And you're probably gonna use like 10 of those. Not just because those units are amazing, but because they're not gonna cost anything. Kizel. I don't know, my ancient Mexican sucks. I'm still learning it. Blessing of Tepok. Means the magic power reserve +5, magic resist 5% for the Lord's army, 5% speed for all units. I think this one was probably one of the better options before, when the magic resistance was a little bit better. It's gonna be now spell resistance, but speed for the whole army for the Lizardmen is good. It's good, so can't go wrong with this one. Speed for the whole army, that's always gonna be good. I wonder how this is going to translate in Warhammer 3, like I already mentioned with magic resistance and the power reserve. The power reserve translation into Warhammer 3 better be good, and not just, you know, gives you 5% more when it's increasing. That's just going to give brain damage. Magic resistance is an old thing in Warhammer 2, which basically just reduces damage from magic, either magic attacks or magical damage. So for them to make magical attacks relevant, they removed magic resistance from the game, and they call it now spell resistance. Magical attacks are not going to be mitigated by spell resistance, and spell resistance is only going to save you against the spell damage, which are going to be spells. So it's the magic resistance used to be very strong, made magical attacks bad in most part, and you turned some lords into unkillable one-man armies. A little bit less so in Warhammer 3. Magic damage still gets mitigated by armor, not just spell resistance. Cousin of Darkness, Blessing of Hun-Chi. Ambush success chance, post-battle loot, and 5%, 5 more leadership. 20% more post-battle loot is not bad. But why get 20% more post-battle loot when you can just make Saurus cheaper? So this one makes no sense. This one should probably gonna be like 4% battle loot. Be comparable to this one. Blessing of Tlatzotl, Public Order, +5 local province, replenishment, and untainted. Replenishment alone is good on this one, but eventually get a King Chief which provides replenishment. Like I said, this one has more options. There's no wrong pick here. There is no wrong pick here. So whatever you like, really. I think this one is just weaker than this one. Because the first two effects are not really relevant, and the third one, you know, it's decent, but when you compare with this one, it's worse. And the last one, your dinosaurs get more leadership, you get more leadership during ambushes, and your dinosaurs are 20% cheaper. This one might be even the best one if you're using a lot of these units. I think Blessing of Etzel is better than Blessing of Kutzel. Whatever it is. But considering I don't want Krogar with a dinosaur army, because it's just gonna make Krogar look bad. Everything getting stomped by, you know, dinosaur. I don't like really that for him. I am not really a fan of this one, him. But he kind of wants to have some dinosaurs, or 20 armor, more leash on dinosaurs. Now that the Oracle exists, you know, it's a little bit better. I like Krogar as an infantry grinder, and him being the head honcho dinosaur in the army. And maybe put like how I would like to build Krogar in the future. Saurus as the line, some support units so that it doesn't look boring. Maybe like early Pterodons, some reproductors later. Don't really care about cavalry in his army. And once we start adding some dinosaurs, I would probably have a Dread Saurian, because I like the idea of one Dread Saurian in every Lizard army. Because it's kind of like, if you have a Dread Saurian in the army, you're fucked. Type of thing. And seeing a Dread Saurian just charge into like a mob of units is amazing. Other than that, for Krogar, I would like to use probably one Engine of the Gods. One Engine of the Gods. I think one Engine of the Gods should go in every army as well. And I would like to probably put a lot of revivification crystals. And I would turn this army into like a real grinder with a couple of big shot dinosaurs. And not just some kind of stompy gimmick army that either uses stompiness or range shenanigans. So a bunch of Saurus, hero or two. Probably two. Dread Saurian, Engine of the Gods, and a bunch of Revivification Crystals. Revivification Crystals will be better in Warhammer 3. How do you use the Productiles? They attack from the air. Clear the enemy air units and then attack enemy vulnerable parts. They get to pick their targets. They're absolutely deadly. Attack units that can defend themselves first, and then attack units that are pinned. They'll shred everything. So this is pretty much Krogar. I'm a big fan of Krogar because he gives me pleasure with the grinder playstyle, and he's like probably the grinder one. Don't really like the idea of Krok in his army, but you can use Krok for support. You don't have to blow up everything. Krok probably should carry on secondary armies. Krok is a legendary hero they get. I like the idea of Krok being with Gorok because it gives you total different playstyle in the campaign. While I don't really like Krok with other guys. If I play a long campaign, then as a secondary army, really. It also kind of spoils the game. Takes a little bit fun and variety out of it. The reason you have all these lords and different playstyles in position is not you play everybody the same, but try different things, right? We have the Henuen here. The Henuen is a skink lord, red crested skink lord, as an actual mechanic, unlike the other two. Sacrificial offerings gained from winning battles can be offered to Sotek to receive a variety of powerful rewards. This guy has potential to be the best Lizardmen faction. And just because it's unique mechanics, I don't like that. But it is what it is. Same for the Oxyotl. Yeah, they also have stuff like that. So upkeep plus 200% for Saurus infantry and Temple Guard units until completing stage 1 of the Prophecy of Sotek. So here's a gimmick. 75% cheaper right cost for Rite of Sotek, as 100% would be too much. His Lord effects are physical resistance for the skinks, 10 leadership for the whole army against Skaven, and local province plus 3 untainted. I'm guessing this will translate into -3 corruption. So this is a skink flavor lord in a little bit worse position than the other two lords, but a long game potential is pretty huge for this one. I only played this guy on the release, and the reason why I didn't really like it was not really fair to this guy, because it looked like better Lord Mazdamundi. I was just pissed, they keep updating Lizardmen, they would keep forgetting about Lord Mazdamundi. At the time, they didn't even include his slant buffs on him. He just said shit still. The Henuen will be... he's in the south, just below Clan Pestilence. He should be next to the Skaven, that makes sense. Like the southern tip of Lastria. It looks like only Clan Pestilence to deal with, and you can just take big chunks of Lastria, depending on what the minor factions are in the area.
Mighty prophet, Lastria.
So this faction has the mechanic with the Prophecy of Sotek, so you unlock some buffs with it. You have some restrictions at the beginning, and you can provide these sacrificial offerings with this here as well, unlock various things, and this gives this faction a potential to just have better long game buffs, more fun long game campaign than the other factions. It's kind of like a case of Grom the Punch. He has a unique mechanic, Grimgor, Wurzak, Azak, Skarsing don't, so he's just automatically better. But there's also different starting location and different early game feels. But if you feel a long game, it will have the best potential to get the greenskins of the Lizardmen, in this case, to greatness. So other than a unique mechanic to acquire additional stuff or unlock the things differently, this used to be restricted how much you could get, but they changed it. I think one of these is really good, but I don't really actually remember which one exactly. This one, random follower, this one here. Sacrifice to Quetzal. How do you read the Q in this ancient Mexican and in the Lizardmen? So I think this one is a really good one, and this is why it puts him above the rest of the other factions, not just like different experience. And they did change the banners in Warhammer 3. Now you can only have one banner per army for every type, and this is good news for the shitty banners, because they got a little bit buffed. But bad news for the strong banners that you could usually equip several of them on the Lord. Is it me, or he has some of the highest quality textures on this window than the other guys? K? Q is K? Okay, K. How do you then read this? Ketsa? Yeah. So, look at this. Sword infantry, but has access to lore of beasts. I didn't really understand why they did that. And then when you see he has the engine of the gods, and then you cry in Gran Pepe, and you just get bitter and disregard this guy as being the best Lizardmen faction. The base stats are actually quite impressive. And when you look at it, he has kind of better stats, some of the better stats than Krogar, right? Not a stuff, maybe not the highest armor, but poison, attack, defense, weapon strength, very similar. He starts with frenzy. So he's stronger than Krogar at the start. Yeah, power creep, right? At 100 HP doesn't really matter that much, but look at this. Got frenzy and this stats with the Flock of Doom. Even gets better magic than Gran Pepe. So 50 missile resistance, frenzy has starts with an item called the Blade of the Serpent's Tongue, and look at this. 40% more weapon strength, all in rank 1. Grants him some kind of debuff and a buff in the area. I guess this one is the grants poison. No, this actually grants damage. Allies get poison. It looks like allies get poison from this one. So you can apply poison on more round. And 14% weapon strength. He has frenzy, so doesn't matter if he doesn't have a melee attack. Does he keep the frenzy on the engine of the gods? He keeps the frenzy. Fucking hell. So pretty good, strong base. Weapon is nothing really special. It's amazing. It starts on with the rank 1. That is the ability as a focus instinct that subs rampage and starts lore of beasts, which at the times people still complain about it being shit, but lore of beasts has always been good because of Flock of Doom. Some people will then say, you know, yeah, just spam Flock of Doom and you don't need anything else, but you know, what the fuck those people know. You see, had also the Curse of Honor here, which was always good as well, even better nowadays. So you get access to 2 really good abilities. This one for the Lizardmen is also pretty good. So if you just have to cast the Curse and the Flock of Doom, this lore is perfect. You have some other options like Peep, Transparent Pelt. So you get a good lore on a Fighter Lord, and get access to the Engine of the Gods. Engine of the Gods is a massive stegadon that comes with its own benefits. Provides ward save, power, and ability that has like a laser from the sky, starts burning the battlefield. That's just ridiculous. And in fact, it's a dinosaur that can equip items, all that makes it very strong. Valhart was amazing in Warhammer 2, and Warhammer 3 is not really special. His item here, Public Order +3, all provinces, gives him 15 Winds of Magic starting mount. This is an enchanted item in mind. And gives him an ability which grants him 20% ward save and 12 leadership when he's casting for 21 seconds. So initial stats on this item, nothing really that crazy. 3 Public Order is fine faction-wide, but 20% damage resistance. 20% damage resistance. For 21 seconds. And this thing only provides ward save. So he gets 25% ward save. Meanwhile, what Gran Pepe gets? 25 physical resistance. I guess 25% ward save would be too much for Gran Pepe. Well, the Valhart was amazing in Warhammer 2, and Warhammer 3 is nothing special. Because they changed how the winds work. It does have 3 different mounts, which will be granted for free in Warhammer 3. Does have missile resistance and magic resistance. Here, this is probably going to be spell resistance. There's a lot of wording that is very off on things, and there's no consistency. Just one moment. multiple teams, you know, janitors, interns and stuff like that. One moment. Hey, Frock. So look at this. Not only he gets a fighting line, he gets a magic line, and he gets unique skills. Meanwhile, Gran Pepe gets dick. Hopefully Gran Pepe will get his unique skills as well. So Fanatic grants him 12 attack and 10 physical resistance. Because his 53 attack with Frenzy is not enough, he needs another 12 attack on top of 10 physical resistance on his first skill. Keep in mind, guys, this is not power creep at all. This guy is so fucking good, I was so pissed when I played it the first time. You can guys watch my Color Solid campaign. I was not very happy about this shit. This was a disgustingly blatant power creep that just made the rest of the Lizardmen just shit because they didn't get the rework. So 12 attack, 10 physical resistance. First skill, just like that. Let's put this guy to 75 melee attack. What Krogar? Krogar is just a pleb. Prophecy of Eradication. Oh shit, look at this. It gets 10% weapon strength, 15 bonus versus infantry. Below the stream, there's a link to YouTube, and we go over the playlist. There's over 200 campaigns you can watch. So 15 anti-infantry, 10% weapon strength. Yet another buff to attack and damage. And even more so, against Skaven, Chaos, Norse, and Beastmen, the whole army gets additional 10% weapon strength. And yes, anti-infantry, damage, attack, resistance, all apply to the Engine of the Gods, which make even Zlak look like shit. And did I mention this guy casts spells as well? Better spells than Lord Mazdamundi. Disciples of Sotek. This is his flavor skill. 20 armor and 8 defense for the skinks. And Bastildon with Arc of Sotek. His red-crested skinks get actually pretty good, which are the shock infantry skinks. Tide of Sotek. Oh, look at this, another flavor skill. 10 leadership and 8 attack for the skinks. So not only they get tougher, but they also fight longer while they take damage, and they hit harder more often. So you get some skink flavor and overtuned Wizard Fighter Lord that has a mechanic, while the other factions don't have anything. I'm not sure if you can pick the left and the right, or you can pick only one. Please tell me you can only pick one, and this guy can't take both. I don't remember. Only one? Thank God, man. I was about to just, you know, get something to drink. 2 public order, all provinces, 30% tax at local province, untainted plus 2 local province, nothing special. Winds of Magic, cheaper winds of cost for a lot of beasts. Replenishment and lower upkeep for the skinks. More skirmish offerings and global recruitment, local recruitment. Yeah, the right side is actually nothing special. Well, you know, it looks like something. It looks like something. I guess it's just a clickbait for a noob bait. For the long game, the left side is amazing, because make the skinks work in the army and make the Tehenwen overpowered. So on top of this nonsense and the Engine of the Gods, he also has access to fighter skills. Fighter skills on an Engine of the Gods, which is, by the way, mount for Skink Priest who doesn't have fighting skills. Unique skills, which makes him obscene, and items at the same time. If this is not the the biggest one, the biggest power creeps ever since the Sisters of Avalon, I don't know what it is. This is just stupid. And I just getting some serious deja vu here about my bitchy mood when this guy got the list, because the Grand Paper was left in the dust, didn't even get the stun skills. So lore of the beast and everything else is pretty much the same. This guy is an overtuned lord with a faction against a unique mechanic, different start, and potentially the best Lizardman faction. It doesn't have as great starting location as the other guys, but that doesn't mean it's worse. The fact you have to work for it and get rewarded while with a ton of shit, while the other guys just get a slightly better initial stuff. This is gonna be way more rewarding. I kinda hated that they made the Henwen better than Lord Mazdamundi and better than Krogar. It's just stupid. I was pissed at the time because the Lizardmen didn't receive a rework while they're getting more content. While this campaign might have looked hard at the time, it was not actually hard. Last requires some planning and not really mistakes and wasted turns. So if you planned and didn't make any mistakes, it was more than fine. This is an overtuned faction with a very strong lord, so probably one of the best factions to pick to play if you decide to play Lizardman. He's the Grom of the Lizardmen. We got Tic-Tac-Toe, which we used to make fun of this guy before we got released. We called him Tic-Tac-Toe Joke. Tic-Tac-Toe Joke, but he's not a joke. He's not a joke, he's actually a pretty fun lord with different flavor, different start location. Great addition to the game. So what does this guy have? He's a skink that rides a pterodon, has a pterodon flavor, which is great. Skink hero start with pterodon mount, right of Zunki, resets the campaign movement range for all armies and characters has been performed. It's actually cool as a cooldown though. Has some of the best line of sight. Pterodon gains unique ability, it's a bombardment. I think additional bombardment. His army gets cheap pterodons, reproductors and caudals, and 10 attack when in foreign territory. How can't Lord Mazdamundi get a cool lord effect like this and not his shitty Temple Guard upkeep production nobody gives a shit about? Like this is just nice. I remember having fun with this faction, although the starter was a little bit slow because of poor economy.
Master of Skies, you are...
So he starts in a desert that is jungle, that is desert but not jungle, and sometimes is desert but not a jungle, and sometimes it bugs a jungle while being in a desert, or something like that. They actually create a second desert when they create this guy. So immediately this faction has the Iris, or instead of tier 4 on tier 3, so you can get the reproductals and the colos earlier. While they used to have this lower, this used to be a tier 3 building, and now they just have the tier 4 one on tier 3 instead. This faction actually, there's a landmark here for pterodons, if you want to have max advance your pterodons. Pterodons might feel like intense to use, a lot of micro and stuff, but they can deliver. They can deliver, especially when they're all buffed. So on the base stats, you know, 4400 health, 30 armor, 8 leadership, 110 speed, 55 attack, 50 defense, 3 feet weapon strength, 75 charge. This guy is immediately flying on a pterodon. It doesn't have a range attack, so it's not really like a pterodon, it's more like a Ripperdactyl. That does have bombardment. He can pick targets. His weapon on rank 1, by the way, public order +3 all provinces, just like that. Leadership +10, the whole army. And possibility Blade of Ancient Skies, when he's flying he gets attack and 20% more damage. Just like that. So if you're gonna have to fly, if you're gonna fight something in the air, that shit is gonna get wrecked, because he's, you know, gonna get a buff. Stats are really solid for rank 1. He does get 20 physical resistance, because, you know, apparently he needs it. 15 missile resistance basic on Lord. Pterodons do cause fear. There's a Wang deployment. And has the bombardment. All the Pterodons get this bombardment. You can see Pterodon Rider, they have their basic drop rocks, and then they have drop rocks of Zotek. Otek or Zotek. So you get additional bombardment. While the fire bullets can build up damage against infantry, the regular Pterodons have a little bit less damage, but they also can build up a lot of damage during a fight. So initially they might be looking like they're dealing with damage very slowly, but as the fight progresses, they're just going to destroy everything. They counter the enemy units that can counter you, and then you just bully them. And this is basically the guy. Good. Mask of the Heavens grants him campaign mood range, perfect vigor, and flying units get 23 armor and 10 defense. This guy also has a defeat trait that grants you stronger Taskmaster, so you get 10% movement range and 10% line of sight. He gets 10 missile resistance, 10 magic resistance here, the usual Lizardmen stuff. He starts only with a skill here, which granted him the bombardment. As a precision strike, when he's attacking, the whole army gets 10 leadership and 5 melee attack when attacking. Which leads into more unique skills. Fearless Leader, he will get additional charge, because, you know, 75 charge is not enough on a single entity, he has to get another 15. 8% hit points, 10% damage. He might be looking like a Pterodon, but it's more like a Ripperdactyl. Aerial Superiority. All Pterodons, Ripperdactyls, and Caudals get physical resistance, speed, and the Pterodons get 25% more ammunition. The mask grants perfect vigor only to him. You would have to say a Lord's army. So just gonna work on the hero. Ares' finest recruit ranks for Pterodons, Ripperdactyls, Caudals, replenishment rate, and more missile strength. Skin Commander grants more to Skin Chiefs, local province, kick, set kick, 4 for the Skin Chiefs. You know, you used to think this would be faction-wide, you know, at this point in the series, but, you know, they kept making guys that they had local province buffs. And the last one grants him the upgraded one, which has additional use. I don't remember if it's stronger, but 2 uses. This is very good against infantry. It does have all the blessings, or at least most of them. Has a melee skill line. Master of the Skies, when he's flying, he will recharge. So basically the big defense and speed buff, it recharges when he's flying. 31 seconds for defense is huge. Puts his defense to 19. With a perfect vigor, it's always going to be 90. So basically just a guy that flies a Pterodon, but it's pretty much a Ripperdactyl. His flavor is a Pterodon Ripperdactyl army, and you want to have the whole army with this. The only one that is not going to fly is most likely going to be one of the heroes. And you're going to be countering the enemy units that can counter you. Destroy them first, and then you destroy everybody else. It requires a little bit of work, but it's satisfying. This faction Tlaqua starts in the western jungles below the Great Desert of Araby. So kind of like a lone spot close to Volkmar. It looks like there might be some other Lizardmen nearby. But definitely really wouldn't mind playing some tic-tac-toe in the future. So many Lizardmen guys, you know, we expect something to be changed regarding the geomantic web and blessed spawnings. Yeah, the Oracles is amazing, but it's a tier 5 hero. Was there anything else here? No. The landmark for Pterodons is in Lastria. So if you play this guy, you might want to prioritize the landmark in the Headhunter jungle. There's a very good Pterodon landmark. And that's it. Here's the Southern Desert Araby is going to be the Western Deserts in the Immortal Empires. It does have this unique right, which has 20 turns cooldown. That's kind of long cooldown. I wish this one had 10 turn cooldown. Can get there easily, but yeah, you up post early game. Kinda wish this one had 10 turn cooldown and that's it. Maybe 10 turn cooldown but higher cost. It'll be a little bit more special if it's lower cooldown. Every 20 turns you get additional turn. The next one is Nakai the Wanderer. The Bok Memer. They tried something else with this guy. What I like to say, this guy came in a DLC with Hans Marshall Expedition.
Never waver.
And most of the development time has been spent on this guy. And on the last day of development, the devs created Nakai. One-day faction. Has a different starting location and different some different race attributes than they plays differently than other Lizardmen. It's a cool lord, but once you start looking under the hood, his skills and everything, it's just really poor. So what do we have here? Jungle Nexus, shared recruitment access using the primary horde as a focal point on which to recruit via the global pool. Spawning of the Ancients, restricted from settlement capture, ownership can instead be transferred to the defense of Great Plan faction for notable benefits. He has a vassal faction, and you know guys what we said about vassals when we started doing this Jibber Jabber series? Back to the drawing board. So this is the Kroxigor Lord, Sacred, the Kroxigor Ancient Legend Lord with the Kroxigor team. His faction effects is Nakai's Horde unlocks units while other hordes use global recruitment to get access to them. Nakai's vassals occupy the settlements conquered, more settlements controlled come with increasing rewards. Recruit rank +3 for Kroxigor Ancients. Yeah, they definitely spend only 1 day of development in this faction. Lord effects. Melee defense +5 for Kroxigors and Sacred Kroxigor units in the Lord's army. And recruitment cost -10% for Kroxigors and Sacred Kroxigor units. Cause, yeah. Giving him an upkeep reduction for Kroxigors. You know, they use this on every single other lord in the game. Would be too much here. So he has cheaper recruitment cost on a legendary lord that is a horde, where upkeeps are everything. They tried something different with this faction and they failed. The only special thing about this faction is a different, shittier Lizardman. And this is not the worst thing. This alone, you know, gets the motor running for some people. I find this lord cool as a fighter, and I expect it's gonna be, you know, another Grimgor, another Kazrak, another Kolek type of lord. But instead, we got huge disappointments. And what's worse, they put their card here next to him as well, who is mainly just made to counter him. So Nakai at least gets something special in Immortal Empires. He is on the other side of the world. And no matter how shit his faction is, I think this is a nice starting location. I've always been fan of these starting locations. This is kind of like the new Last Defenders, but you're going to remember fast the shitty vassal system that just doesn't work in their games, because it's like 20 years old. Something like that. So at least a unique location, which helps. So at the base, he's most impressive. High health, high armor, high leadership, fast, high melee attack, good melee defense, high weapon strength, and who cares about charge bonus in Lenti. He has 50 missile resistance, he causes fear, siege attacker, and has a primal roar, which provides buff to him and some other guys around him. So on the base, very strong. I consider his trade absolute crap. Faction effects even worse. Faction mechanics even triple worse. But at least it's a different experience. This is his item. Enchanted item, 5 defense, 5 ward save, and provides perfect vigor for selves and ally in range, which is a little bit different. For enchanted item is pretty good. Pretty good for an enchanted item. His talisman is absolute dog shit. Magic resistance was actually something in Warhammer 2. Spell resistance on a single entity is trash, and it provides a replenishment on a faction that is a horde, and untainted for a faction that is a horde, because you want to clear untainted for your vassals, because they have trouble, you know, with corruption in their lands. This gotta be one of the worst items in the game. Being a talisman, absolute dog shit. Would have been slightly less dog shit if it was an enchanted item. So hopefully they change the Occam Shard to be something useful. You know, if they want to be nice to Nakai, this should be as following: ward save, movement range, upkeep reduction. Make it happen. Chris asks, where can we find your opinion about all the factions of Warhammer 3? Thank you. I haven't been doing really that. I've been just throwing in things around. I've been waiting for Immortal Empires to talk more about that, Chris. I'll be probably talking like this about Warhammer 3 factions eventually. I haven't played all of them, and I didn't expect the Immortal Empires to take this long, as I would have been doing them a disservice talking about them in a shitty mini campaign. So I was avoiding that. But if you have some questions regarding the factions that I played, I can tell you some things at least. Prince brings victory. The copy passed the Lizardman skill. Has 10% hit points, and for some reason they forgot to give him missile resistance, you know, like he's a big monster on the standard missile resistance skill. His unique skills. Okay, boys. I want to say one thing here about this. Let me open Steam one moment. Nakai the Wanderer was part of the DLC called The Hunter and the Beast. And I kid you not, you have to buy this. You actually have to pay this. This is not a free DLC. This is paid content. Paid content. Okay, that out of the way. So, Nakai the Wanderer, legendary warrior. Leadership aura size plus 20%, character aura leadership effect plus 5. Ooh boy. Let's remind ourselves of what obedience brings victory does. The skill nobody takes on Lizardmen except the AI. Leadership aura size plus 50%, character aura leadership effect plus 5. This is just a generic skill. This is a skill they had the audacity to call Legendary Warrior. I'm getting really thirsty here, boys. Like, some cold whiskey would be nice now. Okay, let's move on. This is a single entity monster. At least good attack and good damage. Charge, who cares on single entities. Second skill, Demon Crusher. 10 charge bonus and 10% weapon strength. How the fuck is somebody a Demon Crusher when they apply more brute force to all the brute force? What the hell the magic attacks, yo? 10 charge bonus on a single entity. And 10% weapon strength. 10% weapon strength is actually very good for him. But this as a unique skill, when you just compare this shit to Henry, for example. To Henry first two skills. 10 charge bonus. If you don't know, this 10 charge bonus will be added to melee attack and weapon strength when he's charging, and it's going to dissipate very fast. So he can do under 2% more damage when he's charging. So this monstrosity, this big, thick, fat crocodile is charging at you to crush you. Break every bone in your body, and he's gonna do plus 2% more damage. In charge. Not even the StarCraft 2 esports guys wouldn't balance shit like this and put in the game. Yet we have this shit here. If they wanted to make this special, they should have at least added a 0 to this Demon Crusher. Charge bonus plus 100. But there are people out there, I heard rumors. And somebody sent me a clip, not a very nice clip, but I still laughed, of a certain streamer with a lot of viewers playing Bretonia and picking on their lord, you know, his knightly lord, and they pick first skill and they pick charge. These people exist. They do. They do. It's not just devs creating this trash, making these bad players, you know, promoting stupidity. They do exist. So, two absolutely horrid, terrible skills. So, let me tell you why this is bad. You can see Legendary Lords that have skills that are usually a combination of 2 or 3 skills combined. You've seen the Henuin, right? You've seen the Henuin. Fucking overpowered shit. Stronger than Krogar, stronger than Lord Mazdamundi. Both lords in one. You've seen the 2 skills, right? So let me show you the generic shit. We already seen the generic shit here. Generic shit here. And then you get generic shit here. So this is one skill. It only buffs Nakai. And this wouldn't be horrible if this 10 charge and 10 weapon strength was applied to the whole army. I was like, when I first saw this skill, I was like, nice, the whole army gets 10 charge and 10 weapon strength. And it was a couple of seconds before it hit me. It's only for Nakai. Right, guys? This should be applied to the whole army. 10 charge and 10 weapon strength. This is a generic skill. 1 point. 10%. This is Nakai the Wanderer. An absolute monstrosity of a lord. legendary skill called Demon Crusher. 10% weapon strength, 10 charge. This is a generic skill, absolute dogshit skill. Single anti-charge is trash. 15 charge bonus. The amount of times I've seen a large entity do a charge and the targets get just knocked down, knocked back, and hit for a fraction of a damage, where out of this 520 weapon strength, maybe 10 to 20% of damage got applied, because 80% went to attack thin air. It might be a little bit better attacking the large entities, like cavalry. But charge on a single entity, this is like way worse than leadership on veteran battle skills. This should be a skill for the whole army. Plus 10 charge, plus 10 weapon strength for the whole army. Not only Nakai 10% strength is okay, but it will finally be a skill worthy of a legendary lord that's supposed to be with Croxigors. 10 charge helps with Croxigors, not amazing, but it helps. And 10% weapon strength is nice on Croxigors. Not this crap here. This is like it is so fucking bad that in my mind, first time I read it, it was for the whole army. That's how bad it is. I just couldn't believe it. It was just for Nakai. Meanwhile, this dog shit they should just delete the whole text here. And I don't know. What could be here, boys? Legendary warrior. Heck, anything than this shit. Give it some attack, give it ward save, give it physical resistance, anything, some ability, anything but this shit. A legendary warrior here, and you look at it, Nakai is very present, indicates that a battle of great importance will soon occur. So, I don't know. They have a legendary warrior present on the battlefield. All other fighters, soldiers, warriors will do better because there's this very important, famous figure on the field. I don't know, make the whole army better on the battlefield or some shit. Don't give me this crap. Come on. They give me this crap here and this exists. This is just generic shit, and this is a legendary lord skill, and they call it a legendary warrior. Followed by something that is so unbelievably bad that I thought it would affect the whole army. There is more. Okay, cold-blooded reflexes, discouraged and fear, terror to this guy. This is not horrible. This guy does have some effects if the enemy is scared. So, terror and discouraged in one, that's acceptable. Maybe not the most amazing thing on a legendary lord, but considering Nakai and you know what he is, you know, this, you know, I think, you know, this fits, you know, I guess acceptable. They have an average skill like this, it's acceptable. He causes fear, and this will give him terror and discourage. Discourage is okay, and does go with stuff like this. And some other stuff. Discourage actually makes fear work. The fear otherwise doesn't really work. It just doesn't. It's too weak. First spawning. The whole army gets 10% speed, and the Croxigors and Saint Croxigors get frenzy. But not Nakai. Wouldn't this be cool for the sake of some variety, and you know, this being a legend lord, that everybody gets friends in the army and not just Croxigors? I mean, you're gonna get Croxigor in this guy anyways, right? Why not just give friends to everybody? Make it a little bit, you know, a little more tolerable with this shit economy. Having a higher quality troops, you know, on rank 10. And this is not bad. This is, you know, what one should expect from a flavor lord like this. And then we got this. Casualty replenishment rate plus 5% Lord's army. Here we go again. Casualty replenishment rate in a Horde army. This is not gonna work unless you're in a Horde territory, in your ally territory. And you get Horde growth plus 3. Cause this faction has such amazing economy. They'll be able to pay 4,000 for a tier 2 building, the most expensive tier 2 building in the entire series. 6,000 for a tier 3, 8,000 for a tier 4, and 10,000 for a tier 5. Because, you know, they're going to need this growth so you can rush these buildings and unlock those expensive units you're not going to afford for 100 turns. And his final skill here, Unbreakable. Ooh, shit! Maybe the Legendary Warrior should be unbreakable in the first place. Look at this, just one skill, Unbreakable. Akai the Wanderer, a legendary Croxigor killing machine. One skill, Unbreakable. Remind me to talk about this one again when we are at Cal France, guys. Unbreakable is not bad for the AI, but this is shit for the player. So you get this cool Bok monster, but he has a really shitty faction and some lazy Legend Lord skills and one really trash item. I really want to like Nakai because, you know, he's different than all the Lizardmen, but this guy makes me really thirsty, and it's like at first, you know, it tastes really good and then you regret it the next day. It really feels like they only spent 1 day developing this faction and the rest of the time was spent on the Empire sub-faction. The basic battle skill for the Croxigor is pretty good. The veteran one is kinda shit because it has leadership on it. Well, he's definitely gonna be a Demon Crusher. He doesn't have magic attacks for some reason. Guess the Lizardmen don't know how to create magical weapons. But the Sacred Croxigors have magical attacks, which will make the demons go poof, 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 poof. Especially on Frenzy and 8 attack from the battle skill. If it doesn't change. This faction being special, in a mix of Pepega and a real special way, will probably still remain in Warhammer 3, because this is probably gonna begging for a rework. And this is a starting location. The starting location is excellent, and I think that's alone will make me give a look at it. I'll probably never play this guy unless somebody requests him. But we'll still check out his faction at the beginning, like we are doing right now. His faction basically creates is a mechanic, the Temple of the Old Ones, which you unlock various bonuses, units, and stuff. And they can't occupy settlements. They create vassal-owned settlements. And does somebody have that? Hold on. I might have it. Oh man. I had a screenshot somewhere. I'll tell you what it said, guys. I'll tell you what it said. It was like, so basically, you create this faction, and you basically feed them settlements, and it gets so fucking bad with the rest of the world because of the how shit are the vassals, that this faction can we actually create right now? Hold on. Okay, so we dedicate a temple here. Doesn't matter which one. So basically this is how Nakai will expand. He will create vassal-owned settlements. And now you have created a vassal. And you can see here, there's a vassal here. The vassals usually start very high on the treaties, but they degrade because they're not happy to being a vassal. And sometimes this bugs. And they're a vassal now, and they can be targeted by other factions. You might work with other factions, but they can still target your vassal for whatever reason. I have seen a picture, somehow, Defenders of the Great Plan, this Diga guy, enters diplomacy in Akai, and declares war on Akai. And you know what he says when he declares war? When they go to war, it says Nakai comes for you. While you're Nakai. That was a screenshot. Vassals, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it was just a bug or some weird shit, but if that happened in my game, holy fuck, that would be uninstall some shit. So you got a mechanic which is different than the generic lizardman. And this is actually good if the vassal system actually worked. So you're at the mercy of randomness and stupid shit. Everything is overpriced, your economy doesn't exist, and to make matter worse, you have different technology, which is just worse technology than the original Lizardmen. I'm not even gonna go through it. Every technology gives you army capacity, army capacity, army capacity, army capacity. Look at this, 5 turns. In 5 turns, you'll get army capacity, army capacity, army capacity, army capacity, but you won't be able to afford another army for like 50 turns. Your buildings are ridiculously expensive, your units cost too much, and you need to literally just sweat and piss blood until you get things up and going. And while you're doing all that, your vassals can break on you. And that's pretty much this faction. Horrid faction, but it has a little bit saving grace. It's special Lizardman faction. Pega special Lizardman for a different experience if you like to put your brick in the drawer and slam it every turn. So we have a free LC, look at this, free LC Gorok. Initially I was worried Gorok would be same as Krogar, but turns out starting as Itza, one of the greatest cities in the game, the greatest Lizardman city, and giving Lord Croak, it's more than enough to justify Gorok's existence in addition to the game. This is probably one of the most noob-friendly factions in the game. If you have never played this game before or never played Lizardman before, this is the guy to play. So this is kind of like a Grimgor version of the Lizardmen fighters, in a way. And what's special about him? Starts in the Southern Great Jungle, Itza. Itza is one of the greatest cities of the Lizardmen. One might say it's even better than the Hexoatl. Right of Resilience, Unbreakable, and Defense bonus for Saurus. Pain DS if he's the AI, so he's kind of scary. He can bully the Clan Pestilence player. Starts the campaign with control of Lord Croak. This is one of the most absurd things in the game. A dead guy that's not dead, it's so powerful that he controls his dead body with powerful magics. Recruit rank +3 for Saurus Scar veterans, upkeep -7% for Saurus units. So whole faction, not just Gorok, gets upkeep reduction, so it's a little bit different than Krogar. So starting location aside, it's already, looks different. But if you just look at the starting location, it's totally different than the Krogar. And, well, this guy has some stuff with the Saurus, is more like, close like Saurus, Defender, Itza, build around Lastria focused gameplay with Lord Croak. 5 defense when in own or friendly territory, and 20% physical defense when defending sieges. So this is kind of a very powerful buff, but situational. Sometimes it might deliver, especially if you capture something, you can attack immediately. but this is not really gonna do anything for you. Just 5 defense for the whole army is all good enough. So a lot of effects, really nothing special. One is extremely situational, although strong, and one is just a generic buff that is basically like strong disciplined. Starts with also some really generic units. I kind of wished he would start with some other units, like Skin Core here. Really, can't really complain about starting units. It's just a little bit boring seeing generic units as starting units. All this talking is making me really thirsty here. I need to get some mineral water after Itza.
Rise.
So you start with Gorok. You start with this guy, Lord Krog, one of the most powerful wizard. He's basically supposed to be the most powerful wizard in the Warhammer universe, but he's dead. So. He's so powerful that he's casting spells from the other side. So you get a Mummy Slan. Mummy, as you know, Mummy. Shit, my accent. So you get this dead Slan that casts spells from another plane of existence, and he's supposed to be the most powerful wizard of all, and they did deliver good here with him. So Itza already, look at this, very similar if not identical to Hexotl. Strong garrison, strong position, tier 2, strong city. Started with a tier 2, you can immediately look Crusaurus, and there's gold here, there's also 2 landmarks. So you got a great city here. Just if there was just gold here, it's just a good city. Gorok himself, generic units. The Lord is a strong fighter. It kind of reminds me on a little bit. It's kind of like Grimgor, but a little more on the defensive side, while still has good offense. If that makes any sense. Over 5,000 health, 100 armor with a silver shield, high leadership. Average speed, 45 attack, 6 defense. So you can see attack is just above average for Legend Lord, but defense is high. 450 weapon strength, and it's armor piercing mainly. He has 15 physical resistance. Just let's give him like rank 1, 15 physical resistance. Let's make him a little bit ethereal. Why not? Why not? Demons have 20 physical resistance, this guy gets 15. Like, he doesn't like he has 100 armor, over 5,000 health, silver shield, 60 defense. Yeah, let's give him some 15 physical resistance. Why not? Just, you know, random stuff. Has 15 missile resistance on top of that. Expert charge defense. Not really relevant that. Even psychology, not relevant there. Relevant that. And look at this. To the death. If this guy drops below 50% health, he gets 8 attack and 4 leadership. His AI is a little pain in the ass. As cold-blooded and has, look at this. It's not enough he gets to the death, 15 physical resistance, this impressive stats, but he gets even another ability. So he gets Rock of Itza, 9% vigor restore, and oh, look at this, another 40% physical resistance for 24 seconds. It's not a terrible duration for himself. Cooldown is not that long. Can I get your opinion, Nakari? What do you want to know about Nakari? As a lord or as the faction? I think Nakari is pretty amazing. It's like literally the fastest lord, super deadly. Just don't let him get shot by range. His faction is Demons of Chaos, so it's pretty bare bones, like all other Demons of Chaos. But the seduction mechanic is amazing. He has the best starting location on the Realm of Chaos, if you ask me. seduction mechanic alone is very powerful.
Oh my
While
god.
Demons of Chaos are bare bones factions.
Holy shit. What
The Slanesh factions hit hard, and they always outnumber the enemy. Well, nearly always. So you're just going to hit the enemy hard and with a lot of stuff. It's the Seducer's Nature, my favorite faction in the Realm of Chaos campaign. So this guy gets extra abilities, extra stats for no reason. I mean, he has 100 armor, silver shield, high health, and he gets 50 physical resistance. Can anybody explain this to me? And he has missile resistance on top. Somebody explain this to me, how somebody said okay to this. This is rank 1, by the way. So, he's really tough. As the AI, he's huge pain in the ass, and he has only 2 abilities on rank 1. Has pretty nice stats. Okay, let's go into skills. Keep in guys, this guy was a free ELC. You know, this is some kind of program CA does, so people don't complain about too much DLC. I don't think it works anymore, but you know, they make this free ELC stuff. Warhammer 3 free ELC so far is dog shit, but you know, they keep doing it. They're gonna give you free units for other factions. Nice. What, 3 units, right? Because you know, they totally didn't take them out from these original factions. So we used to get Legendary Lords as free ELC. Now we get what do you call it? Peanut shells. We used to get nice peanuts. Some of them were like higher quality, but now we get peanut shells. This is because of UI scaling. So he got the weapon here. I remember initially his weapons, his items kind of sucked, but they changed that. Well, I'm allergic to peanuts. Oh no, I feel sorry for you. Can't eat peanut butter. Damn. You're missing out. Mace of Ulumak, 18 physical resistance on a weapon. Like, what? What? He has 15 physical resist, and you're giving his weapon another 18 physical resist? I mean, it not really is a weapon, but stat, but sure, I'll take it. 33% physical resistance. You don't have magical attacks, you're fucked. His ability is a long cooldown, short duration, which I don't like. I rather prefer passive effects like attack and damage, so they didn't really deliver on the second effect. That 18 physical resistance kind of saves this item, but as a weapon it's not great. This is a bad example of a weapon. While that 18 physical resistance saves it, but it doesn't make no sense for a weapon. Shield of Eons. 15 armor for 100 armor lord, and 35 resistance for 100 armor lord. And look at this. Allies and him in range get 60 armor, expert charge defense. They probably use their best and brightest to create this item. At least you can salvage items now in can you salvage unique items? Just put some Helm of Discord or some shit on this guy and forget this exists. This is a horrible item. Horrible, horrible item. Like, compare this to Helm of Discord. And Helm of Discord is actually gonna be useful for a lord like Gorok. So you can't even salvage it, damn. Let's put him to a very high armor, so if you like stacking armor, you can stack a lot of armor Gorok. But it makes no sense. Oh, look at this. He gets Obedience Bring Victory. It's better than Legendary Warrior that Nakai has. He's Saurus, so he does have the Honored Elder. His unique skills. Oh, why not? Let's give 5 more physical resistance and perfect vigor. Why not open with good stuff? Well, 5 physical resistance is really not a big deal, but he already has a lot of physical resistance. Perfect vigor he might acquire different ways, but unlocking it early on is nice. Means his stats are gonna remain true. Then he gets 10 more melee defense, cause 60 defense is not enough. He's gonna have 70 now, cause, you know, we can't have Tretch have 7 defense, over a Legendary Lord of Lizardmen. 50 magic resistance used to be good, cause magic resistance and physical resistance make ward save. Now magic resistance is gonna be spell resistance, which is shit on a single entity. So this guy kinda got worse in Warhammer 3. Used to basically turn his physical resistance into ward save. Look at this. Physical resistance 10% for Saurus and melee defense +7 for Saurus in the Lord's army. This is disgusting. This is sickening. So, chunky, bulky, ridiculous base infantry gets tougher and gets 10 defense. Just like that. Let's give it 10 defense. Because, you know, 5 would not be enough. 10 defense, just like that. And this works on the blessed ones. Like, what the fuck? You can let it go AFK and this guy gonna win a fight for you. Unflinching. Ability, merely a fresh wound replaces to the dead. So, when his hit points drop, he gets attack. Leadership, but because leadership is not enough, he also gets unbreakable. Yeah, because, you know, somebody didn't play this game, so they don't know, you know, how the game works. This one is actually hit points graded. Disable if hit points graded. It's when he is above 50%. Now this one is on the low health. I'm not this is confusing. I got confused by this many times myself. So when he drops below 50% health, he gets massive attack and unbreakable. This leadership might do something if he had frenzy, maybe. But it makes no sense he gets both leadership and unbreakable. Almost like unbreakable was added later. Mighty Opponent, 10 attack and terror. Way better than what Nakai gets. Discourage and terror. All this courage will make the fear work. But hopefully this is fixed in Warhammer 3. Did they fix it in Warhammer 3? Didn't want to fix in Warhammer 2 even at this point. Terror but no fear. And the last one gives him 8% health and regeneration. Like, this is just amazing. This is fucking incredible. It doesn't have a dinosaur mount like other guys, but it makes Nakai look horrible. The only bad thing I remember about Gorok, his quest battle is broken on Legendary. Nobody tested that shit. You have to have a specific army to actually complete it. No mount is no big deal with this stuff. I mean, this thing alone, look at this. 10 defense for Saurus and Temple Guard. 10 defense! And that's a unit that can also get 9 ranks of experience. And you wanna see another thing? Look at this. When he's in own or friendly territory, another 5 defense. So Saurus get 15 defense without any experience. Nothing. No experience. And there's a technology here, 5 defense for Saurus. Unless you have some explosions or range, good luck killing this shit. The rest of it is pretty much generic Lizardmen stuff, but Gorok as a base is amazing. Amazing capital, amazing position. Has Lord Croak. It starts in the heart of Lastria. This is just incredible shit. It's like... it's different than the rest, and it has a different southern location. And if that was not enough... you get Lord Croak, a legendary Slan hero. Rank 1 guy, and he has a couple of items. Not many, just a couple of items. The whole army where this guy is gets 10 leadership, you get growth and untamed in the local province. Over 7,000 health, 45 armor, is unbreakable. You're basically undead Slan version. 50 missile resistance. 55 magic resistance. Is vulnerable to fire because he's a mummy, like one of the Tomb Kings. He has a set of items. Gives the Lord ward save. The whole army gets spell resistance. Has a massive debuff on the enemy attack. Because, you know, Gorok giving his army massive melee defense, and then Lord Croak debuffing half the enemy army with the melee attack, you know, your army is gonna get hit. Some of these items are very good, some of them are nothing special, but the fact he gets all of them on rank 1 is incredible. The fact you start with this is ridiculous. Lord Croak has the small boom, has the boom, and the big boom. And if you've never ever seen this before, the booms, I have a clip from this very campaign, which you can watch. I think the last time we played with this faction, we played this is Total War style campaign, and we completed a victory in like under 100 turns or something. Let me load this shit. This guy is so fucking powerful that you should not be intimidated by the numbers in the early game. Especially after a couple initial skills are released. While this shit is loading, let's talk about what he has here. He has a bubble buff, which you can put around him or close to him, which provides units 40% damage resistance for 18 seconds. This thing can have a lower cooldown, so you can use it more often. So you see a position of the map where there's about to hit by a big spell, a big charge, or somebody's under pressure. Put this thing on and they stop dying or taking damage at all. Clip is... one moment, and there it is. Can't really find things on Twitch, but there's a third-party site that is more effective than Twitch at showing clips. I don't know how that's possible, but it is. There it is. So this is basically a start of the campaign. You can see the campaign just started. We are vastly outnumbered against Clan Pestilence. And this is the Lord Croak with a big boom. I was surprised the game didn't crash here. Let's see that again. Just like that, the whole army just poofed. And yes, you get this in rank 1, boys. You don't have to complete any quests or anything. You got the small booms, a medium boom, and the big boom. And you can also reduce their costs. So, this is the Slan hero. You basically put him in the army. You can also get replenished troops at the start of the game. Oh shit, will I pick training or will I pick replenished troops? Oh man, I feel sorry for people who pick training here. Oh man, we just started the campaign. Maybe we should train our troops so they get stronger. 30 experience per turn to use serving the parent army. Oh damn! So you put him in the army and you start bullying everybody with him. So as you can see, a very familiar copy-paste skill tree usually the Slan gets. It does have some other stuff like, look at this. All army gets 5% ward save on 10% physical against the Sauros. Yeah, let's get some more stuff. Basically, he has a nice skill set. You put this guy in an army where you want to totally destroy the enemies. Some standard generic Slan shit plus Deliverance of Itza and, you know, the usual Slan stuff. They tried to do something with some hero actions, but nobody gives a shit about that when you have somebody who destroys entire armies with a couple of buttons. So Gorok probably gonna be the same. There's a little bit more room here, I think now. Slightly more room, less enemies. There are Bretonians now here. Arcartis to the left. I can totally see Gorok going into Clan Pestilence to secure the southern Lastria, maybe Confederate the Tehenuan. Tehenuan as the AI in Warhammer 2 sucked really bad. So you don't really want Clan Pestilence to get out of control. You definitely want to destroy Clan Pestilence as fast as possible because they're gonna be annoying everybody with the plagues. So that's Itza for you. Nothing special, just Lord Croak and a different starting location with a different lord. This was the Lizardmen Lord number 6, and there is the number 7, Oxiotl. Well, I might have sounded like I didn't like some of the stuff with this guy. It just the logic of how the missions were assigned make no sense. I really consider this guy the best Lizardman faction because how he plays and how fun a long game can be with this guy. And I think one of my first Lizardman campaigns in Immortal Empires will be with this guy. This is another Lizardman faction. I guess you can say there are two of them, I don't count Nakai, that have unique mechanics and not just some plain stuff. So this is a Chameleon Stalker Skink, Legendary Lord. He lived in the Warp, in where the demons are. He higher hunts demons. He has special flavors with this. Silent Sanctums. Unlock long lost sanctums in any visible region to grant Oxiol local bonus and secret visibility. I love this. I love this. It's basically Undercities with no downside. Take that, Skaven. Visions of the Old Ones. Receive missions to thwart chaos activity around the world in return for blessed spawnings and other rewards. It kind of sucked here. This were off trying to complete the campaign, but don't get me wrong. This is actually a lot of fun if you are playing a long campaign. A lot of fun because how this guy works. Suitable climates, all just like that. Demons, red in the desert. This guy can live everywhere. He doesn't even need to drink water. He can eat rocks to survive. Upkeep minus 25% for Chameleon Skinks units, all armies. And we're still under faction fix, guys. There is more. Additional 1 plus 1% speed and missile damage per experience rank for all Skink infantry. Additional plus 1 melee attack, melee defense, and leadership for experience rank for all Skink infantry. So on top of the base benefits from veterancy, these units get faster and stronger from experience. So this is Lord Mazdamundi. These are his faction effects, some of the worst in the game. And this is paid DLC, power creep, wall of green text, and actual fun mechanic. His Lord effect says immune to diplomatic penalties for trespassing. This sounds a little bit odd at first, but you have to understand how he plays. Has access to masterful ambush stance, requiring less movement range to adopt and with a reduced detection chance. Basically, he has the Beastman hide, and good luck finding him. Armor piercing missile damage plus 50% for all skin infantry units in his army. So 50% more armor piercing missile damage. And when fighting against Beastmen, Chaos and Norska, his army gets triple experience. Look at all this green wall of text here, like what in the shit? These are the Chameleon Stalkers. It's kind of shock infantry that shoots first and then start attacking the enemy. They work. And these are the Chameleon Skinks. Usually use a combination of all the Skinks, the Chameleon Stalkers, red crested ones, and the Skinks. If you're lazy, you just use the Chameleon Skinks. And for the lols, you get Saurus Warrior Shields for some reason. Let's go into the campaign to show a little bit more. I think this guy is the most fun for a long Lizardmen campaign, and I will be definitely doing one in the Mortal Empires with this guy. And the faction effects don't really say why. You get a little bit hints which are weird, but you really see it later. So this is Oxyodel. This is the frozen city. So this is your own city. And look at this nonsense. There's an undercity. With various benefits. Unique buildings. One of the things that I really like that I will show you here. What was the one? Patrols. Oh my god, I love the patrols. So basically, anybody traveling in this region might get ambushed by an army, and you get to fight it. I fucking love this. And you place these things around. This is their vision of the old ones.
The plots of
Okay, go away.
Some chaos. Once you have identified.
So you get a resource, and then you can create more of this, and you can travel around this as well. We can't really show this because we don't have it somewhere in the world. But you get missions like this, you get a currency for it, some kind of buffs, money. And Oxyotl can literally travel around the world. You can travel around the world. So he might be here in the Chaos Wastes, in Mortal Empires. He starts down here, but he's not here. He's not here. He's everywhere. And nobody's safe. And he builds invisible cities under your cities, some kind of sanctums, which nobody can get rid of. And they have special benefits. All enemies of these guys are fucked. And I think this guy has a lot of fun potential for a long campaign. This being one of the final DLC, of course, what would the final DLC and 7th Legend Lord of Lizardmen be? Unless he gets, some serious power creep. As in, look at this turn 1, and you get pretty much a tier 4 hero, which is kind of like a tier 5 hero. Increase mobility, ability, one of the best. Look at the stats. This is rank 1, by the way. Starts on a dinosaur. Always rides a dinosaur. Rank fucking 1 gets a dinosaur that shoots poison and can fight in melee. Siege attacker, by the way, as well. This is just rank 1. Skink Oracle. Increase mobility. And there is more. There is more. This thing has access to healing, Flock of Doom, and Life Bloom. If this shit is still present Oxyotl on rank 1, turn 1, is gonna be kinda absurd. This thing is available on turn fucking 1. Meanwhile, Krogar gets Skink Priest. Skink Priests are amazing, but how can you compare this shit? As a unique trait, Lore Master. 10% speed, all units in army, I forgot about that. Magic item draws plus 15%, research rate plus 10%. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here, what the hell? All army gets faster, 10% faster. So you get fun missions. Oxyotl can travel around the map. You get amazing mechanic. I would consider this one of the best mechanics. Heck, other than the Beastman Hearthstone, this gotta be the best mechanic from Warhammer 2. The best one. And you just tell around. So you basically get some gems. Where do we get even this mission? A vision of the old ones. This guy has to deal with Krag and get 8 Sanctum gems. Krag. And where do they say this Krag is? So he travels to him, huh?
No.
Okay. And remind me, guys, this travel is once a turn, right? I'm not confuse this with something else. This is once a turn, right? I only played this faction once. You can travel once every turn, right? Oxyotl has already traveled this turn, so you can travel once every turn. So you basically can travel once a turn. Fucking hell, this is incredible. This is amazing. And you think as you travel the map and you're gonna have territories you can defend, but the Silent Sanctums, oh man. And I think the way this guy fights is also very rewarding as well. Some people gonna find it tedious and they might not like this type of fighting, but personally I like it. Nothing really exceptional stat-wise, but this guy is a sneaky harasser, so the stats are just right. He also fires magical ammunition. Has 40 missile resistance, and is fast. He really wants to shoot, but he has some melee capabilities as well. I think this one of these abilities as well is also that makes him range pretty good as well. He can get sniped so he doesn't break his hiding. You even get more unique shit here. His weapon grants him range, roll time reduction, missile strength, and another ability. Similar, like it's a pretty good range flavor type of weapon. Like as much you can get for range, it's pretty good. Demon Bane. I'm not sure if you get more of these things here or this acquires him. I don't remember exactly, but this might be just for him. So as a okay range item. The ranged lords, you know, are not as great as the other types, but they work if they have the right stuff. I think this is for him. Slow death, draining hit points, slow death ammunition. So it looks like this unlocks special stuff here. Special stuff here, which you can assign to the army. So nothing really special on top. Ancient knowledge. So for some reason they decide to give him this on the first skill. Remember legendary warrior? Look at this shit. His core mechanic gets passive resource gain every single turn. Research rate plus 15%. Unit experience gain per turn 150. Actually gets proper training. Actually gets proper training. And it's not like his army is not gonna get good experience, but he actually gets proper training. And he gets the good technology tree with already 2 starting technologies. God damn, this guy is just amazing. Immune to psychology when fighting against Warriors of Chaos Beast with Norska for the army, so they're not gonna be affected by fear. How is this even relevant on these units? Let's see. This unit has 65 leadership. Somewhat relevant because they take damage. 62, yeah, relevant. They do have frenzy as well, but they get immune psychology there. This is as a tier 1 is a little bit too much if you ask me. But this one's going to his army as well. Untamed plus 4 local province, so according to his anti-demon chaos stuff, and the chaos will lose 8 leadership in the local region when this guy's around. If they're susceptible to fear, this actually might do something. There's also Lizardmen followers which can lower leadership first, even more. I'm guessing this one will be maybe they add demons on the list as well. The hidden nuisance. Greatly reduced chance of being detected while in ambush stance. Read that as, yeah, you will not find this guy. Attribute unspottable for chameleons units. So basically what this will do, those chameleon stalkers will get right pretty much in the enemy face. They're gonna do their range attack and they're gonna do charge. And even the AI sometimes will not be able to countercharge, so they shoot you and they charge you at the same time. Skinks get snipe, but they don't have unspottable. So they have short range, so the sniping not gonna work most of the time. You kind of wanna, if you ask me, combine stalkers, chameleon skinks, and red crested skinks for this guy. Makes a very good combo. Explorer of Lost Worlds unlocks hero recruitment skink oracle all provinces. He only has 1, and that's a tier 4 thing. So capacity is a thing. Lowers the upkeep on the Troglodyte, Kotal, and Skink oracle units in his army, and grants missile resistance to these units as well. Nothing really special, but yeah, no, bonuses are still bonuses. He kind of, you know, tries to put you into that direction to use some of this stuff. Behind enemy lines. Casual replenishment plus 5% when in foreign territory, Lord's army. So he has some kind of base replenishment when in foreign territory. Keep in mind he will not be trespassing and he'll be able to travel around the world, teleport. He can teleport, so you'll get missions. Let's say you get a mission here, and mission here. Auxiliary can teleport there. And then he can teleport to any sanctum. He can teleport, I think, to any sanctum and any location, mission where he's supposed to do things. So he's just gonna appear out of nowhere, gank somebody, and then he can teleport to any sanctum on the map. And he can teleport once every turn. Sometimes with this, you actually just min-max progression with this guy as well. The fact he has these objectives also always gives him something to do, which is also like a form of snowball. Missile damage plus 10% when in foreign territory, global capacity plus 2, and melee attack plus 8 when in foreign territory for the whole army. So the whole army gets more damage and melee attack. Goes well with his composition. Not every sanctum. I forgot about this one. So it's home sanctum and one that has a special building. Right, Cookies. Right. Okay, so there's one downside there. But still, you'll be able to travel between the missions and create bases around as well. Yeah. Capital and special building. The Long Revenge. Campaign movement range plus 50% for the Lord's army. Ammunition plus 50% for all Skink infantry units in the Lord's army. Vigor loss reduction minus 50% for Skink and Chameleon Skinks infantry units in the Lord's army. And he gets perfect vigor. Remind me again, what does Nakai get on his last kill? This guy's not even a horde, by the way, but he kind of seems like can work as a horde because he can travel around. Nakai gets one line of text that says Unbreakable. While this guy gets... yeah. His campaign movement range plus 20% is gonna be 3 times Route Marcher in Warhammer 3. This guy is, I think, pretty fucking amazing. For a long game Lizardman... And I think his location kind of looks even better in Immortal Empires. This kind of put him into a position where he might be constantly under siege, unless you decide to destroy these factions, because this is a faction that can play tall. Can basically just be like you play like a superhero, like vigilante. You make friends, you make enemies, and you have a secret hideout, and you hunting the bad guys. You can help other factions, you can ally with other factions, and you can just hunt the bad guys. And look at this, he's down here. They put him in a good position because this guy might not even want to expand. If his mechanic continues to be the same in Warhammer 3, this guy might not even want to expand. He has his secret place, he has secret bases, and he hunts the bad guys. You can expand with this guy, but you can also just stay small as well. Who do we have next? Oh, we got the Dark Elves. We're gonna take a short break, boys, and then we're gonna talk about the Dark Elves. Be right back.
Will be mine.
Be back, boys. So, Dark Elves. I like all the elves, but the Dark Elves are my least favorite. We're only a third group of factions, huh? So, what to say about the Dark Elves? I find the Dark Elves to be a high quality faction, almost as powerful as the High Elf faction, considering everything. But the way their faction develops through the game, it feels like I don't know. Me personally, kind of feels like a little bit cheap. Developers have created this slaves system that's supposed to be, you know, assigned to provinces, but they forgot to put a cap of the slaves to the provinces, so you can just take proper cap to the slaves to the province. You can stake everything in a big province, which gives you an amount of income that I don't think it was intended. And that was basically a normal way to play Dark Elves, and it. You know, for me, it's taken a little bit out of the game, and personally, I find them a little bit less so because of that than the High Elves. How the dark high elf economy works is basically high tax income and trade. Well, this one is, you know, you're basically the main warmonger on the map, the real evil faction in the world. So what do we have around the Dark Elves? They, like I said, Dark Elves are still elves. I still like them, but they're my least favorite elves. They can create beautiful formations, but you know, as the name suggests, they're Dark Elves, so they're evil. So if you want to play evil warmongers and the Slave Empire, this is the faction for you. Some of their lords are big miss, I would find, and the overall unit uses kind of feel like you fall in the same trap with as the high elves. You tend to favor the range more than anything. But this is, you know, like from player to player. You don't have to use just the range. It's like a trap with all the elves. You just go reactive range armies and ignore everything else the faction has to offer. What does this faction have? The best thing about this faction, all these are first race attribute, Black Arcs. I'm a fan of playing an evil faction, conquering everybody, and Dark Elves have a good feeling about this. Black Arcs, powerful naval units that can replenish forces, recruit new units and forces, and bombard battles within range. This is basically by far the strongest thing about the Dark Elves. And also one of the worst things about Dark Elves. And why? Because the AI can't use it well. So I don't think the Dark Elves ever had the potential, you know, to be there with the High Elves other than a position and just a sheer superpower build in the corner. Because the Black Arcs can never be utilized well by the AI. And this type of issue is always going to exist. So you get this basically novel-only Lord that has really powerful bonuses, and it's basically, think of it as a mobile military base. Mobile military base that is really cheap, and it makes the faction terrifying. This thing allows the Dark Elves to dominate the seas, terrify the coasts, and just, you know, spread their evil ways. But the AI cannot use them well. Situationally position them well for good bombardment, that works. Situationally recruit from them, that works. The AI has no access to global recruitment because Dark Elves have no global recruitment, which automatically makes the Dark Elf AI weak. If you've ever seen Dark Elves AI spam a lot of low tier units, it's because they have no global recruitment. So the Dark Elf AI is severely restricted compared to other Legendary AI. Legendary AI is strong partially to global recruitment. And the Dark Elves have no global recruitment. I don't know if they can ever fix this type of AI behavior regarding unique mechanics and playstyle like the Dark Elves have. But if they can't, I think I would be okay if they allow the Dark Elf AI to use global recruitment. That's probably the only thing that's stopping this faction to be truly terrifying, other than using Black Arcs to attack the coast. What is going on here? Timeouts? One moment.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Timeout. Was a 101st timeout. Thank you, Cake. So Black Arcs, amazing. Absolutely love this. Is also what makes Dark Elves so powerful. The AI cannot use them well, and they have no global recruitment, so they get crippled. So something can be done about this regarding the AI, but for the player, it's just simply amazing. Slaves, oh boy, I don't like the slave system, and not because the slaves are bad, but no, because it's terribly balanced system. Slaves make the Dark Elves feel cheap, I mean, the empires built on slavery are the best empires because, you know, they can profit the most with a lot of workforce. But the way they've done it in the game, it feels off. And it's been bothering me since day one. I'll explain the best way to utilize slaves, and I will try to explain how the AI, the devs try to make this, you know, probably how they planned it to be used. We'll talk about this when we get in the game. And Murderous Prowess, I don't like Murderous Prowess. It's just a shitty ability. I think the Dark Elves should get some control over this. Maybe 3 different stages of it, as the people get killed in battle on both Dark Elf side, and on the other side you get to activate these abilities. This situationally is horrible shit ability, and sometimes it can mean a difference between you winning or losing a fight, and it's not reliable. And the thing you can rely on stuff like this or put it into any type of strategy calculation or thing is gonna help you, it's just not good. It might work in multiplayer, I don't know, but I find Murderous Prowess to be a terrible ability. It's supposed to make the Dark Elves really scary on the battlefield as both sides take casualties, which it happens, but it's situational and random and out of your control. And I think something should be done about that as well. What exactly, who knows, maybe just build up casualties and then you activate stuff. I don't like it, it's random and you have no control over it. I rather accept some kind of passive buff on the units if they get some kills. Like Khorne has an ability, it activates some abilities as the unit gets kills. Why can't the Dark Elves have an ability that activates if they get like 40 kills? I think that would already be way better. So this is one of the main factions of Dark Elves, Naggarond, not to mistake it with the continent, which is Naggaroth, led by the Malekith, which is really a menace. This guy is supposed to be one of the most terrifying evil characters of the universe, right? And he kinda is, depending what state of the game you look at it. Sometimes he's unstoppable and sometimes he just gets bullied. Malekith gives a percentage of XP earned to other lords. So it's apparently a red thing, but I don't find the red thing in a long campaign as great. Has a 30 bonus relations with Cult of Pleasure. Cult of Pleasure is led by his mother, Morati, who is basically trying to exploit a chaos influence to her benefits, but she herself is being exploited, the way I see it.
I seek my birth.
So she's kind of like a chaos faction. Loyalty +2 for new recruits. The loyalty system, you know, exists with this faction. That is not really mentioned. It's a resource to manage on the characters, make them happy with the various actions. And it's pretty much basically an event where you want to try to profit, and unless the campaign is going really bad, it's the negative sides are irrelevant. Increased chance of loyalty loss for lords of higher rank than Malekith. Malekith is crazy, is a very powerful fighter and wizard, and he's gonna be leveling no problem. The first two, the first one is kinda, it says it's a negative, but I consider this a positive. While the fourth one is situationally bad if your campaign has gone to shit. Have you ever had trouble with loyalty? Yes. Clan Rictus campaign, campaign went really bad and was a bad time for the Skaven, and there was some bad stuff going on. The loyalty can only go bad if the campaign is going really bad. So you get punished for, you know, having massive setbacks or doing poorly. His effect is upkeep -50% for Blackguard of Naggarond, Dread Spears, Bleak Swords, and Dark Shards. What is the bonus on Grand Pep again? Just Temple Guards, right? He also starts a unit of Blackguard Nagaron, which is one of this faction's best units. Starts with the Rip Bolt Throwers, which is the Dark Elf artillery unit. Pretty nice to have this in the starting army. And a unit of Cold One Chariots, a specialized chariot unit. We'll talk more about when we get in. This faction in Warhammer 3 starts in pretty much same location, but it's a little bit different. It appears there is a little bit more room, but there are also dwarves close, which I don't think you need to worry about AI dwarves unless they're going to be overtuned. And Alitanar is closer. Alitanar is actually can be a problem to deal with for Malekith, because Alitanar AI is made either to get stuck somewhere, from my experience, or cause devastating casualties at least in one of the fights. And the drowns are a little bit closer. I think Malekith is in a very good spot. It's going to all depend how the White Dwarf does.
You rule over a splintered people. Your realm is in decay. And there are many vile creatures who will attempt to stop your advance. They
updated the map. Let me see. Total. So the Chaos champion is Valka the Bloody. Her model looks pretty amazing. We'll check out the trailer and let's play when its releases probably tomorrow. So, starting positions. Right, this is a little bit better map. Yeah. This is a map from the Reddit. So this is where Malekith starts. There's a sea lane immediately here. Huh? This is basically representing the undersea the Dark Elves use, right? So this is gonna benefit this faction greatly. And this faction has access to Black Arcs, which gives me an amazing feel about Dark Elves in Immortal Empires. I think an inclusion of a larger world, more water, and the sea lanes makes Dark Elves very happy camper. The Valkia is right to north. I guess somebody had to be down up there. This would be Norsk up there. This is pretty much incredible for Dark Elves, the sea lanes. This one. Okay, so Malekith's pretty much gonna start with Nagaron again. Nagaron is a basically Dark Elf capital. It has some special buildings. Malekith has special benefits, abilities as well. The overall Dark roster is kind of like built around variety minus the healing compared to the High Elves. They can do several things. They can favor range, they'll go with a balanced mix, or favor melee as well. They can do both. They're a high quality roster. You just don't have access to stuff like healing though. So you do have potentially more devastating damage. It just doesn't really work well with Murderous Prowess, if you ask me. While from my experience, most of the time the Murderous Prowess was activated on time, it was always overkill, one-sided scenario. And we actually needed it, it felt like too random. So before we get into Malekith, let's talk about a little bit about the slave system and what's wrong with it. So Dark Elves capture slaves. They're a slave nation. They use slaves, and every province has a questionable capacity for slaves. There's no option to turn off tax, and you have option to receive slaves, receive additional slaves, and no more slaves. Let's say, for the sake of this discussion, you had another province here, and you had 3 more icons here. You can, in a second province, say no more slaves, and send all slaves to Iron Mountains. The slave capacity is limited by the size of the Iron Mountains, but where the devs kinda messed up the system they tried to push is they added one too many zeros, in my opinion. So the scaling of the slave income is off by probably a 0. So basically what this means, the Dark Elves have access to highly abusable, stackable income. And it is, of course, a form of min-maxing strategy game after all. And this being an evil faction that's supposed to spread terror, I think it was fitting for most part, even if it felt make the field economy a little cheaper. Because you want to have a terrifying military presence on the campaign map. And to do that, you need a crazy economy. It's gonna be a little bit different now with supply lines being only 4%, not 15%. So I think they're going to be reworking the slave economy. And how it worked right now, you basically get a settlement, you upgrade a settlement, you get more room for slaves. You expand, you get a settlement, you upgrade a settlement, you get even more room for slaves. To the point where a province like the Iron Mountains, a full region province, can have over like 17,000 slaves. And the income scales on the number of the slaves and the number of buildings buffing the income on the slaves on top of like 5 other things. You had this building called the slave keeping. And in every minor settlements you get the base one, and in a capital you get the big one. And this is basically the main way to get the income going. So you specialize the slave provinces to maximize the slave income. And if you were like very effective at it, I'm guessing even by turn 40 or 50, you could have Iron Mountains fully built, secured by the borders, generating over 50,000 income. If you were like really effective. They did nerf growth a bit, so maybe need a few more turns, but you get see the point. So you stack everything, and a province started making additional up to like 30-40,000. There's actually provinces in the game that can make over 100,000 income, because they added a hero later that can also basically prevent the slave decline, because the slave do die over time and they decline, and you can fill more provinces. Where this system doesn't work and where it feels cheap is the fact that you have all these information, properties, income and stuff like that. The downside is public order, but it's not a big downside in a large province, especially a capital that has public order available. Heroes can also change this as well. So basically the scaling is off in a way where the capacity for slave is too high, and makes literally spreading slaves throughout the empire to manage the public order. There's no downside to public order. First thing first, the public order system just doesn't work. Control doesn't work. As it gets slower, it gets higher. But the slaves are supposed to have a downside. As the public order goes bad, it creates a rebellion. Some of the slaves turn into rebels, and you lose lots of slaves, lots of income. But as the public order gets worse, it improves, so it doesn't rebel, and the Dark Elves have it easy. There's no downside, even without building stuff like, Black Tower of Malekith for public order, or the arena. And it feels so cheap to stack the slaves. and the worst thing is it feels like intended, and the capacity was off. So I think there was a screenshot where they are trying to change this. They're trying to change this. Was it a screenshot or was it a video? Let me just see this. Let's go back to it and check it out. So you would stake all the slaves in a couple provinces and make so much money. You would create unstoppable military on top of the Black Arcs, and you would be unstoppable. Totally trivialize the whole game. Of course, you can use the argument where you don't have to do that, but the system works like that. If you try to build one market and no markets in other ones, it makes no sense. Just think about it, you're trying to create a slave market. Where did the Romans have most slaves? In Italy. They didn't, the Greeks, where they had the most slaves? In Greece. They didn't had most of their slaves in their colonies or where they were trying to expand. So doesn't make no sense to move slaves around in large amounts to keep the slave economy constantly trying to grow it. Instead, all your slaves go into your core provinces where you'll generate the most income. Works in the real world, works in the game. And any other way, it feels like you're constantly trying to develop something that might start generating income that will never come. So in that regard, the system doesn't work. So they needed to modify the capacity for the slaves, and I think they did. Let me just find the video. There was some kind of video where they kind of got leaked. Was the developer video? Yeah. Just one moment. Clear the loot history. I don't think I can show this on Twitch. Damn YouTube showing porn these days. Okay.
Hi everyone.
Okay. This is that video, and as you can see, this is locker, and I think
players. So
you can see some stuff here.
Lockyer.
So you can see on the top, there's the slaves seems to be now tied differently.
Players lock the Cathayan ports along the east coast of Cathay.
You can see 200, 850. So something has changed regarding capacity. You can see here 2000 here. It looks like capacity has changed. Hopefully by changing capacity they also changed the modifiers, because if the capacity have just decreased exponentially, the modifiers will be hard to keep up. So this the original idea might actually start working now, but it might require a lot of effort from the player side. I think slaves for the Dark Elves should be a global resource which could use in various ways to boost income in a province, to build things faster, lower upkeeps, like a chain of different events which can backfire. But there will be also mechanics in place to counter the negatives and provide more positives. How it works like this is basically you just stake them and you generate a lot of money.
My cruelty knows no limits.
So hoping this changes. Hopefully the Black Arcs for the AI work a little bit better, and I'm hoping the Murderous Prowess is more relevant. And even if nothing changes, this is still gonna be an extremely powerful, fun faction due to their legendary lords and their roster. Let's begin with Malekith. Malekith is one of the most terrifying lords in the game. He's basically a fighter Dark Elf and a wizard. If you look at him here, it says wizard. Wizard that is armored, shielded, and a melee expert. Closest you get to this, I guess, Archaean, right? He does kind of feel like Archaean. For a time, he made Archaean look bad, especially his warmongering. So 90 armor, 85 leadership, 36 speed, 65 attack, 55 defense, 420 weapon strength, charge bonus 45. So stats are pretty good. No Tyrion when it comes to these stats, but he's also wizard. So he's not like a pure fighter, and he's not really a pure wizard. He's both. And lords that are usually the both are some of the best lords in the game. Look at the textures, man. They're so high quality. So what do we have here? For some reasons, he has 20 physical resistance. So he's a demon. But he's not a demon. On top of that, 15 missile resistance. I don't know why does he have 20 physical resistance. I've never understood that. Maybe somebody can tell me why. But this is powerful. He immediately causes fear. I mean, look at him. He's a scary dude. His murderous prowess, no murderous mastery for some reason. And he has the lore of... his lore is called Lore of Dark Magic. It's Lore of Dark Magic, yes. Lore of Dark Magic is... you know, it has things. 20% physical because he's mostly metal. I guess, yeah, I guess it makes sense. But he's also armored here. He also has a very big shield, like Arcane. And has amazing voiceover as well.
Heir of Anarion, Malekith, King of Naggaroth.
Okay, so let's go into his skill tree. Immediately you can see he has a lot. He has a fucking a lot. 50 ranks, here we go. 3 mounts, here we go. Isn't Geld way more frail? The way I see the Geld's face is scarred and he's not elf, he's just a man. Okay. Armor of Midnight. 12 armor, 6 defense, additional 20 physical resistance, and will recovery time -2. I'd rather it had ward save, but these are impressive properties for armor. If it stays the same, amazing. 20 phys resist and another 20. Magic resistance no longer works like it used to, so you can turn physical resistance into ward save by having magic resistance together with physical resistance. Circle of Iron. This is a little bit odd one, and I don't like this item because it's an arcane item. There's better arcane items, but getting an arcane item, I guess somebody else can use another one, like a sorceress. Magic item drop chance plus 5%. That's a small buff. Wins of magic power result plus 10. That's a decent buff. 5 armor, small buff. Untamed plus 5 in the local province, sure. And the Power of Darkness has is a little cheaper cost. The Power of Darkness is basically an ability that will cause a damage to self or ally to generate power and increase power at the same time. Think of it like a forbidden rod, but you have to cast a spell to activate it. And I hope this ability will be even more special with the new magic system. This is an area where the dark magic can really shine, and Malekith especially. Morathi too, I guess, if she has it. I think Morathi has it as well, because I remember using it on the Hydra. And it has possibility Circle of Iron, which is kinda, I don't know. In all of these type of items in the game, this one is probably the least shitty. Because the AI does tend to use upgraded spells, and it's a little bit more dangerous now. So when you add everything combined, it makes for an okay arcane item, but it's nothing really specialized or specific. There's probably going to be better arcane items in the game that you're going to find eventually. There is his weapon called Destroyer. It has the same effect as the weapon on Gran Pepe, stealing of the items, which depending how this works, it might be beneficial, might not be beneficial, because sometimes I've seen crafted items getting transferred for this. It works weird with the elves, that's all I'm gonna say, because the elf for some reason have a bigger pool of items. 12 attack, 12 weapon strength, excellent for fighting. This is what you want to see on a weapon. This courage will make the fear work, and terror work even better. And every time... Wasn't this thing that was nerfed? Wasn't Destroyer used to be map wide before? Wasn't Destroyer map wide before? Now it's 40-meter radius. This actually would counter the player spellcasting. So if Malekith is close to anybody with abilities, good luck. This is actually going to be very good in Warhammer 3 because you can keep refreshing it. It's not the greatest thing to think like he's going to benefit you, but it will help you. If Malekith is next to Teclis or next to Gelt with this ability, Gelt and Teclis are useless. They can't do anything. So he's literally just counters them. Supreme Spell Shield. This is an enchanted item that grants 8 defense and used to be very nice because this 20 magic resistance turned this 20% physical resistance to 20% ward save, but this is now going to be spell resistance, which is not very good on single entity. It might have some uses, but it's going to be minimal. Doombolt gets cheaper by 2. Doombolt is basically just drops a bolt from the sky that hits a unit. I hope they buff this ability. It has its uses, but are rarely worth casting. And with the new magic system, it will probably wouldn't be worse unless it got buffed. As an enchanted item, on 8 defense alone is decent, but this effect... I mean, the Malekith is supposed to be one scary tough dude that literally counters mages. Mages and anybody trying to use abilities against him. What makes Malekith special, there is a fighter and a wizard in one with powerful properties, and he has a dragon. A black dragon, still a dragon. And this makes him strong. All that and a dragon. So this is his battle capabilities. This is some usual stuff for the Dark Elves on the top. Absolute power, I think, is unique to him. Some similar things. I think Tyr has something similar. How do you think the Warhammer 2 factions will fare against the new Warhammer 3 factions overall? Unless they tune down things quite a bit from all Empires, I think the Warhammer 2 factions will be behind. They are lacking compared to everything that came before. Unless they use like an old version of Warhammer 2, who knows? Overall, the Warhammer 3 factions are behind Warhammer 2. Because the Warhammer 2 got updated for years and they used something weird for the Warhammer 3. I mean, that's how it looks like right now. Who knows? This is just speculation. Okay, so what makes the Malekith absolutely amazing is his unique skills. You remember Tyrion with his left and the right side? Well, let's show the left and the right side here. Tyrant. Public order +1 all provinces, tax rate +5% faction wide. Holy shit, that looks amazing. Motivate through fear. All provinces +20% slave economy. All provinces, slave economy -10%. Slave public order penalty -20% all provinces. Like, what the fuck? Are you for real? Amazing. Seditious or sanguine. Diplomatic relations +15 with Dark Elves will help with stable diplomacy, confederations. Locally, everybody's gonna be fucking terrified. And they're gonna just be happy. Corruption-wise, public order-wise. And the fourth one, local province, massive tax rate, growth, cheaper construction, faster construction. Like, everything amazing, right? But, wait. Look at the right side. War leader. -10% upkeep for all units, all armies. What the sh... -10% upkeep for all units, all armies. There's a 4% supply lines on Warhammer 3. This can be it there in Warhammer 3. Leadership +5 for Malekith's army. You know, sure, it will help for people fight the dead, especially early on. Income from post-battle loot +5% all characters. 5% might not sound a lot, but every single character, this shit is gonna add up. Add up a lot. Dark Elves make a lot of money from battles. So this is the War Leader. In my opinion, just War Leader is better than all this combined. Scoured and Stripped. Okay, here comes the second skill. Casualties captured post-battle +50%, so you get 50% more slaves. Income from looting settlements +100%, income from sinking settlements +100%. Dark Elves and Warhammer 2 factions have a big multiplier on battle loot and sacking income. So basically, with a second point, you double your sacking income. Double it. Just, you know, double it. The larger the city, the better. Triumph of Evil. Lord recruit rank +2 faction wide. Attrition -50% casualties suffer from all Attrition Lord's army. So basically, you have to get this on Malekith, and then you go fight Demon Prince. Malekith will not be taking any attrition. Casualty replenishment +20% for Lord army. Like, what the hell? This is one skill. I swear this is like 3 skills in the Empire on the Legendary Lord. But wait, there is more. There is more. Reach equals Grasp. Magic item drop chance +25%. So you get max scouting without scouting in the army, and if you put scouting in the army, you get a guaranteed item every battle. And income from post-battle loot +50%. So +55% more battle loot, just like that. The right side will make you reach beyond your wildest dreams by doing battles with Malekith. There is a Black Arcs in the game. We can't really recruit one now, but I will show it on another Lord. The Black Arcs not only serve as military bases, but they also have buffs for the slavery, sacking, post-battle loot. There was a situations where Malekith in the area could have like 300 to 400% battle loot and sacking income. Somebody actually sent me a screenshot where they sacked fully built up Scam Blight, and I think it was, I don't know, close to 300,000. That is the extreme stuff, but take like Lothar, for example, you can get 100,000. Well, the thing is, the base Lord rank is 1. By the time you're gonna be recruiting other Lords, Malekith is all gonna have some ranks, so it's always a positive. So this does look pretty damn good. This does look pretty damn good, and somebody who doesn't really understand things might pick stuff on the left, and there is nothing wrong with this. Left is only wrong if you bring Moratti. If you do, you suck, and not the good stuff. On the right stuff, it's just ridiculous. The right stuff is just ridiculous, because Malekith is your main general, your main lord, is gonna be fighting all the time. He is going to be there when all the major cities fall, and he's gonna be the one that sacks it, and he's gonna be the one that have the Black Arcs follow him around, and he's gonna be the one that makes you millions and millions and millions of gold in the game, without even considering the slavery into it. Before this thing existed, the Chaos used to have the best, but the Dark Elves have beaten Chaos regarding this. And they have ridiculous income on their provinces as well. Who knows if they're going to change any of this, but like I said, we're doing this so we can have a refresher, so we can comment on the changes. But Malekith is so fucking powerful that even if you hate the Dark Elves, I think you're gonna like playing with Malekith. Because, you know, some do-gooders out there, you know, might feel bad killing people and destroying cities and destroying nations. But every now and then, you know, for the sake of variety and to play value, you play a person like Malekith and just create a evil slave empire and kill everybody. So for for the sake of variety, next time you do something else. He is like the main evil guy, I think, in the Warhammer 2. Like him and Archaon, I don't know who goes more evil than these two. I have a feeling that Malekith is even more evil than Archaon. He has a fighter line, and he has a caster line. He's a wizard of the lore of dark magic, and dark magic has access to some decent abilities, slows for the range shenanigans, generating power, causing damaging vortex, and the best ability is the Soul Stealer, which deals damage everybody affected by it and heals Malekith. Malekith is just one of those very powerful lords that just, like, I feel like you totally immerse yourself playing something like this, because, his faction is gonna be the whole field just because having Malekith. Well, I already said what I'd like to see the change with Dark Elves, no need to repeat that, and I think the Malekith is gonna pretty much stay the same here. Depending how overtuned our factions around him, Malekith might be a superpower. It's good if the Malekith is struggling if you're the player, and it's bad if Malekith is struggling if you're not the player. I think Malekith should be one of the main threats in the Mortal Empires or Immortal Empires. He should be terrifying and one of the main enemies of everybody. We can't really show the arcs here, but we can show it somewhere else. So regarding buildings, I don't like the cavalry building. That shit makes no sense. The shade buildings feels off as well, and I don't think the shades should be allowed to recruit on this lot here. Shades are amazing, but they're not sister of Owl are amazing. I'm fine with shades. I just got sick for a while about the shades because everybody was just fapping to the shades like 24/7. For fuck's sake, just do some variety. Fap to somebody else. Don't just scream shades for 2 years. Regarding units on the buildings, I think this building should be tied to something. Maybe tie these two buildings into one. So we might have some options for cavalry, because the cavalry buildings are always so bad, especially this one. But regarding units, the only thing I find off, is the Cold One Knights. That is not a tier 4 unit. When you unlock tier 4, you should unlock something exciting, something fun, something you want to put in your army, not something that's going to cause you brain damage. Cold One Knights is a sucky unit, and it does not even belong at tier 4. This is a finely tuned esports unit, and it sucks in campaign. While the Dread Knights are pretty amazing. This is literally I feel like the worst thing about the Dark Elves, the Cold One Knights in the campaign wise. One might argue the Felon Manticore is weird, but having sometimes flyers like this, it's not the end of the world. I think the only thing that really irks me about the Dark Elf roster is the Cold One Dread Knights. Cold One Knights, I mean, not Dread Knights. Like, what the hell? This is a tier 4 unit. You would think when you look at the stats, and when you look at the Primal Instincts, you would think this unit would have Frenzy. The only reason this would make sense if they had Frenzy, and if they want to keep their precious esports well balanced, just give this unit Frenzy in a technology. Problem solved. $5,700 health. Like, what the fuck? How much the Dark Riders have? 5,340. This health is off. These are cold ones. Cold ones that can rampage and they don't have enough health. And it's almost like it's missing something. I would say it's missing frenzy for this these properties. If this unit had frenzy, I think it would be good. But you can't give this unit poor health, poor speed, and rampage. It just doesn't work. Well, this one is pretty good. This is a tough unit and it hits hard.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
Battle skills wise, let's go see. Linebreaker, 8 attack, 8 defense for Dread Spears, Bleak Swords, Black Arc Corsairs. You would think this would be an amazing battle skill because it's 8 attack, 8 defense for their troops, but the sad reality is these are Dark Elves, supernatural beings, almost, and their troops are worse than the state troops of the Empire. Kid you fucking not. The Dread Spears are worse than Spearmen with Shields. The Bleak Swords are worse than the Empire Swordsmen. The Black Arc Corsairs, I don't even know what the fuck is wrong with them, but I assume it's the size of the unit. 100 guys, 600-900 health. Yeah, that's pretty much. Everything else is okayish. Small regiment. How is this acceptable that Dread Spears and the Bleak Swords are worse than the Empire Swordsmen and Empire Spearmen with Shields? That is unacceptable. The Empire have so many buffs for these units, it makes the Dark Elf Infantry looks like absolute dog shit. And the thing is, it's not all Dark Elf Infantry. There is something very off with initial Dark Elf Infantry. And it's I don't know. This is multiplayer? Because I don't know. These are the Dread Spears. You think this is something. This is your basic unit. They're worse than the Empire troops because how the Empire works compared to Dark Elves. I don't see anything elf about this unit. What is the elf thing about this unit? Is there anything elf-like about this unit? 42 melee defense, is that an elf? What is elf on this unit? It's fucking dogshit multiplayer balancing these trash units. They're slow, they got poor equipment, and they got no defense. Compare this to the Empire Spearmen with Shields. I can't really show it here, but maybe somebody can get us 2 pictures to compare. We can compare this in Warhammer 3. We'll definitely be comparing this in Mortal Empires. Their battle skills are not worth it, their technologies come too late, and they overall literally don't work as a part of a Dark Elf force other than cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the Empire Spearmen with Shields are more or less the same, but more in every way. As in better. So one can argue that the only good thing about Dread Spears is there's a tier 0 unit with shields, while the Empire needs to build barracks to get Spearmen with Shields. That's the only good thing about Dread Spears. There is a acceptable tier 1 unit. Tier 0 unit. We call it tier 0 because it's available in the core building. And compare this to High Elf Spearmen, who have 50 defense. More acceptable battle skills and better technologies. Let me show you something. This technology is off. Just off. Just take my word for it. This is the first area. This is the second area. You would think there will be buffs here. This is a third area. past early game. Plus 10 armor for Dread Spears, Dark Shard, Blink Sword units. Meanwhile, Empire. Start the game, click, I get plus 15 armor for all my infantry. That alone makes it way superior to anything Dark Elves say on the early game infantry. So the early troops on the battle skills are off. They have their uses. Bleak swords are they get slightly buffed, but unless you take the line breaker, they will never work. And the line breaker is not worth taking. While the Black Arc Corsairs, they work in a way. They work in a way, but these units are not really worth using, and it makes me sad. Meanwhile, every single fucking unit of the Empire worth using and superior. And the battle skill will be feeling good when you take it. I just don't accept it that these basic troops that are a little similar to the Empire basic troops, and they just don't work for Dark Elves. This is a good battle skill, but their units just suck, because everything's out of place. The whole package makes it bad. I mean, look at this, man. Look at this. This shit makes me cry. This shit makes me cry, man. What the hell? Compare this to the Emperor Swordsman. These Dark Elves are not Dark Elves. This is some sad shit. The next battle skill is Sheath Master. 20% more ammunition and 10% plus 10% reload time reduction for Dark Shards, Black Arc Corsair, and a Bolt Thrower units. This skill is hot. There's some hot shit here. The armor doesn't seem like a big deal, but does improve auto resolve, and the reload time reduction is huge on the battlefield and huge for auto resolve. And the fact it buffs both the Dark Shards and the artillery unit, which you sometimes might need, because the high elves outrange you, but once you get artillery, they get wrecked. It's beautiful. This is a beautiful battle skill. And I'm not saying this because of range meta. This is just the perfect early game battle skill. Perfect. And what's even better on the Dark Elves compared to the High Elves, click, you get artillery. You don't need a second building. And you can also get this building on the Black Arc. Dark Shard unit, at first glance, it doesn't seem to have impressive range. The reload times are really long, 12.6 seconds, very slow reload times. But they do some of the highest damage on the early units. Some of the highest damage. If these units start firing and they keep firing uninterrupted, they will destroy anything. You using them or the enemy using them. If you don't counter these units, you lose. If you using them and they just keep firing uninterrupted, it's just million damage. And they also have beautiful looking formations, and they have a shield variant. Kind of reminds me of you know, those Italian cross militia. You can buff the range, and you can as this unit gets stronger, the base stat is incredible. As they get stronger, they get better reload times and better damage, which makes it basically an early game unit that can be used throughout the game. It is super effective and super strong. Why does it say repeat bolt thrower on ammunition and only bolt thrower on real-time reduction? Because of inconsistency top managers, like everywhere. If you think the Dark Shadows don't have enough range to deal with high elves, your best bet is like 3 or 4 repeat bolt throwers, and you just start shooting the enemy range as you get closer. These units have silver shields, so they will definitely have easy time with against the enemy archers of the high elves. Once the high elves got the silvering guard, the things changed a bit. In that regard, you might use a little bit more magic or some other infantry to deal with that shit, because those guys can mitigate a lot of damage. So the second skill, pretty amazing, and it's usually the skill to go. Unless you're going to be saving skill points to create some different army. There is no wrong, nothing wrong about getting this skill. Well, this skill, unless you're really new at the game, or you really want the Dread Spears, Blix, and Black Arqueset to get a buff, best ignore. It's not a bad skill, this unit's just, the whole package just doesn't work. The skill is good, but the units are lacking. If technologies were assigned better, like Empire style, it probably would have skill you would take. Because there's nothing wrong having a battle line grinder supported by range, like the early game Empire can do, or early game High Elves can do somewhat. The third battle skill is a Raid Leader, which is a little bit weird one. 12% missile strength for Shades. Shades are kind of like a special unit the Dark Elves have. One of the most powerful units in the game. Dark Riders and the Scourge Runner Chariot. So 12% damage for these units, 8 defense and 12 charge. Shades is not a purely ranged unit, it's a hybrid unit, but it's usually used as a range unit only. There are situations where a Shade can do actually pretty good in melee, even charge as they are also shooting. But the fact they have both buffs makes them one of the most effective units for auto-resolve. And for some battles, you might actually get to use them in melee as well. They do have 3 variants. The regular, the dual weapons, and the great swords. The great sword is the strongest, because has the best stats, best damage. While the dual weapons is the best one, because it only takes 1 turn to recruit. If you have the downtime to recruit the great swords will be the way to go. Exiles, unlike the Dark Shards, are more expensive, way more expensive, but the Dark Elves have crazy economy, so it doesn't really matter the cost of the units. We'll see how this changes in Mortal Empires. This skill might seem a little bit off, but what I find the weirdest thing about this skill, it's not how the stats are assigned. You get Shades buffing missile strength and at the same time charge bonus. And that's a bit odd. A unit getting buffed missile strength and charge bonus on the same battle skill on the same unit. But the Shades with Great Swords, for example, let me open a unit. You're rarely gonna get put in that situation, but sometimes they get 20 charge bonus. And with that charge bonus and some experience, they actually are in a way better in melee using great swords than the Empire great swords. So you get that charge when the enemy gets close. You just need like a little bit distance. They are fast. They're gonna start charging fast, and they can hit hard in that situation. So sometimes these units can only fight off even large stuff, anything with armor, no problem, but especially infantry. But like I said, they rarely get put into a position where they're gonna be charging. This is a crossbow unit, but for some reason they got the best reload times with their crossbows. I don't know why, but they kept it. And this is a huge imbalance on this unit because it shoots 2 projectiles. This is a standard unit. 11 AP, 2 shots, 12.6 seconds. This is Shades. 12, 2 projectiles, 9 seconds. That's crazy difference in reload times. And this will also scale out of control as they get buffs. This also makes it also another thing why they're so strong in auto-resolve. I think the Shades might have a bug regarding this, but who knows. Why do these units reload 9 seconds? They actually list a patch later in Warhammer 2 where they made all the crossbows have longer reload times, but they didn't change the Shades. The original Shades Rangers, Bugman's Rangers used to have pretty much very similar reload times to Shades, and they just streamlined all the crossbow reload times, Dark Shadows included, but the Shades didn't get changed. The tooltip is not wrong because they shoot fast. So for some reason the rate of fire is way higher than other crossbows.
Turn the snow red.
And mix that with the range and melee capabilities, it's an amazing unit. It's no doubt the best Dark Elf unit. It promotes very imbalanced armies. But you can easily just use a couple of them and mix with the other stuff. Dark Elves do well with the reactive armies, especially if you mix with some artillery. But these armies tend to be very one-sided in auto-resolve, so you rarely get to fight any serious battles. Well, their compositions can still easily use monsters and melee very effectively. Because you go one on either side imbalanced, you're going to overwhelm either enemy with missiles or overwhelm the enemy with numbers in charge. Lushmaster, weapon strength, charge bonus for the Harpies, Warhider, Charybdis, Black Dragon, Feral Manticore, and Bloodwag Medusa. Charge bonus for single entities, feels bad, man. Wasted on a Black Dragon, wasted on a Warhider, wasted on a Charybdis, which are all good units. Weapon strength, excellent. Harpies, charge bonus is very good. Reload time reduction for Bloodwag Medusa, that was added when the unit was added. Not really special because that unit fits weird in the army. One entities don't benefit from charge bonus. It does barely anything on them, Sogalina. This is Black Dragon. It has 520 weapon strength and 50 attack. Let's say it's 10 charge bonus. What will 10 charge bonus do here? On 520 damage. These are Harpies. There are 60 of them with 22 attack and 20 charge. 60 of them, keep in mind. Plus 10 on 60 of them. Plus 10 on a single entity. This increases the unit's melee attack and damage when charging. It's not percentage. If it was percentage single entity, it would be great. Well, let's take this into account. Svetlina is 10 charge bonus. The Black Dragon has 50 attack and 50 charge bonus and 520 weapon strength. So let's say the charge bonus for the attack. It's probably gonna have some experience. Let's make an average 55. So it's already gonna have over a 100 melee attack when charging. 10 is not gonna do anything. And 10 charge on 520 weapon strength, it's nothing. When it could have an 8 melee attack the whole time, for example, and a different battle skill buff. Charge bonus on multiple entities is good. Charge bonus on a single entity is not good. Because they already have good charge bonus for what it is. The base one is gonna do something, but a small buff is not gonna do anything. The 10 charge is probably like 2 to 3%. It might help in some kind of base environment where there's a multiplayer. or depending who you're charging.
I hate snow.
Like I said, the Harpies benefit from this, but single entities don't really benefit from this. What is 12 charge for somebody that has 500 weapon strength and already 50 charge? Night Lord is 8 attack, 8 defense. That's pretty amazing stuff, like I already said many times. Then the cavalry gets 8 attack and 8 defense. I'd rather they get the weapon strength, but you send them in and you keep them in because they're gonna have higher defense. It's pretty good. 8 attack is way superior to just flat charge bonus. So they're gonna hit harder on the contact, and they're gonna be constantly hitting way more often. This is a really good one for the Dread Knights. Makes them tankier and makes them hit more often. They already have pretty high damage. And there is the Slaughter Lord, another one. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 skills. They do 8 attack, 8 defense. And 2 of them could be easily merged. The Slaughter Lord would be easily merged with Linebreaker and make way more sense, but you know, for some reason they need to have 6 battle skills. This is a progression unit. You start with this, and then you go into this. Then the skills, you just waste 3 skill points. Instead, having more, and then you pick something else instead for a little bit more variety in the army. Will also make this unit slightly better if it was already starting from Dead Spears and ending up with the Slaughter Lord units. Slaughter Lord units is the melee attack and melee defense for which Elves, Hargan Executioners, Blackguard of Nagrand, and Sister Slaughter. For this unit is an amazing buff, especially for the Blackguard of Nagrand and the Sister Slaughter. 8 attack and 8 defense. Those units both need attack and defense. These are also the top tier units of this faction as well. I kind of wish we had some of these things merged, but you know, it is what it is. Like the Night Lord and Lush Master could be 1 skill, and the Soul Lord and Linebreaker could be on 1 skill. Regarding veteran battle skills, Skull the Unworthy, weapon strength for Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, Crossbows, and artillery unit. Weapon strength, yes, because you know, our artillery crew needs to fight off units. Missile strength for the Dark Shards and the Reaper Bolt Thrower unit. Armor for the Bleak Sword, Dread Spears, Dark Shards, Reaper Bolt Thrower unit, and missile resistance. So you get damage, armor, missile resistance. This is a pretty good battle skill, but it's a little weird that that weapon strength is like that there. The Bleak Swords, Dread Spears will never hit rank 7, they will never benefit from these skills. You're never even gonna have them in this army at that point. But it's pretty good for the Dark Shards. Make Dark Shards tankier and they do more damage. Ravage rewards gives speed, range, and armor. So you can see this unit is getting 3 buffs, 3 buffs, 3 buffs, but Black Ark Crusaders are another range unit, and they get speed, range, and armor. So the Black Ark Crusaders melee variant has lost 1 buff. Sometimes they do this where the units they basically put the same type units on a skill, and it might not be a range unit, and they get a buff that doesn't do anything for them. There is a range variant, but it still doesn't remove the fact that they are losing 1 buff here, which could have been something useful. So those veteran Black Arrow Stairs you get are not gonna be anything special, because their battle skill is not good. Why this skill is very important? Because the shades, everything else doesn't really matter. This is another very strong buff for the shades. Speed, range, and armor, they need all of it, and it's just perfect for the shades. Missing a combo in the second line between the Shades and Dark Riders. Yes, the Shades Dark Riders. It's a new unit. Yeah, mentioned this years ago. The Warlock and the Skate run her basic combat skill. Yeah. Ah. Scourge on Chariot is on Raid Leader, and Doomfire Warlock are on the Raid Leader, but they also don't get 3. They get 2 buffs here, yeah. Raid Leader. So Darkshard buff, Shades buff. That's pretty much it. Favor the Fortunate. Charge bonus, weapon strength and armor for the Blackguard, Hargan Executioners, Cold One Knights, Cold One Dread Knights, and Cold One Chariot. This one is actually pretty good for all of these units. So even the charge bonus on it. And confer Bloodlust. Damage, speed, and physical resistance for the Witch Elves, Harpies, War Hydra, Charybdis, Black Dragon, Feral Manticore, Slaughter, and Bloodwreck Medusa unit. Excellent for the Sisters of Slaughter, War Hydra, Charybdis, Black Dragon. Excellent stuff. This skills in general, you have Darkshot buff, you got Shades buff. You get your Blackguard buff, Executioner buff, Cavalry buff. And then you get your Monster and Sister Slaughter buff. So you either take one of these two, depending if you use Dark Shards or the Shades, not both. And these two really depend if you have a variety army or not. For some reason, Grim, they justify this. These units are already highly armored, so +5 is enough. Well, you can get definitely use from these units. It's it's awkward use. Like this one has some buffs and debuffs. I would probably use it more in the melee army and use only the ranged abilities when desperate. Well, I don't really care about this unit. Well, you can definitely fit this unit in a melee army. It's like, why use the regular Bloodwreck Medusa when you can use a War Hydra or a Charybdis? Why use a Bloodwreck Shrine when you can use a War Hydra, Charybdis, or Black Dragon? It feels like some Pepega variety and nothing else. Well, you can justify this buff, for example. The 7 melee attack is nothing to discard if you're running like a melee army. Not going to need her melee capabilities or range capabilities. It's mostly going to be a combination of that and the buff. It's a cool looking unit, there's no denying that. I don't think this one is anything special, while this one is decent. Their campaign skills. Oh, look at this. Iron Disciplinarian. Always here. That is Slaver. More slaves. Serve dive. Recruitment. 3-in-1 here. QQ Greenskins. There's a Draft Master. Quartermaster. Holding Shadow. Almost looks like 3 skills in 1. Elven Healing. Almost looks like 2 skills in 1. And there's a Known and Feared. Technology-wise, oh man, this whole technology gotta go. This whole technology gotta go. This is like the worst version of the High Elf technology tree and Dwarf technology tree. It's linear with forced really options to progress further down the line. And the fact you start here, and there's a early game buff for armor here, it makes no sense. Technologies are all over the place, and it's off. It's probably would be best to just assign 2 groups and separate the Black Ark technology and slave technologies from the unit technologies. Somebody was trying to feel cute here and make it like some kind of OCD symmetrical shit here and nothing else. The technology tree is way off, and some things come too late. Like early game stuff and the mid game and late stuff, just all over the place. We need more freedom on the technology tree and not being stuck in a linear technology that's all over the place. While the overall quality of technology is not bad, it's off. It's just off.
I will see Malekith crowned.
Morati. That's a weird faction. So, Mama Murati, Cult of Pleasure, spreads chaos corruption, which is useless. Even if it feels unique. Who knows how it's going to be in Immortal Empires. One thing needs to change for sure. They need to drop the AI resistance to chaos corruption attrition by at least half. They have like 80% resistance, and that's stupid. Diplomatic relations -40 with the factions of Axis of the Heck. Sure. Diplomatic relations +20 with Dark Elves. Construction costs -25% for sorcery buildings. Hero action costs -50% on top of specialists. This is total -90%. That's nuts. This is a basically hero agent faction. It's also like a cult of chaos. Chaos corruption +1 all characters, upkeep -50 for all heroes. Like what the fuck, man? I mean, look at this. Look at this garbage. Look at this wall of text here. This and this. Her Lord effects kinda suck, but they added some stuff. Cooldown -5 turns for sacrifice to Hecate. Slave cost +50% for sacrifice to Hecate. So her right got a little bit changed, and on start lords in this character's region have a chance to gain 2 loyal to local region. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad effect, but at least they added 2 more lines of text, which makes it just a little bit less bad. The main wish for Cult of Pleasure for me and Morati is a powerful lord, but I want her for her chaos corruption to matter, and I want the AI resistance to chaos corruption attrition halved. They already modified a lot of these things in higher difficulty. They just forgot about the corruption attrition. It's so disheartening when you see enemy army enter territory and they like lose 2 guys from chaos corruption. What the hell is the point of chaos corruption, most powerful force in the Warhammer universe, if it's not a threat to anybody? Meanwhile, vampiric corruption is 4 times more potent. Morati is starting in a Titan Peak, same location. She no longer has Aletanar next to her. It looks like her spot got a little bit better. She probably still want to go for Ultron.
Your power is beyond reckoning. Chaos.
So she's here. Still probably wants to go for Ultron. No Aletanar next to her. She does have 1 province left of her now. So you get off factions with the poor corruption system here, and the only thing that really needs to change here is make chaos corruption more relevant to her. and make the AI take more attrition from the Chaos Corruption. I'm not asking for much, I'm just asking at least the same amount as the Vampiric Corruption. As Vampiric Corruption works, there is no reason for Chaos Corruption not to work. That's an outdated thing left from Warhammer 1. So, typical wizard stuff, slightly better stats than Teclis. She's a better fighter than Teclis. She's also supposed to be a very powerful wizard in the lore. 50 missile resistance, 25 magic resistance. She has a combination of shadow and dark magic. There's a lot of skills. 3 items, Ember Amulet. Look at this one. Isn't this the most perfect talisman you ever seen in this in the game? Power, ward save 20%. 20%. Lower the chance of she being harassed, powers replenish for the army, she gets up faster, and regeneration. This is the perfect talisman. The perfect talisman. This is, why did they put so much on this talisman? What's the reason, guys? There are beings and creatures that can mend bone and knit flesh at an incredible rate, a mighty boon, but one stunted by fire. Why did they give her such a strong talisman? That's ridiculous. Heck, just 20% ward save is crazy, and there's other things plus regeneration. And this is a lord that has access to Soul Stealer and Pit of Shades. So she's even better than Wizard Malekith. Wound of Crydon, magic item drop change plus 5%, small buff, it's an arcane item, more power, 50% reduction cooldown to all spells. Cheaper Soul Stealer. Oh my god, cheaper Soul Stealer and lower cooldown. I like another perfect item here. Couple little bit bonuses, and then on top of that she gets the bombardment on it. Just, you know, let's give her just bombardment on top of it as well. Heart Ender and the Dark Sword. Public order plus 5, charge rolls plus 30, off. 5 defense, 10 attack, 15 damage, sure. Magical attacks, nice. Chaos Corruption plus 5, sure. So it's a wall of text here, some, you know, like, nothing special, but something pretty good. And then you get the best part. When she's in melee, everybody around her loses 10 defense and 10 attack. This, on top of everything, makes this an excellent item. That's like a lot here. It does have 2 campaign effects, the Public Order and the Chaos Corruption. Not the end of the world, these things that actually do something. Charge bonus, who cares? 5 defense, 10 attack, 15% strength, so she will be able to attack and still lower the properties on the enemies. So this put her attack to 65 and her defense to 45. She is initially a bit squishy for sure, but she does get protection and regeneration. Her mount on rank 12 is like a flying, some kind of Dark Pegasus. Grants her armor, speed, more charge, nearly about 900 more health. So not really particularly tanky lord, but she can hit and she casts spells. All armies faction one gets more power. Makes me wonder how this is gonna work in Mortal Empires. Every single army gets more power. Everything is here, Magical Reserve is here. Things got changed. The first sources. Sources can be recruited everywhere, 1 capacity for sorceress and more ranks for sources. Excellent. It also works on the Supreme Sorceress as well. And then you got this crazy thing here. Blessed by evil. Evil takes flight, blotting out the moon on blackened wings, calling us to the dance. Like, what the fuck is this shit? -3 for Soul Stealer. There's a typo there, but I don't even care. It's -3. Get the fuck out of here. That is crazy. She's supposed to be a very powerful wizard. She's like ancient. So let me get this straight. This thing is gonna cost 9, and original cost is 18. Okay. The cooldown on this ability is reduced by 85%. And this is a strong ability. Makes you wonder if this ability got any better in Warhammer 3. I would like to think that this ability actually got better as well. If you can cast Soul Stealer on multiple units, it's just crazy. Oh my god. Soul Stealer for 9 with spell power. If she gets access to spell power with Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer is an excellent spell for spell power. Oh my god. That is gonna be disgusting. She does save Greater Arcane Conduit, and if I'm not mistaken, Greater Arcane Conduit Immortal Empires just gives plus 10% spell potency. She can definitely poke better than Teclis. Magic-wise, I guess they're very similar. And you will be able to get more points on her now. Rank 50 Morati looking very good. So if you take Enchanting Beauty on top of her weapon, when she's engaged with somebody, they're gonna lose 20 melee attack. 20 melee attack just by fighting her. It must be really hot. Too hot to handle. This used to be really strong because it's basically ward safe, but still 30 physical resistance is pretty good. Spell resistance is not gonna be anything good anymore. I really love her magic selection for Immortal Empires. Excellent, excellent. Poop. Very good, excellent. Evasion helps her. Excellent, fucking amazing. Situational, very good. And spell power. So it's like destroy infantry cavalry, destroy everything. You want to destroy everything and more? Well, I'm gonna cast Spirit of Shade, Soul Stealer, and Miasma on the same unit. On the same unit. That unit just gonna go poof. And the bombardment. God damn it, man. Why they create stuff like Blazed by Evil, give tech lists that nonsense as well? And what about Gran Pepe? Gran Pepe fucking forgotten. This is one really scary badass lord. Okay, now for the worst and the best part. Moratti on the left. Hero action success chance plus 5% all characters. Hero recruit rank plus 2 for Kent Assassins faction wide. If you want to dominate a bit more with heroes. Endless scheming. All characters have a higher chance to assassinate. All characters have more movement range. Benefits her faction effects even further. Favorite assets. And this is a strange one. Local armies get buffed to attack to Shades, Lords, Heroes, and defense for Shades, Lords, and Heroes. There's also Dark Riders as well. Looks like attack for Dark Riders, but not the Doomfire Warlock in Scourge Chain. So seems to have forgot to add that. Shout of Despair. Plus 5 public order local province. Only faction favor corruption. Plus 5 in own region. Enemy leadership minus 10 local region. 10 enemy leadership in the local region. I find this left side is still a bit off. This goes nice with the flavor of the faction. This is a little bit more. Because the flavor of this faction is supposed to be Chaos Cult and having a dominating presence of agents. Cheap agents and effective agents. Scheming. Or subversions. And we come to the right side. The left side is semi-decent, and look at the right side. Tenacious. Casualty captured post-battle plus 15% all armies. Income from post-battle loot plus 10% all characters. The right side. Rituals of blood. Ignore the experience, the shit training. 5% ward save for the whole army. Suck it, Archaeon, I get it too. 10% replenish for the whole army. If this was just 5% wards for the whole army, it would be great. Grotesque sacrifices. Diplomatic relations with Beastmen, Norska. All characters have a higher chance to find magic items, and all regions gained faction favor corruption. In her case, chaos corruption. Helps with public order massively. And the last one. Her army is 30% cheaper. She will be probably the most expensive army otherwise. Attrition minus 30% casualties suffer from all attrition in the Lord's army. And how can anybody pick the left side over this right side? Upkeep minus 30% for all units in the army. And if you get Malekith, it's going to be minus 40%. Malekith and Moratti, both on the right side. She will have really cheap agent actions, really cheap heroes. But you don't really need to specialize with the heroes for full harassment. You don't need to do that. You only use the heroes which are supposed to do that. Kent Assassins, some Masters to get some ranks, and everything else is gonna be in the army. So this skill is not that very good. If their heroes are actually more beneficial for this, I guess it would be a little bit better. The sorcerers could still research, right? This one definitely has some value, and this one can help with assassinating all the enemy heroes. So literally just remove enemy heroes from the game. But this one just has so much snowballing and strength for the army.
Madness fills the air.
My main wish for this faction, like I said, Chaos Corruption being relevant and causing proper attrition similar to that of the Vampiric Corruption. That's my main wish for this faction, everything else is fine.
Speak.
This one is for still research arm. I actually prefer the left for the long-term scaling. Huh? What do you mean? This alone with this one is giving you the long-term snowball. That's not comparable to anything on the left side. This one is, if you're gonna be using Cannon Sans in the long game. This one is superior in the long term and the short term. 5% doesn't really matter that much. Well, there's definitely some benefits from this one. It's nothing huge compared to the right side. Right side is little snowballing. Unlock more characters faster, and all that movement it gets exponentially stronger. Because moving 1, 2, 3, or 5 armies, 5% movement will not matter.
Corruption is rife.
The faster you unlock second, third, fourth, more armies, everything just gets so much better, and that's supported by the right side. So 5% is not going to do anything. If it was a 10%, I agree with that. With that there. 5% is not that much.
Mother of the
Let's say you have 5% here. You only get 10% here because of Warhammer 3. So it's all not going to matter. Immortal Empires actually grants you 10% more movement in your territories, for example. And you usually just go conquer, conquer, conquer your territory, your territory, your territory. You rarely end up turn in the enemy territory unless there's distance. And as the campaign progresses later on, especially later on, you're nearly always going to have that movement unless you're in the water. So this automatically got worse. While I do like the idea of having a very effective assassins and completely limit all the enemy heroes, but the canned assassins can only do that without this.
whispers of disobedience. We shall see.
They do have 6 lords as well. The next one is a Harganet.
In slaughter with me.
I always found Harganet a little bit off. They did change this faction a bit. Brun Hellebron. She starts next to Malekith and she has a special mechanic. You can sacrifice slaves to trigger Death Knight. Death Knight summons an allied Blood Voyage army. Initially it was quite poor, but nowadays something different. Failure to hold Death Knight causes penalties. Hero capacity plus 2 Dead Hogs. Capture post battle plus 25%. Sacrifice their care improves Dead Hags and Witch Elves plus bonus for all armies. Whereas High Elves slave cost minus 0% for sacrifice to Kane. Upkeep reduction for Witch Elves, Sister Slaughter, and Hargan Executioners, and damage for these units as well. Harganet is this is where the executioners come from, and this faction also have the Sister Slaughter specialty. Good night, damage cake. Harganet starts close to Malekith, so not much uniqueness there. It's just get a different mechanic and a different lord, so you get different feel there. I feel like the early game might be very similar. Ellis is not tied up to talking for 6.5 hours. I did have multiple breaks, Penebler.
Violent.
So you can see this bar at the top, and it actually offers potent bonus, like really potent bonus. When it's filled, Blood Queen, your armies and also the Blood Voyage will replenish slowly even in unknown territory. Active Blood Voyages will not suffer attrition from desertion. On start, Lords have a chance against true loyalty. Perfect Vigor for Kron, Witch Elves, Scissor Slaughter, Dead Hags, Canned Assassins and Hagenet Executioners. 20% of physical resistance for Kron, Witch Elves, Scissor Slaughter, Dead Hags, Canned Assassins and Hagenet Executioners. All provinces plus 6 public order and all armies plus 10 leadership. It does degrade as it goes down. The penalty to create this Death Knight, you need to sacrifice slaves. Arganet should be a solid city. It does have 2 landmarks but 8 slots. Maybe that changes in Immortal Empires. Both landmarks are pretty good. Can't really complain about them. I just wish, you know, to make them even more special, they would come a little bit early. But it is what it is. I think this one is fine to be on tier 5. So this is basically Dead Hag Legend Lord. They're pretty amazing fighters. Sometimes squishy, but they have their defenses going as well. So at the start she has over 500 weapon strength and 78 melee attack. That's kinda nutty. And she also has 20 bonuses infantry. Makes even Quick look, you know, a little bit poor. It's probably in this state most comparable to Quick. They are both extremely effective at killing infantry lords. She's gonna be more durable though. So there's ability here. Ground AL affects Elves in range, attack and damage. Also causes rampage. Amulet of Dark Fire for save 50% and lowers the harassment chance. Self and Elves in range. 20 magic resistance used to be very good. You know, well, it's magic resistance now, it's gonna be spell resistance, no doubt. So it's not gonna be anything special. There'll be definitely some lords that are gonna be trying to do some spell damage to your lord. Like if you're fighting Kislev, we noticed that Kislev characters always use Death Frost on some of the units characters, so it might just add up if you don't have any spell resistance. So against those lords, it'll be beneficial. Their weapon is like a little bit weird. 5 defense, 3 attack. Like, what the fuck is a 3 attack? I'm still trying to figure it out to this day. 3 attack. It's almost like this missing a 0 or missing something. Why is it 3 attack, guys? What's the explanation here? It's called Death Sword and the Cursed Blade plus 3 melee attack. What? Why is there a 3 attack on a weapon like this for cavalry? This one should be like, this is like supposed to be an insane fighter. 3 melee attack. Never really understood why was there 3 melee attack. She does have very high melee attack, but I'm still curious why is there only 3 on this one. She has 78 melee attack with Frenzy, that's really high. And that's without all the stuff. She does get magic attacks, gets more damage, and possibly the Cursed Blade, which will cause damage. Is that red mist that appears around her? It used to be really crazy. I haven't played in a long time, not sure if this was changed, but yeah. This is kind of nice that you're actually going to unlock all the mounts on her now, so you can switch between Calder and the Manticore. Cauldron, you're probably gonna go on Cauldron if you're going against a lot of infantry, and you're gonna Manticore if you do a siege or you wanna kill characters. Red means the Gates of Cain, so this is something. This one is different. Okay, so got a Cauldron Blood and got a Manticore, so she has two different mounts. Manticore doesn't seem like anything impressive as a mount, but it's still a flying and a fighter. The fact that all the mounts will be unlocked make it a little bit more cooler here. More missile resistance, this one is 15 for some reason. On a Manticore is gonna be even higher. There's a Witch Brew, big as damage buff. Lower cooldown on it. And more health for her. Unique skills, Champion of Cain. She gets physical resistance and units in her army, which Elves and Hargan Executioner gets 10 missile resistance. For some reason, not for the Sisters of Slaughter. Favor of Cain lowers the Gaze of Cain cooldown and gives more uses. Daughters of Despair. This one makes these units exceptional. Bonuses of infantry for which Elves, Sisters of Slaughter, and Hargan Execution. Hargan Execution is gonna be deadlier than the Swordmasters. And Sisters of Slaughter are gonna get that anti-infantry going for them. With 6 defense top on this one. And they do get 10% more damage. Yeah, this is gonna be an absolute deleter of infantry. Possibly one of the deadliest anti-infantry units in the game in this faction. This unit activates its Murderous Mastery. It's absolutely insane at killing infantry. You give him some kind of buff as well, it's just unreal, the stats. The only downside of Hargan Execution is they're slow. They have heavy armor. So the Caesars all get additional 6 defense, and they do get 8 attacking defense here, 14. This unit has like what, 81, 82 defense. If you don't shoot it, it's not gonna die. This Slaughter is amazing infantry. They're so amazing that you don't even need to use executioners. But the executioners now also get physical resistance here. Huh. Yeah, these units are really deadly. When it comes to anti-infantry damage, not much can compare with executioners. I guess fully buffed, the sword masters get close. There's a 10% speed buff for the executioners here. They get +3 speed. Yeah, Caesar Slaughter have a better battle skill. This unit gets over 50 speed. Puts even some of the Wood Elves to shame. No Blade Dancers, but Blade Singers, but close. Blade Singers are probably the best on the infantry, probably overall the best on the infantry on the buff. This unit gets +9 speed, I think. They'll get 53. 53 on a unit like this is kinda nutty. The difference in resilience is quite a bit. In some cases, the physical resistance of this unit is better than armor. This change did do something for the executioners, though. If your executioners have perfect vigor, that also makes them really good. Perfect vigor executioners is also something else. This unit will have what? 22 anti-infantry. 22. They're gonna have over 70 weapon strength against infantry. 70. Still, regarding savagery, can really compare with Grimgor Black Orcs. But if they get perfect vigor, there's definitely a place for this unit now with this change. It's not all about Sister Slaughter anymore. I think they're gonna be way better in a siege, for example. In a siege, their armor and higher health will help more than Sister Slaughter. Well, yeah, the Black Orcs, even without putting additional Black Orc big bosses, do have an amazing vigor. But yeah, Greenskins is a top melee faction. I'm not sure they're gonna change that much. We have to see how the corn is going to be, but it's a Warhammer 3 faction, so who knows.
A capable servant.
The Sisters is another flanking unit. This is a frontline unit. The Witch Elves are a flanking unit.
Blood will warm.
And these are both frontline units. This unit can have 81 melee defense. 81. And they got speed and shields and physical resistance instead of high armor and high health.
Unfettered.
There's another skill here, anti-infantry and 20 charge, kind of poor for a Legion Lord skill, but you know, this is what it is. You need 2 to unlock Blood Queen, so you don't really need to take this on if you don't want to. And everything, playthings of the Queen. Casualties, capture post-battle plus 35%, loyalty plus 2 for new recruits, Slavery clan rate minus 7% local province. I'm shame it's a local province, but 35% more casualties is nice. I think I'm fairly sure she can capture more people than there actually are in the battle. Blood Queen grants even more health, regeneration, and 3 unit ranks for the Death Knight army, which is this mechanic here. It's definitely different, but nothing really crazy. It has 90 leadership, it has a skill for 9 leadership. God damn, what a shit. These are looks like outdated skills. 9 and a 9, that doesn't look like it's updated. The Blood Frenzy here. 3 health buffs and a heroic killing blow. Well, depending how this event works in Immortal Empires, there might be something here, but nothing really that interests me that much. This is just Confederation bait.
White is such a dull color. White shall have red.
Who do we have next? Loki Felhart. Well, I wasn't really impressed by this guy initially, but they did this guy good justice later. The only thing I wish for this guy is to have shipbuilding and a black arc. Suitable climate jungle, suitable climate savanna. This guy has quite a location in Immortal Empires. Look at this. That is crazy. Sacrifice on Trema improves income from raising and sacking. Income from slave pain, slave markets plus 50% is the slavery income. Every owned major port will allow recruitment of Black Arc. So that's how he gets Black Arcs. His flavor Black Arc set is a little bit off, but it is what it is. He has other stuff. His army is immune to high seas, reef, and storm attrition. Like I said, I think the only thing I wish for him is when he goes into water, he's on a Black Arc. That's the only thing I wish for him. Will this Jabba Jabba be on YouTube? Yeah, all the Jibber Jabbers on YouTube since the first one. I don't recommend watching the first ones, they're just a bunch of bitching about 3 Kingdoms. Well, he's supposed to have a Black Arc follow him around. He even talks about his Black Arc.
Fear.
Look here, Felhart.
The faction is called the Blessed Dread, right?
Ready! Kraken Lord! Hated landwalkers! A mutiny! Sacrifices to Mathland!
Most special thing about this guy in the Mortal Empress is where he starts.
Defender of Ganidar.
Okay.
Aboard the Tower of...
He's also going to, there's going to be probably the most special thing about him in the Immortal Empires. He starts in the Catan right side. Has very impressive stats here. Very impressive stats. It's kind of like a crazy Vampire Lord, but somehow faster than a Vampire Lord. $110 armor, like what? So very impressive base stats, very impressive. 30 anti-infantry, makes the infantry poor against this guy. This guy's gonna just murder them all. Has missile resistance, he's actually causing fear. He has merciless slaver. So basically, his fear is more effective, so it's -8 from fear, and additional 4, which works even on enemies that are not affected by fear. So his fear is kind of 12. Fear needs extra stuff, because on the base it's not good enough in the campaign. And has a buff, 24 attack, 24 defense, which puts him to 84 for 22 seconds. 6-second cooldown. He's literally just a way more impressive Vampire Lord on the base. He's just not a wizard. Red Blades. Isn't this like a perfect weapon? 10 attack, 15 weapon strength, thunder attacks, 20% income from second elements. This thundering attacks don't really matter, but I like to see attack and weapon strength on weapon. It's like, it's a weapon. And you get like 2 stats that like, you know, just randomly added there. I guess the thundering attacks work on him if he's fighting with another unit, but he does get a dragon. It does get a dragon. Helm of the Kraken. 15 armor, causes terror, and it grants him a type of regeneration, which stacks with regeneration if you have regeneration. So it's kind of like hunger, but better. So when he is in melee, he regenerates and gets 10 defense. For a dragon, that's amazing. .46 defense on Maelstrom. It does retain a Dread Duelist on his dragon. So as a fighting lord, pretty good. Bonded by blood, local province, public order, corruption, and load for new recruits. Sure. Might avoid a preemptive rebellion or some other stuff. It's like, these types are extremely situational, if they are of any benefit at all. Keep in mind, rebels for most factions are a good thing. Especially as the campaign is building a snowball. Corsair Noble. Armor piercing missile damage double for Black Ark Corsairs. What does this mean? It's a Black Ark Corsairs handbows. They got armor piercing 3, 2 projectiles. This will double it, so they're actually gonna do damage. They do have short range though. The Black Ark Corsairs also get 8 leadership and 8 melee attack. 8 leadership on Black Ark Corsairs. I have 66, I guess it's helpful in the beginning. So, support his weird flavor with Black Ark Corsairs. Not the end of the world having this flavor. When you have a port now, you have Black Ark Corsairs on tier 1, and it's a much better than tier 1 unit, and the fact they're 50% off, it's pretty good for locker. So, pretty nice early game units, but they'll get obsolete fast.
I command.
Ahead of the Tide, he gets charge bonus, weapon strength, Vanguard deployment for Corsairs, and stock for Corsairs. So, even more stuff here. Initially helps the Corsairs, but later on you just get 10% more damage from the Dragon. Not the end of the world for 1 skill point. Master of the Blessed Dread. So look at this. Black Ark growth +5, all armies faction wide. So he has the best growth on the arcs, which is nice if you play a long campaign. The arcs will get there faster. All ports get 5% more income, and army ability number of users +1 for all Black Ark bombardment abilities. I'm not sure why the Soulstorm is mentioned here. Does he get a Soulstorm as well? I don't remember this, honestly.
Lord of the Black Court.
Looks like he gets a Soulstorm as well.
By the
Or it's a bug there. Doesn't say the ability grants Soulstorm, but this Soulstorm here. Isn't Soulstorm an upgraded arc ability?
What?
Yeah, this is an upgraded Soul Furnace. Maybe it's just bug showing that there, or maybe he gets Soulstorm. This is actually a massive bombardment.
Yes.
As a slaver here. Casualties captured post-battle plus 12%, upkeep minus 5% for all units Lord's army. Oh, no, how cute! It's like, compare this to like Morati or skill, or the skill on Malekith. Like, who did this? Who did this? Was that the new janitor? Or was that maybe the Three Kingdoms intern working on this project? I mean, it's not bad, but like, what? This is a Legend Lord skill. It's almost like it's missing something here. The last one says Lord recruit rank plus 5 faction wide, slave cost minus 75% for sacrifice on Trema and sacrifice to Matlan, and melee attack plus 8 fighting against Seal Lord's army. So the skills are kind of like all over the place. They're tried hard with the flavor, but like, what the hell is this? Why is this like this? He specializes in black arcs, weird location, and slave income. And I don't actually remember this. I don't think I played it since this got added. Helm of the Blessed Dread. Is this the unique one? This is the Blessed Dread. Can every black arc get this, or just this one? Just this one? So they added this. Oh, this is nice. So it's even more buff, huh? This will stack with the Black Ark Slavery building. These are the Black Arks, the best thing about the Dark Elves. So, campaign wound range was 30%, 20% more captives, 40% more sacking, and this stacks with 60% more sacking here. Holy shit. I wish this was shipbuilding. You know how the Vampire Coast have shipbuilding? I wish this was attached to the locker under shipbuilding. But it is what it is. His flavor is a little bit off, but his location and a cool lord, I think it justifies these guys being like that. He's gonna get one very strong Black Arc, and he starts with a Black Arc. And he can potentially unlock even more Black Arcs by targeting capitals. Okay. Sacrifice to Anatrema, movement range, raising settlements income, sinking settlements income, Black Arc growth. So he can get the mega sinking income, huh? Man, if you confederate Malekith and get this thing here and pop it right, holy shit. You can probably get the highest sinking income ever in the series.
Admiral of Kar's fleets.
I wonder how will this affect the slave economy. He has the best slave economy, Lockett Velhard, and the change to the slaves system in Immortal Empires. I wonder how this is gonna affect him. He's probably will still have the best slave economy.
Bring fire and terror.
Okay, we got Malus. Malus actually grown on me. He actually grown on me. He's a very powerful lord with a little bit hassle, but if you play him more, you'll really see that that hassle is not really that much. I feel like when you're gonna have to go play Malus, you have to really go with intentions of putting an effort in the campaign and playing a longer campaign. So Malus Darkblade, suitable climate, mountain, jungle. Malus is possessed by the demon Zarkan, who is controlled with the use of elixirs. Zarkan's whispers. Demon influences Malus to commit acts of slaughter and cruelty. Military alliance with Nagaroth, and all regions, mines and quarries produce more money. His Lord effect has cheaper recruitment costs for cold ones, has higher chance to intercept special movement, and lower upkeep for the cold ones. Nothing really special. His unique mechanic alone, you know, makes it interesting. But it might look like a hassle at first. But I think this guy is special. Malus starts in Chaos Waste in the north, next to the Demon Prince, which will be interesting. I think Malus is special in a good way, especially if you're giving him some thought and played him a bit. I didn't like him initially. I'm hoping he still starts the Black Ark in Immortal Empires. I might remove his Black Ark because of the move.
Hail, illustrious scion of Haggrief.
This is Malus, this is his mechanic. This guy is crazy strong. He's like incredibly strong. One man army potential. I mean, look at this. This is no items, no anything. There's a ward save 4%, and he transforms into a demon and heals, and he can even has other abilities. So there's definitely something here, but I think a lot of people find this as a hassle with regarding the potions.
I hope I die with my choking hands around your throat, Zarkan.
So he is possessed by a demon, and he's using the drugs to repress the demon. And depending if he's possessed or not, if he's under control, you get different buffs or penalties. As a fighter, he's pretty potent, especially when he's fully possessed. He will not only not die, but he will actually wreck stuff. I mean, 40% ward save, that's crazy by itself, but there's no items on him. He also has missile resistance. And this is the ability, become possessed by Zarkan. He basically transforms, unlocks other abilities, and he heals and starts losing health. But it can be mitigated by some things. There's the one ability, Demon's Curse, which is a potent ability. And there's the Blood Price, which is another potent ability. His Literary can be built to be used and strong enough to destroy a whole army himself. Especially once he's supported with all the items and skills. As you can see, the base stats are pretty good. He has a weapon that's just the right amount of weapon, attack, damage, and look at this. Warp Sword of Cain grants ward save and strong regeneration when he's in melee. This is one of the strongest versions of Hunger in the game. Ward save and 8 hit points per second. This is gonna be even stronger, I think, in the Immortal Empires. This type of regeneration and ward save makes his health values worth a lot. Well, you have objectives here. It's gonna be different in Mortal Empires.
Must stay in control.
His mount is nothing special, but it does give him speed and some other properties. Spite. So this is the Eternal Hater, the same thing the Elves get. He has the Beast Tamer. Charge bonus for a variety of units. Some missile resistance, magic resistance, the same for the other ones. When it comes to his unique skills, lowers the cooldown on the Blood Price and Demon's Curse. These are disabilities. This ability gives missile resistance and melee defense until transformed to Zarkan. Stock until transformed to Zarkan. High chance to intercept, more defense, ambush defense chance. I think they gave him ambush defense chance because he was close to Skaven. And the other one is, if I'm not mistaken, is the Zarkan abilities, the Bloodstorm and the Reaper of Souls. Is the abilities he gets when transformed to Zarkan. And when he's transformed to Zarkan, gets Terror. Local enemy armies lose leadership, so makes the fear more effective and the Terror all the way more effective. While he's transformed to Zarkan, he also gets additional ward save and more replenishment. So when you look at this, Zarkan with his weapon, that's 55% ward save. Is that correct? I've never really experienced this because we played this guy differently. Because we played the Sellout campaign, some special campaign, and the Inter campaign was different at the time. Does this guy gets 55% ward save? Is this right what I'm seeing here? 55% ward save just with his weapon? When he's at full possession? So this guy can easily get over 80% ward save. How the fuck you kill him? And he can regenerate and get other stuff. This guy is one of the most the toughest AI lords to kill sometimes. Because of already just because of this, but he can get way more than that. I just don't like his cold one flavor. Another 10% weapon strength just like that. Lords like this are cool to see just how much you can push it. I like lords like this because it kind of you want to make actually get character skills going. There's a gimmick here which you need to move around. Won't be able to replenish if he's on full possession. You can allow full possession every now and then. And yeah, you remove this. I hope in his new location, which is here, he still starts the Black Ark. I played with Malus, and even without his sword, he can last a while. Well, in demon form. A while. Is the ability he gets, the Reaper of Souls, I think, it heals him. He will faster hit his healing cap than he's going to die. Even without a sword. This is a lord that benefits from health like crazy. So Clan Molder and Gord Ranged, right? Maybe he doesn't have a health skill. He has shit leadership here, but not health skill. 85 leadership, but fail leadership here. Come on, man. Just put his health instead. Guess it's hard to get health on the Dark Elves. Kind of like two wasted personal skills. I'm curious, you know, how much you can push this. Sure. You do get Zarkan Whispers, which are basically just missions to get unique rewards. But the whole campaign is around this thing here, which initially you kind of restrict it, you have to pay for it, but you get under control as you progress in the campaign. And what we got here, we got Ricard. With a really nice voice actor. I really like the voice actor.
Every beast is mine to command. Ricard will not be bested. Manticores, Hydra, dragons.
Even has a line that references Game of Thrones. So Ricard. I like this guy, but his starting location is makes no sense. Monster pains, capture a variety of hideous beasts and send them into battle. Forces do not receive bigger penalties from raiding stands. Lower up for monster units and all armies. His army has higher defense on monsters units and recruitment duration for all monster units reduced by 1 turn. This is a guy that wants to go with a lot of monsters, even cavalry, and not really go with you know, your usual Dark Elf army. And that's the guy that plays Ramsay Bolton. He even has a reference to Game of Thrones on the campaign map when you click on him sometimes. It's kind of like a reference. He's like a broken a wild beast, and he says that he broken a kraken once. Reference to him breaking the Theon Greyjoy. I don't know. It's kind of cool they got him here for sure. So first thing first, I want to tell you that this is a terrible design location, cause look at what happens at the start of the game. The Great Ocean. Everything is connected. This is your start of the campaign. You see all these factions. I tried to invade Ultron, it backfired, it was a setback, but I recovered easily. So basically, Ricard is different in Immortal Empires. He starts not on Albion, but look at the Albion. They changed the oceans. It's almost like somebody actually is smart at CA and they knew that the sea borders mess up the early game. And this is what happens to the Albion Immortal Empires. You can see the sea borders are different. You no longer see Ultuan at the start of the game. Meanwhile here you immediately see Ultuan coast. So if you compare, it's different early game here for the Albion, and I think it's much better. But Ricard doesn't start on Albion anymore, which has been improved. He starts here. It's kind of like an old techless spot from the looks of it. And he seems to have a lot of room here. I'm thinking this is gonna be even better than the Locker's Felhard's location. If you ask me, Ricard has one of the better, from the looks of it, from just this, like this information, it's a little better starting locations. A lot of space here. And he has an awesome faction flavor that suits this place as well. Seems like he's gonna have an easy time and maybe a little bit odd time, because of, you know, nobody's gonna be bothering you. So what's special about this faction? It has access to beasties, monster pens. So you can basically unlock these units and then just add them to the armies. Even stuff like feral mammoths, feral stegodons. And from what I've heard, they're also adding Warhammer 3 units to this list as well. Some of them. Rakart looks like another fighter lord here, except he's specialized against the monsters. He has an armor here, a larger leadership aura size, more armor, or cooldown whiplash, and has a passive ability. They basically kind of create him as a flavor to, you know, tame monsters, back monsters, and recruit monsters. Sometimes this flavor is not might be part of the meta stats, but I think the flavor is nice. And as a lord is unique enough. 15 missile resistance is here. Beast armor of Karankar, this is the ability he has. So if there's any large entity in 30 meters, you will receive 10 melee defense and 11% ward save. So basically you want to use your card against large opponents, always. Always, already, because of this item. Otherwise, you're not going to be using this item to its full potential. Other than that, he has ability to stop rampage, and has an ability to buff a large unit with damage, charge speed, charge bonus. I guess the damage mainly thing here. Is another lord that has access to a dragon. Much wow, right? Black dragon. Whip of Agony, movement range, damage, attack, discouraged, and ability Whip of Agony. It removes fear and terror from the enemy and lowers their defense. It goes against the large entities. So he can actually terrify the big stuff with this. So gets attack, gets damage. Gets discouraged. His dragon's actually gonna be scared because of it, and the fear is actually gonna work on the units that can't be feared otherwise, and it gets movement range on the weapon. It's weird to have movement range on the weapon, but if this does remain the same on all the empires, it's pretty good stuff. It does have access to 3 mounts, and they're all gonna be unlocked for free in Immortal Empires. On their ranks, pretty cool. Otherwise, you just wait for Brachus. He has Beast Tamer, same as Malus, charge bonus on a variety of units, mostly beneficial to cold ones and harpies, and has unique skills here. Carrion Crows makes the harpies actually do damage, income from raiding, post-battle loot, and harpies are free. And they are here as well. Which makes harpies pretty damn cool for this guy. Harpies in numbers are actually work. They actually do something. Free range replenishment in foreign territory, and the lowers the enemy replenishment public order. Is something. Breeding program. Attack bonus for War Hydra and Charybdis, Frostbite for Charybdis, Abyssal Hull for Hydra. So basically, Hydra gets the extra fear from the Charybdis, and Charybdis gets the Frostbite. It has a better ability like Hydra. It's not the same, because the War Hydras have Fire Breath, and the Abyssal Hull is actually another fear effect on the Charybdis. Charybdis causes actually 16 leadership penalty if the fear works, and makes the terror usually, you know, trigger easier. Basically, with this guy, you're definitely gonna be using his flavor, and it's not only going to work, but it's going to be fun. Harpy Claw Bolts. 25% more casualties captured. Increased chance monsters will be added to the monster pencil raiding, fighting battles, or open settlements. That's nice. And scored run chariots and river bolt throwers gain harpical ammunition, which reduces enemy movement speed on hit. Well, so far pretty cool stuff. Full flavor as well. Well, it's different for the Skaven All Might and different for other units. Charybdis can even terrify Chaos Warriors, and when Chaos Warriors terrify, they can get smacked a couple of times before they recover. While Skaven will be scared no matter what. If they're gonna run, they're gonna run. It's how they work because of their two abilities. The key is not to chase after the Skaven, instead rebuild the formation and wait for them to recover and then hit them again. He has stock for the cold ones, including Dread Knights, and high rank for these units as well, with a higher ambush chance. Requires 3 skills to unlock the last one. Weapon strength plus 10% for the Black Dragon units, 3 ranks for the monster units, all armies faction-wide, and possibility murderous prowess for monster units in the Lord's army. I think they nailed the flavor with this guy, even if some things don't look like that good. But we played this guy and he worked just fine with his flavor and it was fun to play him. I just think his location sucked because of the Albion situation in the Mortal Empires. Makes it kind of stressful and frustrating, especially when Marienburg sends 3 stacks by turn 20 on you. This new location is maybe a little bit too good, being alone in Lastria on the west side. Hopefully, Steer side starts with a sorceress, and hopefully still has this landmark. But this might be a little bit different, right? Albion is an odd place in Mortal Empires. We'll see what happened with it in Mortal Empires. Be'lakor is here. And Be'lakor being here, no matter what it is, it's gonna be fine because Be'lakor is one of the strongest lords in the game. So it's gonna be I think fun no matter what because it's Be'lakor.
Sister of the Dark Convent.
Okay. Oh, we done Lizardmen and Dark Elves today, boys. 7 hours later. It looks like Skaven tomorrow and some other stuff. Oh boy, are we gonna be talking about Undercities? Well, this is gonna be it for today, boys. To be continued. Thank you for watching and I'll see you next time. Good night.